Well, welcome back, everybody. My name's Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stuart, live in Kansas City, Missouri for the Tournament of Champions. With over $2 million of prize on the line, we saw the women duke it out yesterday. And today, we have the men's CSI with a $10,000 first place prize. First off, Sean, how are you?
Buddy, I am doing great. I was out there watching the men's CSI this morning. A symphony of beep sounds. We're talking boop, 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 ba-da-da-boo, just back and forth, left and right. A lot of 9 marks already so far, to where I had to turn to whoever I was sitting next to and say, I'm going to have to go warm up my voice for a lot of the boom goes
A lot of booms indeed. Yesterday, the women's CSI, Chrissy Grimmel beating out Meredith McGee for a $5,000 first place prize. In the evening, we covered the no-cap doubles, with the winners being Jules Van Dongen and Mike Carter. Yesterday, partners, today, opponents, as they are all competing for over $10,000 for first place here.
$10,000 to first place. Just
first place.
It's not split.
No. First
10K.
place, singles. And we're excited to bring you the action all day long. Sean.
Second place is $1,000.
That's quite the difference, huh?
That's a $9,000 difference.
Well, if you analyze the data, you can see that the money is here, and we're excited to see who takes their share. But first, let's take a moment to meet our players.
Well, welcome to the men's CSI here at TOC 2022 live in Kansas City, Missouri. And guys, it's time to meet our players. From Tyndall, South Dakota, playing for Automatic Aberdeen, Joey Mann. From O'Fallon, Missouri, playing for Playmore Coin Op, Jordan Meyer. From Crooks, South Dakota, playing for Automatic Vendors, Sioux Falls, Gabe Steffen. From Mitchell, South Dakota, playing for multiple vendors, Hunter Van Beek. From Sioux Falls, South Dakota, playing for Automatic Vendors, Sioux Falls, Devin Hunter. From Lake Orion, Michigan, playing for Motor City Entertainment, Tony Stevenson Sr. From Surprise, Arizona, playing for Troy Vending, Chris Watson. From Streeter, Illinois, playing for Abraham Amusements, Larry Keith. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, playing for Reds Novelty, Jeff Johnson. From St. Cloud, Minnesota, playing for multiple vendors, Ken Ripp. From Correctionville, Iowa, playing for River City Amusements, John Edwards. From Houston, Texas, playing for Star City Amusements, Ram Guevara. From Springfield, Missouri, playing for Kenny Amusements, Ryan Mooneyham. From Green Bay, Wisconsin, playing for Schmidt's Amusements, Steve Dyker. From Sioux Falls, South Dakota, playing for Automatic Vendors Sioux Falls, Kyle Lidicky. From Tulsa, Arizona, playing for Troy Vending, Mike Carter. From Little Sumico, Wisconsin, playing for Schmidt's Amusements, Bob Anderson. From Peoria, Illinois, playing for Abraham Amusements, Garion Cole. From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, playing for Mid-State Amusements, Skylar Lapine. From Lakeland, Florida, playing for C&M Darts, Jesse Gore. From Kissimmee, Florida, playing for C&M Darts, Nick Celepic. From St. Cloud, Florida, playing for C&M Darts, Brian Dennis. From Osseo, Wisconsin, playing for multiple vendors, Shane Johnson. From Little Falls, Minnesota, playing for American Amusement Arcades and Midwest Coin Concepts, Rick Hensey. From Kissimmee, Florida, playing for C&M Darts, Kenny Doyle. From Oxford, Michigan, playing for Motor City Darts, Jeremiah Millar. From Houston, Texas, playing for Star City Amusements, Leonard Gates. From Parkville, Missouri, playing for B&G, Jules Van Dongen. From Houston, Texas, playing for Star City Amusements, Johnny Lackey. And from Iowa, playing for ECS Inc., Steve Hennings.
Well, welcome back to Kansas City, Missouri for TOC 2022, brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play man. Pleased to welcome my co-commentator, Young Dirachi, Dominic Vito Dichiria III. We also have the GOAT of Dart live streams, Mr. USA Darts himself, Mr. William T. Stuart, to my left. Young Dirachi, give us a rundown of what the CSI actually is for those that are just joining us here as we see Ram Guevara and Nick Celepic getting ready to get going.
CSI stands for the Cricket Singles Invitational. That means that these are the top 30 players in the PPD competing against each other for a grand prize of $10,000. Cricket only. Winner side and loser side will be race to 3 all cricket, and then there's a last chance side because we're triple elimination with a single game of cricket. And then the format does change on the winner side when we get to the top 4 and the king seat match. But today, it's cricket and pro darters.
Well, listen, I was not joking in the intro when I said that it's been a symphony of board sounds. It really has. I had to look at Hunter Van Beek's better half, Madison, and say, this is almost annoying, like, to be in this room with the sounds going on every 5 seconds.
I feel like the board sounds card is going to wear out because of how much it is going off, and it's something that we're going to be seeing all day today. I don't expect to see any players average less than a 5 unless they are not on the winning side of that match, because these players are here to win. We were doing the walk-ons earlier, and everyone's laughing, joking, having fun with it a little bit. As soon as we said, okay, guys, we are done with the walk-ons, they all dropped their faces, got serious, and said, time to go to work.
Yeah, well, this is a one-loss side matchup. Ram Guevara, Nick Celepic. Nick is one of your Central Florida guys. Kissimmee Mike, right?
Kissimmee Mike, indeed. One of my good friends. Got a chance to travel to many tournaments with him across the country. And a class act guy himself. Someone that has actually lost a lot of weight recently, too. Got into working out. And with Fitness Me with Coach B is actually who does that, which is another player in the tournament hall right now.
Yeah, I have not yet actually met Brandon, and I need to.
No, not really.
Okay, never mind. Ram Guevara playing out of Houston, Texas. This is his opponent in this. We've seen Ram do some very interestingly dangerous stuff on a dartboard.
Well, I mean, we saw him, what was it, at the Oklahoma shootouts. He had a great run this year. And one of those guys that's really always been a dominant presence on the scene, but now is really starting to separate himself and saying, listen, I might be the best guy out of Texas. Leonard Gates has some comments, and Johnny Lackey might have some comments on that one. But he is trying to make sure to set himself aside.
Ram is up there. That is for sure. You are not wrong, as you see Nick just kind of practicing for the next leg. It is a race to 3, best of 5 here in the men's CSI, in the winner side and the one-loss side. Once they get to the last chance, though, one leg of cricket.
That's it.
Does the shortened format here, compared to the CSC Challenger Series that we do, which is race to 9, all cricket format, does it favor to where anyone can win this?
If you ask Devin Hunter, one of the players in the CSI, he would say yes. I interviewed him before it, and what he was saying is when it's shorter format, you have a better chance to sneak up on somebody, take a win that maybe you wouldn't have normally gotten. When you do long format, truer averages show and really kind of brings out the best in players. Shorter format, while players are throwing their best, anybody can throw a great couple legs in a row. It's hard to throw it in longer stretches. So we might see some upsets today, as we saw some upsets in the no-cap doubles last night. I mean, there was some names that we didn't expect to be out when they were, and there, of course, was some names that we expected to do a deep run that did.
Well, how about names that were partners last night that came in 8th place? Jeremiah Millar, Leonard Gates. They are currently battling it out on board 149 in our main hall. So they are playing right now, Jeremiah or Leonard. One of the two of them will be in the one-loss side of this bad boy.
Well, it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top today because you can point to your obvious picks, the ones that everyone's going to say has the best chance, you know, the Gates, the Jules, everyone else. And while obviously they are phenomenal shooters, on the other end of things, you're going to see a lot of players that are really out here to try to prove themselves and set themselves aside from the rest.
Oh. Well, we have just been informed by the great William T. Stuart, USA Darts Productions, that this is actually a race to 2 here on the loser side, or the one-loss side. So race to 3, race to 2, race to 1 is how that countdown is going to work. Once we get to our top 4 match on the winner side, it is a race to 4, and then the king seat match is actually a race to 5.
And we do apologize about the misinformation there. We get so caught up with all the drama of watching the players, getting the stream ready, doing the walk-ons, and sometimes we get a little bit confused ourselves here, and then there's a reason why we're not playing this format, because we would have been like, oh, I guess we're going to keep going. We get another mulligan or two.
Yeah, that's why we're not playing this format.
Yeah, the only reason I could imagine.
That's why. It was not the qualifications that were good enough or anything like that. We're definitely, we would belong.
Well, Sean, let me tell you, this TOC this year, I haven't lost any of these players so far.
Me either.
So if that doesn't say something, I don't know what does. I like how right there you saw Ram and Nick having a laugh in the middle of what's a pretty heated game right here. And I think they're just laughing off saying, hey, we're both a little bit off right now. Let's find our stride. And shows that they're just here to have a little bit of fun with it all.
Yeah, right now they're talking about how this is a great first live stream match. Both guys in the high threes.
Well, while everyone in this room might be competitors, a lot of them are also friends as well. And most people realize, like, hey, listen, let's just get along here as we get one of our first.
Boom goes the dynamite there for Ram Guevara, getting us started with that today. To the first of many here in the CSI.
A couple of people yesterday were taking shots for 9 marks. Please do not do that today.
No.
You will not make it past the 3rd round.
As we just showed you right there, Nick Celepic gets a 7 mark on the board. As soon as the averages are talked about, they are raised.
Well, they have to be. The player averaging a 4.5 is not going to be the player averaging a 5.5. Right now, they're both kind of in sync, doing it at the same time. But later on in the day, they won't be as fortunate, and they're both well aware of that. They're experienced pros at this point.
I had a second. I went and chatted with Ryan Mooningham after his first match and just kind of talked to him and said, how did it go? And he goes, yeah, when you're throwing a 4.3, it ain't going to work. You got to be a 5+ in this bad boy, or else you're not going to sniff an opportunity at it. So,
well, the first round matchup, we saw Kenny Doyle taking on Jules Van Dongen.
What a first round matchup that is.
Jules won 3-0. The last leg, he shot a 6.86.
Jeez Louise.
Well, and then here this, boys. Devin Hunter taking on John Edwards in the first round. Devin Hunter comes running up to me. He's like, I just won a 3rd leg, 6-3 to 6-2. That's how close these guys are. I mean, you're 6-2 and losing. There's not much else you can do.
Guys, this is going to be wonderful.
Well,
buckle up for a lot of great darts today.
Yeah, we're streaming 4 boards just like yesterday. We're streaming 1A, 1B, 1E, and 1F for those at home that are wondering. So you can check out the CompuSport app and see who's playing on those boards. We do have Steve Henning. Sorry, no, not Steve Henning. We have Bob Anderson and Jules Van Dongen on B. And yeah, Steve Hennings and Larry Keith just ended, I believe, on board number 4.
And we have over 600 people tuning in, so make sure to leave a like, comment, share it out to your friends. If they are not at this tournament, they need to be watching it because there's going to be action all day long.
Richard Charlie would like a boom count.
There ain't no way we're doing that one, buddy.
Everyone talking about yesterday's CSI. Chrissy Grimmel did come out victorious in that, beating Meredith McGee in the final.
And how much money did she win?
They actually, she told me they split it. There was a $500 difference that they took. So Chrissy walked away, I believe, with $3,000.
Oh, really? They did do a split.
Meredith with $2,500, I think, is what happened there.
Well, they're friends and partners as well.
Yep.
So that makes sense. Right now, Nick trying to make sure he gets his leg in here as he doesn't want Ram to go up 2-0.
As it's a best of 3, so that would be over.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, yeah, you definitely don't want to go down 2 legs in a race to 2.
No. I wanted to mention, too, about yesterday's Grimmel match. As I just blankly forgot what I was about to say. Let me wrangle it back in. Oh, yeah, by the way they were playing, you wouldn't have guessed that they would have split that because they were both pretty into the groove of things. A little, you could just see it on their faces. They were taking it pretty serious.
And then afterwards, immediate relief from both players. I was shocked with how it turned out so nice at the end. It almost seemed like they were really upset.
I thought they were upset at each other there for a while.
Well, I know Meredith mentioned that her husband was talking to the police officers just outside the streaming hall about, well, Meredith, it's about 10-second delay. Well, Meredith's probably going to go trip 20 here. Ah, man, she missed it. Saying it loud enough to where Meredith could hear. Didn't know that Meredith could hear. And so she came out and yelled at him.
Oh, that's good.
You know how you can only hear your significant other's voice from time to time in a room full of people? You don't know anything about that, do you, Nick?
No, I'm actually currently taking applications. I recently adopted a cat and is looking for a stepmother. So please, I'm Nick Dichiria on Facebook and Nick Dichiria on Tinder. Anyways, back to the match here. Nick Celepic doing a great stand as Ram is doing a last line of defense on the 15s, but it's all on the cards to go to a tiebreaker for these gentlemen.
Yeah, this is going to sound crazy, but a 4-1 here from Nick Celepic. He's getting away with a win here in this leg. Yeah. Well, you know, we've talked about good hair from time to time. How about Danny Jansen in the chat saying good luck, everybody? Mold himself.
Yeah, nice young man there. And I say young man because he's only like 20 years old. Yeah, kudos to that guy making his rounds around the U.S. Recently. And I'm looking forward to seeing him back here in the States sooner rather than later.
Yeah, of course.
Ram here getting a little bit of pressure on Nick Celepic as a couple more bowls here will make a big difference. All of a sudden, this leg's looking not so certain for Nick.
By the way, hey, you guys, this is the first of many incidents probably where I'm going to get called this today. Sean Peak says, what's up, Vanderbeek? To me. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. By the way, Nick's profile picture on Facebook is not his what he actually looks like right now.
Right there, we just saw a 3 mark on the previous turn for Nick and then a 1 mark here. And all of a sudden, 3 bowls will get the point lead for Ram. Finds a double, single here, gets a
Winning
look at
darts.
the 18s.
Oh, he hesitated. Did you see the hesitation?
Unfortunately, I mean, you saw as soon as he was about to release his dart, that look in his face of like, no, don't let go, because that is not what you want to do. But Nick, back-to-back bogeys here, needs to focus up. It's now or never. Ram's been tailing you and hitting those bowls like they did something to him.
Do you just go 18s?
Without a doubt.
You just stay there the whole
And that
time.
dart misregistered, so they're going to correct that real quick. So
it was close to a triple 18.
Well, the triples are starting to act up because they're hitting them so much. That's just how it works.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. It's still registered as a triple 18. And Ram just laughs at it. There we go. Apparently anything below the triple still will register as a triple.
Well, the dart wanted to go to the triple, and the board just knew it.
He's like, oh, I guess I'm supposed to take a triple here. That one registered as a single. And another triple. Maybe the matrix moved on the board a little bit.
So we're going to let the staff know that the sport's having some issues here. They're going to take a look at it after this match concludes.
Yeah, the staff's been very on top of the boards, even updating after every single event, making sure that they're fresh, ready to go.
Oh, just barely outside. He only needed 2 singles there. And look, round 19 here of 20. After round 20, it's just whoever has the most points. Nick should never shoot the bull here.
All 18s. Has to collect. Needs at least a triple.
Doesn't get it.
No.
And now Ram.
If I'm Ram,
Well, now he hit the 3 mark close.
Yeah.
He's more than capable of doing that, but that's because it's very rare to see Nick do something silly as that, and he's even laughing about it.
There it is. Ram Guevara gets it done, steals it from Nick Celepic. And commentator's curse for sure. You said it was definitely going to last like decider at about, I don't know, 5 minutes ago in this leg.
Already calling me out, Sean.
2-0 victory for Ram. And look at this, heading on over to another one of our streaming boards. Mike Carter taking on Rick Hensey.
Mike Carter last night winning with Jules Van Dongen in the no-cap open doubles, excuse me. So they did phenomenal work there. Great showing, and he's looking to continue that streak. Rick Hensey, on the other hand, we saw have a massive performance in the CSC, and I think he's looking to replicate his success here in the CSI.
Well, actually, him and Ken Rip were our second place doubles team yesterday.
Yep, finished second. I do also want to mention, we did not want to speculate last night when we captured this moment, but we captured a picture between Jules, Mike, and Jules' dad, who had just flown in from the Netherlands earlier yesterday. So he flew in to watch his son win.
Isn't that pretty
cool.
neat? I thought when I saw the picture, I was like, I think that's Jules' father, if I'm not mistaken. I said, nah, surely not. It was.
Well, Rick Hensey's making the dartboard his son as he is parenting that thing around for a 9 mark.
Boom goes the dynamite, Rick Hensey.
Great shot there. I mean, Mike Carter opened with a solid 7. There was nothing wrong with his rounds. It just Hensey and Mike are just battling at it. 1 point difference between them. This is going to get a little dicey here.
You see, this is game 2 of 5, so this is a race to 3 here on the winner's side. Rick Hensey.
Oh, he won it back-to-back.
Yeah, what a short arm on the third one. Terrible third dart.
Richard Henshaw in chat saying Nick Celepic has really been in a slump since the second CSE. I remember when he was darn near automatic. And he'll even tell you that himself. He has not been quite on the grind as he's been focusing on some other ventures as of late. But even then, this is him not focusing on other ventures, still qualifying for a top-level event. And he's still in it, too. It is a triple elimination tournament.
Well, here is Mr. Rick Hensey. There's Mr. Rick Hensey.
8
Boom
for 9.
Goes the dynamite, Rick Hensey. 2 9 marks and a 7 mark gives you an 8.0 average.
And Carter here needs to stay on those 15s, build up his fort, and put up the guard. But Hensey trying to knock it down.
This is one of those where you're just like, all right, good leg, Rick.
Well, and that's what you're going to see a lot of in the room. There's going to be a lot of really close to perfect legs, if not perfect legs. I mean, an 8-0 is phenomenal stuff. I mean, it's going to fall a little bit there to a 6-7-5, only a 6-7-5, mind you.
Yeah, ridiculously terrible round. And you see he shook his head after dart number 2 hit the wire.
Well, now Carter a little bit frustrated. And this kind of needs to regroup. Forget about this leg and move on because it is a race of 3. Well, being down 2-0 to Hensey in a race of 3 is not a great position. No. It is still a winnable one. And you just have to stay focused, regroup, and keep going.
Well, Rick missed his second dart of the whole thing. Throws a 6.0 in that second leg. 2-0 lead for Rick Hensey.
Want to shout out some of our international viewers here. We have Soft Tip Central France tuning in and Ed Richard tuning in as well. So thank you for your support. Not only do we have a lot of players in America, but across the world. Make sure to leave a comment of where you're watching from because we want to know.
Absolutely. And bonjour to Ed and Soft Tip Central France. Appreciate that.
Good start there for Carter. And a lot of the other commonalities of what these players' attempts and approaches are to this tournament is going to be who can start the strongest, who can set the pace of the match, and have the other responding to them.
Yeah, we do want to make a disclaimer right away, guys. Darts is not this easy of a sport. These gentlemen will make it look easy, but if you're missing by millimeters. If you're hitting, sometimes you're hitting by millimeters. That's the difference. It's the repetition these guys throw with. We're going to see a lot of 9 marks, a lot of high averages. A great average leg from me is like a 4.5. What about for you?
Well, for me right now, my average, my best average I've ever thrown is equivocal to all the people watching along, 747 or a 7.47.
Yeah?
No, I've never shot a 7.47, but I appreciate all 700 plus of you tuning in. If you're not watching this, you are missing out. To answer your question, my normal average is on the books about a 4.0. But I mean, you would play in short formats. Anybody can string it together and have a great couple of legs. The difference is who can do it all day.
And honestly, we've seen that so far in the first 2 events that we've had live streamed. Mike Carter's one of those people that can do it all day long. Boom goes the dynamite. Mike Carter playing. He plays in Bullshooter Saloon in Arizona.
And that's owned by Mike Bates, if I'm not mistaken there. One of those bars that we've gotten to see on the CSE many a times and have really, I mean, if you talk to Mike Carter, Chris Watson, Mike Redmond, any of those guys that play out of there, they will say that they have a whole lot of support that lets them do the things they do and really enables them to go to tournaments such as this.
Well, David Graves asking he's from Southeast Iowa here, and I'd like to find out how to play in TOC in my area.
Say the spiel. You got it.
Well, David, if you want to find out how to become eligible for this event and maybe our CSE Challenger Series event in the future, players become eligible for those by playing in daily remote tournaments and league matches for PPD. DRTs are daily remote tournaments. If you want to find out if you have anything in your area, all you have to do is go to dartstoc.com and check out the map. The map will show you any G3 board located within the PPD system. From there, if you're not seeing anything in your area, have your vendor contact TOC and PPD on their website. From there, players can sign up for leagues on the website. It doesn't take a ridiculous amount of games to become eligible either. Consistently playing one league a week will keep a player eligible for Darts TOC and the CSG Challenger Series in the future. Again, DARTSTOC.com for more information.
Impressive, sir.
No script in front of him. That was pure memory from doing 3 seasons of the CSC.
Off the dome. My goodness.
Rick Hensey throws in a 4 mark. We've already received 100 messages today, and it's early on. Dave said he's going to check it out once the live stream is done. That's good. You don't want to leave the live stream. You're going to blink and miss this. We got 4 boards that we are capable of streaming here this weekend. That's a shout-out to USA Darts Productions, Will Stewart, for getting that set up.
The legendary Will Stewart?
The GOAT.
Just real quick, we are aware. Oh,
Oh,
my goodness.
big old
That was a
kick
big
there
hop.
from Devin.
We do apologize for the slight bit of glitch occasionally on that on this camera that we've got here. We are aware, but we've been working on it, trying to deal with it, but unfortunately, just haven't been able to fix it yet. So maybe a little testing at home later.
Yeah, these are 2 of the prettier throws in this room, and that's saying a lot because obviously there's a lot of top talent here. Mike Carter does go straight back, straight through. His release is very pretty. Rick Hensey, though, makes darts look nonchalant easy. Like, it looks like he's not trying.
It makes me envious to see something. And it's not just that his throw is pretty and that he hits so cleanly.
Look at that.
But his strategy, impeccable. I mean, if he does make a mistake, he immediately knows it and he calls it out. I mean, when we watched him play in the CSC against Leonard Gates and taking it down to a tiebreaker, he immediately messaged and was like, this is where I messed up. This is where my shortcomings were. And it was down to just a handful of turns.
Well, Rick trying to take out this match. I was fully expecting it to freeze as soon as he left the room, just so you know.
Well, what's not going to freeze is these players' darts. I mean, right now, a rare off leg from Hensey, but these players are about shooting the range that we would typically expect for players of this caliber. 5-0, 5-5, even into the 6s. That's what's needed today. That's what's going to be demanded. Not asked, demanded of these players.
Yeah, we've seen some 6-8 6s. It's going to be... Look at this. Boom goes the dynamite. The Phoenix, Arizona native, Mike Carter, getting himself a 9 mark. And Rick Hensey, my, how the turntables.
Well, I mean, look at that. He's from Phoenix, and just like a Phoenix, he arises from the ashes being down 2-0 and is making a great attempt at a comeback here. Let those wings fly, Mike Carter.
One of my favorite things, guys, is when Nick tries to feed off of something that I've said and just takes it a whole step way too far. I love it.
Well, we have...
Look at this, Rick.
Oh, there we go. Let's do it.
Oh. That was a big dart. He knows it. You know it. We all know it. And Mike Carter's going to try and make him pay for it.
Not even pay for it. I mean, he did a great attempt, but
Nope. I'm not going to make him pay for it.
that is something either frustration in himself or there was a little distraction or something. He's going to have to walk that one off and forget about that round. Hensey right now needs to close this door.
Yeah, here's the problem,
One
though,
dart.
is that, yeah, you can't give Rick Hensey a second opportunity to beat you. He'll do it. You almost have to be perfect in these legs. And I don't mean perfect overall. You're going to miss a couple darts left and right, but when you need to hit a dart like that one right there, you have to be perfect at hitting those. And Rick Hensey now just 3 bowls away.
And what that also, look at that last round right there. That's unfortunately some frustration setting in rather than staying focused, because there was a chance that Hensey misses. It's a low chance, but a chance nonetheless. But Hensey moves on, staves off a potential comeback from Mike Carter, 496 to 488.
Yeah, 3-1 victory for Rick Hensey, who moves on in our winner's side. The Machine, J.C. Martinez, saying he's not an Arizona native. He lives there, but he's from Chicago. I just meant that he was representing the Phoenix, Arizona area.
Dub Bears.
2, Gates, 1.
Well, we got an update from Will Stewart. Millar's up 2-1 on Leonard Gates.
Leonard who?
Oh, boy.
Leonard Gates, the soldier, going on against Jeremiah the Beast Millar. We have over 819 of you tuning in. Thank you for your love and support. We're having a lot of fun bringing this to you. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. We're going to cut to a brief ad break here, and then we're going to be right back to the action. Don't go anywhere, folks, because there's plenty of darts left to fly.
Now there are 5 total options in the Hemo range, 3 steel tip labeled 01 through 03, and 2 soft tip variants labeled 10 and 11, with multiple barrel weights for each option. Now common themes that they all share are bold red and black accents along a silver barrel. They all have striking radial grooves in certain sections that are offset by small axial cuts. And all steel tip barrel versions are fitted with smooth silver Swiss points. You can purchase these barrels on our website, a2zdarts.com. Just look for the link in the description, and I hope you enjoyed this review as well as the rest of the 2021 launch. We've reviewed it all, so be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future range reviews, as well as our review of the new Target dartboard. Thanks for watching.
Well, all right, guys. We figured we would show you where we are at in the bracket so you all had that view. Zooming out a little bit, you see Chris Watson, Tony Stevenson Sr. They're about to play on board 1A. That will be the match that we're going to look at. Scuba Steve Dyker, Jeff Johnson playing right now on 1H. Nick Celepic, Ram Guevara. Ram has moved on. We watched that one earlier. Kenny Doyle, Gary, and Cole going on right now. And again, this is the one-loss side of the bracket still. Skylar Lapine, Shane Johnson, Jordan Meyer, Brian Dennis, with Mike Carter waiting for the winner of that one. You look over at the winning side. Ken Rip taking on Johnny Lackey, currently at the bottom of the bracket. Rick Hensey's moved on. He will take on the winner of that one. Looking up, Bob Anderson, Jules Van Dongen going on currently.
That actually just ended, I believe.
And that one ended just a little bit ago, I believe. Leonard Gates came back to beat Jeremiah Millar 3-2.
Wow.
Winning a last leg decider there to do that.
Yes, unfortunately, folks, that was outside the bullpen. We weren't able to grab coverage of that one, but I did hop out there to see where we're on the score line at least. But
so Soldier and Jules, wow.
Hopefully, I'm actually just going to go ahead and make sure we get that one.
Yeah.
What do you guys say?
I would agree with that. As we look over at our last chance bracket to see what is going on over there, Kyle Liddicky, Jesse Gore. How about that? Kyle Liddicky playing in the last chance bracket right now. Joey Mann looking for the winner of that one. Hunter Van Beek, John Edwards, Devin Hunter looking for the winner of that one. Larry Keith, Steve Hennings, Nick Celepic waiting for someone. Ryan Mooneyham is waiting as well down there at the last chance bracket. Still a long way to go in this tournament, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Are you all ready for this?
You
know what's interesting, though? I mean, Gates, Jules, and then either Hensey plays either Rip or Lackey. That's a good top four there on the first bracket. And plus, that's when it switches to a race to 4 format instead of a race to 3, which is a very key thing. Right now, you're looking at some beautiful gentlemen on the board right there. Chris the Bar Darter Watson got the name because while I was interviewing him in the past, he said, "Yeah, I'm just a bar darter, man. That's all. That's what I do." And he's had that lackadaisical attitude ever since. And he's also a class act guy. Someone I'm looking forward to chatting with a little bit more.
Yeah, Chris, super nice guy, to say the least. Speaking of super nice guys, that's Nick Dichiria. I'm Sean Green. Will Stewart is our production guy. We are USA Darts Productions this weekend, bringing you Tony Stevenson, Chris Watson.
Sean, you know what my favorite, there's multiple favorite moments already, and it's too hard to pick. But do you know what one of my favorite moments is?
What?
Do you know the amount of people that have come up to me and said, I thought that Will guy got fired? I've had a couple of them. I don't know if you have.
That's wonderful.
But
I have not.
And he's not in the room right now, so he's not here to dispel this rumor, but he is not actually fired. You're just giving him a hard time because that guy's always traveling and working.
Rick Hensey saying, what's up, guys? You're doing a great job again, as always. Well, so are you, Rick. So far, so good. As here is Tony Stevenson. For those of you who have not seen Tony play before, let me tell you, in Michigan, there's Jeremiah Millar. A very small tier step down, you get Tony Stevenson Sr. And then Maya Berger and Abe Smith, those guys following suit.
Well, I mean, any of these players in their areas are going to be known as some of the best players from the respective areas.
Yeah.
Chris Watson is a very humble character in that sense because he's like, no, man, I just play darts and happen to get to this level. And the first time he won big money in the PBD was a $4,000 bonus pool win in a Nationals where he didn't even know he qualified for the bonus pool, let alone know that he won single-handedly $4,000. That's like getting a scratch off and taking it straight home. I mean, it was an incredible feeling for him.
Yeah, and he's just gone on to win more things. And if he wins today, $10,000 to first place in this event. Singles event, $10,000 to first.
What would you spend $10,000 on if you won this?
Whatever my wife wants me to spend the money on.
Well, that means that she is getting spoiled with a nice vacation and maybe a spa day or two.
Yep.
Megan, I'm holding him to it. Don't worry.
I'm not in this tournament, though, so I would not hold off for that 10 grand. It's probably not coming, babe.
Well, you and I are dreaming of playing at this level, but unfortunately, we're going to leave the pros to the pros and the broadcasters to broadcasting, as Tony here, looking to shut down the 19s, wasn't able to quite get on the first one, but finds it right through there, getting just over the flights.
You should have said, I will leave the pros to the poets and the darts to the pros.
That's why you teach language arts and I don't. Chris Watson here does go right at those 18s, hammering home and getting a nice little run up on it. Kind of doing his own here, as looks like our security team failed. There's a Scott Hanish back here. And now he immediately ran away as soon as they called him out.
Boom goes the dynamite there for Tony Stevenson Sr.
It's going to be 2 shots so far for people playing the boom shot game.
It's 3.
Did you say it 3 times?
I have.
Only takes me 2 to get drunk, so that's why.
Oh, boy.
I'm kidding. Who's not kidding is these fellas right now. 5'2", 6'6". I mean, this is the type of stuff we expect to see from players of this caliber.
And again, this is the one-loss side of the bracket, so only a race to 2 for both these gentlemen.
You know, it's funny, right? I would say Tony Stevenson, Chris Watson, we're not some of the favorites for this. Comparatively to some of the other well-known names, and just looking at this 5'2", 5'6", I think anybody in this room has the ability to win it today.
Gentlemen, we're going to see Jules and Gates on board 1F after this one. I did want to mention as well, because Gates was just happened to so mention that he goes, man, you need to tell that Sean Green, don't you know to always bet on black when it comes to the CSC Challenger Series?
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa. But if you made that joke, it's a different story.
Well, soldier, I apologize. I did not know that you actually knew my name. Either.
I actually told him, I said, actually, I had Hensey.
Yeah.
I think he had Gates. And
yeah.
He goes, that's a shame, Will.
Well, Jules is still giving me a hard time from yesterday. So he's like, you really picked Gates over me? And I said, listen, I just call it as I see it. No, there's some really respectable shots in the room. Leave predictions in chat. Who's going to win this game right here? Tony Stevenson, Chris Watson? Who's going to win Leonard Gates versus Jules Van Dongen? I mean, there's a lot of things going on right now, and I'm just excited to see it all. Can we just get everything right now?
Buddy, you need to calm it down. No, I'm kidding.
I can't.
I'm kidding.
I'm ready.
I feel like everyone wants to say that to me all the time. Chris Watson falling behind in this leg, this first leg. Yeah. As Chris gonna get rid of the 20s and the 17s. Puts a little pressure. Now 3-3 on bulls needed. Tony says, what pressure? Goes bull, double bull.
Do you think these guys are feeling pressure? The answer is yes, but they play it off like they're not.
1-0, race to 2. Beautiful thing is, neither guy goes home after this leg or even the next leg. One will go to the last chance bracket. The other one stays in the one-loss side.
Well, just a reminder here, these players are playing in a free roll right now. I mean, you paid $100 to get in the event. Last place still gets $100. So you don't lose anything by playing here. You only win. Top 8 is the first part where that bracket money moves up to $500. Then, once you get through the 3rd through 8th, you're looking at second place, $1,000. And I know we've hammered it home a million times, but let's just do it one more time. $10,000 for
one person.
One person, just one guy gets it.
Like one person's walking out of $10,000. And then second place is $1,000. This is where you, as a second place person or the person who's not on the king seat, this is where you make deals left, right, and center with people. Hey, if you're the king seat, can we split it? Hey, if you're the king seat,
I'm going to be 100% honest here. It's not going to happen with these guys unless it's very, very unlikely. They're here to not really, it's not just about $10,000. Now, don't get me wrong, $10,000, great prize. But also, let's just say it, they want to be champion. They want to hold the crown. They want to be the king to Chrissy Grimmel's being the queen.
Well, Trisha Lackey, Johnny's better half, asking if we can pull up the CompuSport. I will tell you this. Ken Rip is playing against your husband on board 155 on the winner's side currently. So I can give you that too.
That is outside the bullpen, just so you guys know. We're one, if it's one A through whatever, G or something like that, I think.
Chris Watson with an interesting opportunity here. Both players kind of having an off start to this leg. If you get the first start triple, you should stay there. There's no real reason to move off without throwing at least 2 at it. And now you should stay there all day. There's no way he is moving away from that 20.
So I will say this. Chris did talk to me earlier as I was walking around before we went live. He played his first match against Jeremiah Millar, lost it, and he came out and he's like, man, warm-ups, averaged above a 5, no problem. Came in, warmed up even more, averaged above a 5, no problem. As soon as the matches started for real, my nerves got the best of me. Adrenaline kicked in. He goes, this is my first time playing live against a lot of these guys, and I'm going to have to learn how to control a little bit of those emotions. So even at the top level, guys, you see this means a lot to these gentlemen.
Well, and it's okay to falter. It's okay to not win. You know why? Because they're going to get better from it.
The experience.
The best of the best don't win every single time, but they learn from their losses every single time.
And gain experience.
Chris here finds the first one. He's going to be staying up all day. He already has 2 marks on that 20. Can't afford to lose it. Does mount up a formidable defense, but Anthony, pole position. Going to start at that 19, pop the 20 at some point in this throw no matter what.
Now. Yep. Now go back down. Textbook. He would have liked triple, single, triple, but he will take single, single, single there.
Well, and the best part about getting 2 single 19s is it takes him outside of 7 mark range for Chris Watson to do a little table flip. So now whatever number he's picking, he's going to be staying at it, and he has to. I mean, there's no reason not to expand your lead as much as possible here, play safe, and then when you're in a position to close the game, shorten it, you can. But it's not going to happen very often here.
Well, I mean, you've seen the averages, what they've been with other matches. This one, not as much of that high level that we've seen, but you know, you never know.
As we take a little peek there, as we're about to get going with Jules and Gates here. But first off, we're going to kind of see where this goes in this match, as Chris Watson does find the 18s, getting a formidable point difference, closing the gap is what I was looking for there. Could not find those words. And we're just kind of seeing both these players playing a little tight, playing a little conservative, and just no one wants to be the first few people out in this event.
Chad on YouTube saying it's all blurry. I'm going to guess that's just on his end, because it does not look blurry to us.
Yeah, just make sure you have a strong Wi-Fi connection. If you are on a 5G or 3G, just make sure you're in a decent area. That's usually the reason for that.
So I just wanted to say we do have 4 players that have been knocked out from the men's cricket singles invitational here. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Steve Hennings, Hunter Van Beek, Kyle Liddicky, and Gabe Steffen for playing so far in a very, very tough bracket.
How about that?
Previous winner, Kyle Liddicky, going out early.
Yeah, definitely not one of the lowest averages here. That's the beauty of this format, man. Best of 3 in the one-loss side, one leg total in the last chance. I'm not joking. I fully expect that anyone can win this entire thing.
How about this little drama in the bracket here? First round matchup, Devin Hunter versus John Edwards. In the third game, Devin Hunter beats out John Edwards, averaging a 6-3 to a 6-2. Then after going through the middle and losers bracket, they're now meeting again in the last chance bracket to play one more game against each other.
Wow. Wow.
All right, so while we do wish Anthony Stevenson and Chris Watson the
We're just going to remind you guys, we are going to, as soon as Jules and Leonard go live, we are going to switch over to that match for you guys. So we will get that going here as soon as we can. It will be a race to 4 for Leonard and Jules. But until then, Tony and Chris are doing some battle, going back and forth in this leg. Scratch leg, but that doesn't matter to us. We just want close leg, and this is one.
It just shows how much they want it. I mean, how much they're driven on the matter.
Oh, Chris wires into the trip 10.
Tony, now or never. Are you going to do something here? Because you can just take it 2 straight, but you need to find another one of those, and he does on those 15s there. Now it's getting a little bit more of that tug and war feeling. Chris, looking here now. Finds the first star triple. He has the opportunity to look at those 15s. Does find that triple. He looks like he's going to stay up for another. Not happy with that dart, and he's just going to stay up for all 3. Does shoot a 6 mark. There's an argument there to take an opportunity to shoot the 15s there, but you don't expect Tony to miss a 3 mark. He's not missing those 15s either. He's hitting them very consistently. Does not get the point lead back, though. Chris Watson with the opportunity here to kind of take a different approach and take control of this leg and bring it to a tiebreaker for these guys. Needs to hit a first dart triple. That's what he's really looking for here. Decides to go for the close first.
Oh, no.
Happy with that. That's not what he envisioned.
Good save for the round, but it's starting to get a little bit chippy.
A little chippy. A little chipper. I mean, Tony right now is hitting that 15 like it hurt him or something, because every single time he's either wiring it or right in that triple bed. And now it's just back and forth, back and forth. If Watson hits a first start triple here, he has the opportunity to just go fat, get rid of those 15s, which is what I personally would recommend here. But that all depends on where that first start goes.
Yep, get rid of him. He is. That one was wired, though. There it goes.
It's risky. It's only a 2-point difference.
Yeah, and if you're Tony, do you go? Yep, he's going close. Gonna stay there and close all of them.
That's because he's. I would rather bank on my person hitting a hat trick or missing a hat trick, excuse me, rather than them not hitting a 9 mark on points, because one can mathematically eliminate you from the game.
Well, let's see if Chris can hit 3 bowls.
Finds the first.
He's been so good in these moments. Gets it done with right in the dead center on dart 3. Wow, 1-1 score line. They're going to go to a last leg decider, and we're going to go over to Jules and Soldier, as Soldier's going to get us started.
Top 4 winner side bracket here.
Board.
Looks like we looking at the wrong board there. We're going to get that adjusted real quick for you. Lots of action here at the Tournament of Champions.
Jeremiah Millar is messaging me. He goes, "You didn't stream Soldier and I's match? Well, we both averaged a 9.7. Went to last league decider." Well, guys, we might see close to a 9.7 average between these two gentlemen. It's not going to get much better than these two.
I would say there's just a small crowd watching this one.
Eyes are on these guys as they are some of the favorites of the bracket, of the tournament even, and they're the type of players that will enter an event and expect to win it. Jules looking to expand his options here. Goes to the 17s. I do like the shots. There's nothing wrong with it, but Leonard Gates in this situation will typically run away with it.
And he is. There you go, and go back up. A lot of amateur players would worry about the X being there and just wanting to close the 17s. Soldier is more worried about getting all of the points that he possibly can. You cannot lose a leg of cricket with more points than your partner. That's actually a wasted dart from Jules in that leg. And the reason why I say that on the second dart is because Soldier can't point more right now.
And then there you go. You see a good set of closes there from Soldier, kind of trying to cement that lead. It is a 200-point difference, which means it's cricket 200. You're right. You can't point anymore. Jules needs to kind of mount his own comeback, which he's doing a fairly good job of, but...
Yeah, to say the least. Boom goes the dynamite, Jules Van Dongen.
But now Gates here is in prime position. If two single 18s is something that he can hit every single time if he wanted to, and then there you go.
How about that?
Clean dart for the 16.
Someone is kicking the camera, so Will's going to go yell at him real quick. That's why we can have nice things, guys.
Jules here to do work. One more gives him a shot at those 15s.
He will get a shot at the 15s. Wow, there you go. The earthquake going on in the building right now on the camera.
All right, Gates in trouble, locked on the Bulls, trying to find a double somewhere in there. Ends up just moving away. You have to in that situation. It's 3-3 on the Bulls. Jules to take it 1-0 in this race to 4.
Yeah, guys, hit that like button, hit that share button, let everyone know what's going on. This is just a top 4 match as Jules takes it out, 6.15. Jules, one of the few players that can step on the gas just like Soldier can. And look here, Chris Watson, last leg decider, has gone on fire with a 4.8 in this leg. 3 bowls needed to win this match.
It looks like he will take it here. I mean, that's a good marker for him to find the bowl after.
That's a tough...
Might give his opponent one more shot there, but it's in a good spot here. We're going to switch back over to Jules versus Gates. We just kind of want to show you how that match was concluding on the other side there. Jules starting downstairs.
Jules has not missed a dart in his last 12 darts until that last one. That's my bad.
It's all right. We take the blame a lot of the time here. This is going to be a real battle. I mean, these guys are the most experienced players, and, you know, you can define pro in a lot of different ways, but on an international stage, they would be considered pros.
Yep. Gary, I agree with you. At the end of the day, it did not end up being a wasted dart. It never is going to be. I was saying in that moment, I'm surprised he did not go a different route first. But look at that, 9 mark again from Jules, 8 mark. He is throwing some phenomenal darts. The level of play is rising. That is for sure. As you can see, Soldier is looking down at the other end, settling himself.
He's just taking his time. You need to make sure you have 100% focus on your throw here, because neither of these guys are going to give each other a break. As you see, a beautiful 8 mark there from
He
Leonard
just
Gates.
answers the 8 with an 8 of his own.
Well, that's what we're going to... I mean, these guys know that they're both going to be playing near perfect, if not perfect. And that's typically all we would expect to see out of them. There's no reason to elongate that. They're just going to keep taking opportunities. Look at how full this room is here.
Yeah,
we have so many great players.
Not a couple of people watching. A little bit more than that. Watching live. Wow.
With over 713 of you tuning in, share it out in this race to 4 with Jules and Leonard. The PDC Duke out at the PPD for the TOC for the CSI.
That was well done. Is he going to look up? He does look up, does not connect with it, though.
Well, it's more of looking straight. He's really tall.
He is a taller guy.
Look at a little smile from Gates there. He's having some fun with this. Looking to his buddies in the corner, keep him relaxed. Clean middle of the treble there.
And there goes the 17s. Going back up. And how about another 8 mark from Leonard Gates? He's got 2 of them in this leg.
And these players are really faltering.
Yeah, look at this. They're throwing a 6.25 and a 6.0. And he just goes ahead and opens up another wedge.
This is a great chance here for Gates to be able to take it. We've seen him throw white horse time and time again. And this might be one of those right here.
There it is. Boom goes the dynamite for Leonard Gates. Gives it a little choo-choo train.
Oh.
Fist bump.
Well, this is a train I'd be afraid to be on because it's going fast and hard as these darts are flying right into everything they're aiming at.
Stays on the bowls for all 3 darts. Gets 4 of them. Just a 6.5 to a 6.0 leg. No big deal.
Imagine throwing a 6 and losing.
Oh, Jules doesn't have to imagine it because it just happened. 6.3 beats a 6.0 in game number 2. 1-1 scoreline for these 2 gentlemen.
Alex V in chat saying thanks for streaming. Greetings from Holland. Well, Alex, thank you for tuning in, and thank you everyone for tuning in across the world here.
And the beautiful Megan Green in here saying that's something interesting. Just realized it's the 200-point rule in effect. Surprises me at this level, but in a good way. It makes it a different game. No wiggle room. You can't over point. But is what she means by that.
These players would be hitting 12 marks if they had an extra dart here. Look at how well they're throwing. I am thoroughly impressed, and this is why we were saying earlier, a 5-5 or more is what it takes to win this event. And any of these players can do it, but these players typically do it the most consistently.
Look at this. How about a 180 from Jules Van Dongen? Boom goes the dynamite. 7.0, 7.0. What is happening, man? Darts is not this easy, folks.
Well, Gates here trying to make his own TNT go off.
Wow. Back-to-back 9s, and I don't think we're done yet.
Well, there's over 863 people tuning in. Thank you for watching this dynamite dropping moment here as these players are playing for perfection.
Well, it's a jaw-dropping moment. 5 mark only for Jules. And I did say 5 mark only.
5 mark means that they miss twice at what they're aiming at, and they typically don't miss at all.
They make this game
Gates
look...
has to move around that dart there, and he perfectly uses it as a backboard. Nice way to rest on it. Hard to fit another one in there, but that's exactly what he wanted to do. 3-point difference. He's debating about where to go here. Taking the 20 is a huge risk, as Jules, you expect him to hit a 7 mark on reverse response. So
I will say this. If he goes up, which he is, he hits it. If that dart is not blocking the trip 19, I think he goes back to the 19s on dart.
Oh, absolutely he does. But that's the problem. Is was he supposed to open up a new playhouse there? Was he supposed to go to the 20s? Because right now Jules is going to hit that bed. Oh, he's just wiring it. Oh, man, if he had a trip on the second dart there, there's no way those 19s will last another turn. But now Gates does get away with that opportunity and gets to kind of run away with this if he wants to.
Yep. See if he stays there for all 3. He does. There's going to be a respect level where these guys are going to be at least 100 points up before they're looking to close for the most part. Unless you just want to get rid of it right now like Jules just does.
Well, that's what he's listening to on his AirPods. He heard you say that and said, I want to prove that guy wrong.
My goodness.
Gates here, gonna try to get a new number first. After that, the world's his oyster. Stays there, expands that point difference. Jules does have an opportunity. If he hits a 9 mark here, he can close and have the point lead.
It's a good call, buddy. And there's the first one. There's the second one. Is he looking
down?
Yeah, he is. And he gets the 9. Boom goes the dynamite. Jules Van Dongen takes the lead. 6.8 is losing this leg currently.
Same shot for Leonard. Different number.
Oh.
Not going to happen here, though. So Jules in pole position to take this and hold his throw.
Yep, going to have to point first. He's probably going to throw his first 2 darts at points.
You have to. Oh, he's going for the white horse.
Never mind. Go for it, buddy.
Oh, okay. So he did do the 2 points there. He just wanted to do it in his own order. We're looking at about a 53-point difference here, so 2 trips at the 15 will not be enough. Needs to hit at least 7 there.
Gets a 7 mark. Got ourselves a little bit of a back and forth affair with these 2 heavyweights. And Jules again, that last dart finds the triple, closes it down. Winning darts though for Leonard. Oh,
Just shy.
Gets
but
5
a
of them.
Valorant attempt, wouldn't you say? Jules here, starting at those 18s, does get the point lead. He could throw out the bull. He opts to, but that's a risky dart now. He has to go back up. Oh no! Gates here, ability to steal it. Bull gets the point lead, then over to the 18s. I expect him to hit it here.
looking up. Gets it done. Wow, indeed. No reaction really from the crowd. They're almost just
tense.
expecting this to happen.
It's tense. I mean, no one knows how this is going to go here. I mean, the two of the, well, I would say a handful of favorites here battling out in a top 4 match on the winner side. Jules to start us off here for leg number 4.
And throws in 7 of them. Bare minimum, really, for the start.
A lot of times a 5-mark start is more than enough to really get a leg going. Not at this level. This level is 6, 7, 8, or 9 marks expected.
Well, here we go.
Tries to steal the 19s away. Gets it on the second dart here.
And then goes back up and points more on the 20s. Well done. 6 mark follows the 7.
I mean, you talk to players like one of the comments here, Brian Matthews should have closed the 15s. A lot of players will admit, including Jeremiah Millar amongst others, whoever has the 15s going into the Bulls is going to typically win the leg. And then there's rare moments where you do your math wrong or you underestimate your opponent or overestimate the position you're in, and that's how legs get stolen and upsets happen.
And look at this. Jules just continuing to run. And his strategy right now is to close quickly on Soldier.
The Soldier said, boom goes the dynamite right there to everybody watching along. What a shot.
And look at Jules. Oh, man. Wire. Ends up with the 4. But is it going to be enough? This is what Soldier does. He just tends to just stay there. He waits for the mistake to be made. He's going to keep putting pressure, pressure, and just hope.
There's nearly 1,000 people right now watching this live, seeing what's going to happen between these guys. Let us know in chat who you got for this match. Jules there, excellent last dart.
Yeah, it counts as a triple 20, just the same as if it stuck. 6.5, 6.2. winning legs between these two gentlemen are going to be in the 6s this entire way through.
And that's one of those. That's the only times I will have an off round 3 marks there, because it's a 5-8 to a 6-2. These guys are demanding triples every time with every dart. Jules looking at the 16s. Oh, goes up instead. Plays it safe. Nothing wrong with that shot.
No, this is Houston, Texas battling with Parkville, Missouri.
Gates frustrated there.
You see, Soldier stopped and looked over to say something, I think, to someone.
There's a PPD staff member working on board number 1. Pushing the buttons and it's causing all those noises. So he was stopping until he was done.
Gotcha.
Understood. Well, Jules isn't done hitting triples. Look at that. Gets the close there, going right onto the Bulls here to bring it 2-all in this race to 4.
Oh, just below the double bull. So gonna be 2-2 most likely, unless something crazy happens here. Can never put that past Soldier to do, but out of reach here. Hey, let's go to a 5th leg.
Why not? I'm ready to go all the way
to
with
7.
This one. Beautiful shot there. Jules Van Dongen winning 5-6-1 to 5-2-9 for Leonard Gates here. It is 2-all. Race
Look
to
at the
4.
room now. Just compared to where it was just a couple of legs ago to where it is now.
I mean, everyone in the hall is getting word that this is what's going on. Before they get started with this league, I just want a brief shout out to everyone in chat. I see a lot of love and support. Austin Braswell, Jason Mudler, Alex V, Randy, and everyone else. Thank you for your love and support here as we are going for another leg of great darts. See a little tip change before starting this here. Jules the other evening when he was playing in the no-cap finals going against Rick Hensey and Ken Rip said, hold on, can someone pause the board real quick, because he needed to change out a tip, and someone ran up there, pushed the button for him, and Ken Rip, while playing Jules, says, I guess everyone gets a button pusher now in the PPD.
I love it. Here we go. Getting ready to get started. You see Jules up there at the board.
He's doing a little bit of modeling for the camera there.
Looks like he's looking straight at it.
But I mean, look at all these great shots. Jeff Johnson, Steve Dyker, Nick Celepic. I mean, there's so many talented players here. But back to the action. Leonard Gates starting us off.
Leonard also, one of those players, never have to worry about him getting out of a rhythm. He doesn't rely on rhythm in his game. So say that was a little 2-minute delay, he's fine with it. Looks like Jules is fine with it too. Back-to-back 7s to start off this one. A little replay action of that last round as Soldier steps up. Staying there. Gets 6 of them.
And you're going to notice that time and time again. 2 at the point, 1 at the close. There's no reason to take any crazy risks here unless you're trying to get back into a leg that you're kind of getting shut out of.
How about that? How about that? We've had, what, 6, 7, 9 marks?
Honestly,
maybe more.
Well,
this is the 5th leg of darts.
We're in trouble as soon as I start running out of fingers to count them on, because it's getting intense there. Leonard Gates not happy with that last dart, though.
Well, that's what 9 marks can do. It puts pressure on your opponent, even if your opponent is Leonard Gates.
We have over 1,000 people tuning in right now. Just want to say thank you, everyone, for watching along. Right now, 1,022 people showing support all across the country.
Dave, this isn't your first time with us, right? I mean, you don't need to jump on that train, right? I'm just saying. All right. There goes the 18s and the 20s.
There.
Hey, when you take chances and they hit and pay off, it almost creates a little extra.
right. Jules averaging a 7.5. About as closest to perfection you can get in cricket right now. He's going to keep that momentum going. Finds those 17s. He's going to move along. There's no reason to think about much else. And right over to the 16s after that. No, just opts to stay in the 19s. Expand that lead. Excellent, excellent shooting.
Jules is giving us a show. Soldier trying to answer. Does answer. That's the third 9 mark in this leg, man.
And I expect to see more. It isn't over yet. It's a race to the 4 here. That's why Jules playing those 19s, though, because he was able to go right for the 16s. Keep playing safe. He's throwing excellent darts and monumentally great strategy.
Drew throwing in the typical electronic board. Lame. Drew, you come over here and do this. What these guys are doing right now. You call this lame. Throwing from 8 feet away versus 7, 9, and 3/4. And just, you know, perfect.
Double for Jules to take it. Just
not quite getting
it. Great attempt at it.
Wow.
Leonard Gates here. Unlikely to come back in this leg, but this match has life left in it.
Jules won the first 2 events he played in this weekend. He would love to make that 3 for 3 and take home $10K.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to take home $10,000? And the best part about this, like we said many a times, triple elimination bracket here. This is just the winner side. They haven't lost yet, and they're not out after this. They're going to have a chance to fight back. But Jules up 3-2, averaging a 7.09 to a 5.13.
Well, here we go. 3-2 lead for Jules Van Dongen. Breaks the throw of Leonard Gates to get back control. If we go to a last leg decider, they will diddle to see who will go first. But Soldier, based on what Jules just did, almost has to be perfect even going first.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot of breaks in this match here. Something not typical when you see players of this caliber, but that's also because they're having longer games, which leads for more opportunities for error, misstepping, and capitalizing.
Goes over and opens up another wedge on the 18s. I think just got frustrated with the first 2 darts. Jules blocked on the 19s, which is why he moved up. And you see that last dart? Flights him out. But he can take those little risks up 3-2.
Well, now that was a rare lack of capitalization there from Leonard Gates. The opportunity was there to kind of just run away with this leg. Instead, it's handed back to Jules and giving him a chance to really put his foothold down. This is a little bit of an off leg for both these gentlemen here, something that you don't typically see, but it's happening at the same time. And when you play in a lot of tournaments, especially at these higher levels, at least in my experience and the experience of those that I've gotten a chance to talk to, you typically will match your opponent's energy. If they're playing great, you're going to try to play great too. If they're playing off, you might start playing a little bit off. And I think it's just like that weird coinciding coincidence that happens when 2 players are at the same board.
Well, I think what you're seeing here is you're seeing Soldier having to push a little bit, and it's causing some issues. And Jules, I think, knowing that he can take some risks, is trying to take those risks, and that's causing him some issues.
Well, there's a reason these players average 5.5, 5.6, 5.7 in the PPD. I mean, we're talking the top 2 averages in the PPD playing against each other. It does average out a little bit at some point. They're not always perfect. And while someone in the comments here saying anything over 5.0 is nice, but these guys are hanging around 6 or 7s, they are bound to be human at some point. And that's where these averages come from. And that's why other players have a chance to do upset in shorter formats, because they have their moments where they're just going to be hitting, where darts just feels easy and everything's just clicking in the brain.
Well, looking in the background, Nick Celepic ready to be on the golf course, practicing his golf swing. As Soldier in a little bit of control of this leg. But with Jules, he's a 9 mark away from getting right back in this. But Leonard now a 9 mark away from running.
Getting that 16, buying the insurance policy, nothing wrong with that strategy. Of course, it still leaves Gates the opportunity to just take it all away.
And he does. 8 mark for Leonard. Gates does take it all away. Has an over 100-point lead. We might be going the distance, buddy.
We are looking for speed. Right now, even with the 9 mark there on the 15s, it was kind of irrelevant for Jules, as Gates would only need a 3 mark close, and more likely he would have done that on 1 dart anyways. So I would say tiebreaker here, Jules or Leonard. I'm going to take whoever wins the diddle.
Well, instead of going and hitting the winning dart there on the last one, Soldier still, just for good measure, added an extra bowl.
Why not? Still mathematically eliminates your opponent from winning in 1 turn, and he's guaranteed to win in 1 turn if he hits a 3 mark.
Does it ever frustrate you even more when the guys are out of legs and they are nonchalantly throwing and you know they're nonchalantly throwing? What is Soldier doing? There we go. He kept going to the bowl
Dialing
first.
the distance. Practicing for the diddle. Kaylor Owens nailed it. Practicing for the diddle.
Well, we'll see if that practice pays off. Here we go. Last leg decider, 3-3 scoreline. This is just the top 4. The winner of this one moves for a chance to play in the King Seat match.
Kyle Liddicky in chat, he's warming up for the cork, exactly spot on. Great to see you, by the way, playing in the CSI. I know you had an unfortunate run, but you are a talented player, and it's been a pleasure chatting with you so far.
All right, as they go to the cork, and that's pretty darn good.
1 off the center hole.
One from being perfect.
Yep, so they can't pull it. They have to leave it there.
He's like, you got to be kidding me.
So it's going to be hard to fit that dart. You have to throw it nice, hard, and hope that it pushes the other dart out of the way.
He does, with the way the flight is sitting, he can almost ride it into the double.
Riding might fling it up, though.
No, not going to do that.
Yeah, there's not much you can do against that diddle, the position it's in. So Leonard Gates to start off here. Jules Van Dongen, 3-3, race the 4.
This could be what we see in the final. Could be a preview of that.
I have plenty of players on the other end of the bracket saying that's not what we want to see in the final.
I said could. And Soldier starts off 6 mark.
Jules here, going to go at the 19s all day. Good marker there, is able to ride right into the triple after that. Oh no, he overcompensated a little bit to the left. And that is very dicey. Uncharacteristic of him.
Both these guys have been in big moments throughout their career. Jules only had his career for about a couple years, but a PDC pro, has a PDC tour card. Soldier going over, he's our North American Darts Masters champion currently. He's going overseas a couple times, as well as obviously Jules does. Are these guys feeling this one?
I wouldn't say that they're feeling it. Don't get me wrong. Is $10,000 a great prize? Absolutely. Are they focused? Are they serious? For sure. But the difference is that this is a tournament where they just know that they have to perform. And if they are nervous, it's only going to be really against each other, and even only for brief moments. It's not going to be all the time. They are very determined individuals competing, and they are ready for this. I feel like they're the most equipped in the room to be ready for it.
Is Soldier thermonuclear right now?
Not really thermonuclear. So he's still going at points and building up that lead. Thermonuclear, you're almost ignoring your points altogether.
Okay.
And you're really just banking on the fact that you could close out everything else before your opponent gets too sizable of a point lead.
Well, there goes the 18s. And he does go back to the points. Jules needing a lot of 16s.
This is going to be a very tough to near impossible situation. Even if Jules plays perfect for a while here, it's not going to be something where you can comfortably say, yeah, I'm going to win this. Because now, those 2 marks and 15, not helpful. Leonard Gates probably going to snag that away first rather than the 16s. After going up top first.
He's got a point.
He has to. He has to. Now, if he hit that first out triple, I guarantee you the other numbers were going down with it. But better be safe than sorry when you're playing against a fellow PDC individual.
Look at this. This is a little bit of a game of chess.
Makes his future self have a little bit of an easier time, only needing a single 19 to close.
Soldier, they're both almost just not closing the last.
Let's look 3 turns ahead. Jules has to stay on 15s and 9 marks it. If he does, his next turn, he's going to guarantee to close either the 19s or the 17s, but he's staying on those 15s regardless.
Yep, gets a 7-point lead.
Now, Gates, if he doesn't shut down the 15s, Jules, same strategy, except he's probably going to snag one of those numbers into the bull race. Now, all of a sudden, this is looking dicey. 2 trip 15s, a single 19 gives him a good opportunity going into the bulls to not be behind or to be within winning range.
John Bunnell asking a great question. If whoever wins this, do you think they win it all?
Going to look at the 19 probably.
He gets rid of the 19.
Called it 3 turns ahead.
Yep.
That's exactly where this match is heading. Now Gates needs to close this 15 here.
Needs
Question is,
17 first.
Yeah, but how many points is he going to get ahead? He will get ahead in points here, but now he has to close at 15 or else he's in trouble.
Nope.
He's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble now.
No. Yeah.
The difference is this is
Jules
a
is a
leg
9 mark
that
away from
Jules,
taking control.
if you looked 3 turns ago, Jules
There
had a
we go.
very low
Here
chance
we go.
of winning, and now all of a sudden,
Wow.
he's playing perfect. He's playing flawless.
He has. I mean, he was dead. He was dead in the water.
Dead to rights. He did exactly what he needed to get himself back in his leg. He is 3 bowls away from sneaking this underneath Leonard Gates and moving on to the king seat for the men's CSI. Finds 1. Needs to get 2 more. There's no room left. Can he get it in?
He does get it in. Wow, and gives it hard. My goodness. Yeah, that means a lot to Jules. And look at that last bull and the celebration from Jules.
We love to see
Wow,
some great
I'm
darts
almost-
like this. I have nothing to say on this matter. That
What
was just a great affair.
flip. My, how the turntables.
4-3. Jules Van Dongen, Leonard Gates at the men's CSI here in Kansas City, Missouri for the Tournament of Champions here. That was an excellent match. Looking at the other end of the bracket here, the winner of that match we just saw is either going to play Hensey or Lackey, and which they're going to be in for a tough time. Switching over here, looks like we're looking at Sugar Shane Johnson versus Ken Ripper. Is it Ripper? I was really hoping.
I don't
it
think
would
so.
Be Ripper there.
Ken Rip, though, find himself way behind in this leg. This is the last leg decider for this one.
Yep, they're both at 1 loss, so even if they lose this match, they are not out of the tournament yet.
Well, Shane's going to move on. He just needs 1 bowl right now.
Well, Sugar, yes, please find the bull. Kind of blocked himself out of it there, but he's going to hit it, hopefully. I mean, that dart's hanging real low. He had to move to the side and
Doesn't hit it yet.
Sugar, no, please.
Shout out to my buddy Chuck Brown in the background, watching along all the action. Shane definitely in a good mood. Same thing with Ken. Those guys are having a good time with this.
Ken here needs a miracle. He already got 1 last round, excuse me, but I don't think Shane's going to do that misstep twice.
Well, here is Sugar Shane Johnson. Not yet again. There it is. It's about time. That's probably what Ken's telling him right now.
As they smile, shake hands, and they're not done yet. This is a triple elimination bracket, which means that none of these players are out for the count.
Oh. Well, guys, stay with us. After that, we need to decompress for a brief second. Don't go anywhere. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. Sean Green, Nick Dichiria, Will Stuart will be back after a short message from our sponsors.
Don't go anywhere.
It's Grandma.
And we're featuring target darts all October long, starting with our dart of the month, which is going to be the HEMA darts range. Purchase any target HEMA barrel and you're going to receive a free gift consisting of select assortment of 3 target flights. We're also offering select target accessories for a discounted price, including our huge variety of Swiss points, as well as an assortment of shafts that are all red in color. So we've got the Pro Grip Evo shafts, the standard Pro Grip shafts, and also the Pro Grip Ink. So the idea is you can complement your new HEMA barrels and have everything match. We also are offering the black pixel tips, and finally select Tacoma cases. For example, the red ink case, one of my favorites. So match up with your HEMAs. And finally, A to Z Darts is offering a Think Pink promotion. So you can select printed L-Style flights. If you buy 2 sets, you're going to receive a free L-Style goodie bag consisting of flights, Laro shafts, and tips. So that's like a $18 value. So it's a pretty sweet free gift for what you're putting in for the sale. Think Pink, y'all. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoy the month of October. Have a great Halloween. Love you. Bye. Now there are 5 total options in the HEMA range, 3 steel tip labeled 01 through 03, and 2 soft tip variants labeled 10 and 11, with multiple barrel weights for each option. Now common themes that they all share are bold red and black accents along a silver barrel. They all have striking radial grooves in certain sections that are offset by small axial cuts. And all steel tip barrel versions are fitted with smooth silver Swiss points. You can purchase these barrels on our website, a2zdarts.com. Just look for the link in the description. And I hope you enjoyed this review as well as the rest of the 2021 launch. We've reviewed it all, so be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future range reviews, as well as our review of the new Target dartboard. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Kansas City, Missouri, TOC 2022. We are live for the men's CSI Cricket Singles Invitational. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Dichiria, Will Stuart, USA Darts Productions, and we are live here for Mike Carter versus Sugar Shane Johnson. Nick, what do you know about both these guys?
We know that they're serious competitors here. Sugar Shane, one of those players that has really kind of been popping up on everybody's radar, one of the few players that average over a 5 in the CSC Challenger Series, which is a long format series. Mike Carter winning with Jules last night in the no-cap doubles. These are some people here with something to prove that they're not just great, but they're the greatest. And guess what? The winner of this gets rewarded by playing Leonard Gates next.
Yeah. Yeah, you win this one, you get Soldier. But it is only a race to 2 at that point, so that's nice.
It is nice because, like we've said time and time again, shorter format rewards riskier play, and that's how you get upsets. That's how you get these big moments happening. And let's be honest here, Sugar Shane, Mike Carter, both very talented shots, very experienced shots in their own right.
Yeah, both guys are typically in the top of the CSI as far as averages go, or CSC as far as averages go, and that sort of thing. As we get a bump there from Mike Carter way outside on the double 16 that he shot at. That's why there's no doubles in cricket. There's never going to be doubles in cricket if you miss them.
Well, Shane Johnson is actually in the top 6 of averages for the CSI. Mike Carter towards the middle of the pack.
Yep. However, Mike seems to be raising his game. Sugar's been throwing sugar darts, but...
Well, I mean, if you went to bullshooters in Arizona, you would raise your game too, just like I would. I mean, there's so much tough players out of there.
I tend to not. That's why I'm back here with you.
Well, I was just trying to be conversational. These players are not being conversational with each other as they are focused on trying to win. The two guys that get along very well, but not right now. Right now, they are opponents, they are enemies, and they are fighting as much as they can.
Guys, we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you tuning in with us. Sean Green, Nick Dichiria, we've enjoyed every moment of TOC so far. It's been quite special.
It's surreal to be able to go out in that hall, see the faces and shake the hands of the people you've been talking about. And also, on top of that, I mean, there's people that are coming up to us that just wanted to compliment us on our work that we don't know, that we haven't commentated on even. Maybe you've just been in a chat, or maybe just been in the background somewhere. It's kind of surreal experience. And on top of that, I mean, seeing the hall of all these players having a good time and just happy to be back in person after 2 years off.
Bob says, I hate the bullshooter buzzer noise when you miss outside. It's like the Family Feud buzzer to Dennis Reynolds. That's awesome. Bob, that's why I do the bam sound, is because when you miss that double, it says a lot. Mike Carter not missing the triples, though.
That sound haunts me at night. Mike Carter looking right at the Bulls here. Gets a double, so he's going to stay on it.
Yep, best of 3, race to 2 here. Looking in control of leg number 1. Triple elimination tournament, bud.
That's a lot of eliminations needed.
Like 3 of them.
At least. But no more than.
No more than. Oh boy.
Yes. Let's look at real quick here. I want to talk about some of the players that have not made it through and unfortunately are knocked out. We already mentioned a few earlier, but we just want to shout out to Larry Heath, Jesse Gore, Devin Hunter, John Edwards, and Brian Dennis for their great performances in the CSI. We're down to basically the top 16 or 17 players left, so we're halfway through this event.
Yeah, that just tells you how much more time is left, which I'm excited for. Cannot wait to see how this thing concludes.
You ready for this?
The King Seat match is a race to 5. I'm ready for that.
That's this many. I'm holding up 5 fingers for everyone asking.
Oh boy.
Right now, Mike Carter up 1 here. Shane Johnson to start off here. He's looking to start big and strong. That's one of those weird spots you don't quite want in there, because now look at how these fights are all tangled up. He had to move, does capitalize, but I think it makes more sense to stay up there if he wasn't blocked. So while he did recover well, it's going to be interesting to see how Carter responds.
Mike likes the bottom of the board. You see, he has opted to go 17s versus 18s often. And I guess when you close the 20s and the 19s against him, it makes a lot tougher. Look at Sugar.
He is a lot more serious this leg. Last leg was kind of like a, hey, all right, wake up. Let's do something. I need to be focused. And now the focus is clear. It's apparent, and it is happening. Carter does stay down, averaging a 4.5 right now, but Shane Johnson 7-0, looking to keep going on a tear.
There goes the 17s and the 15s. 7.33 in this leg from Sugar Shane Johnson is in his wheelhouse.
You know that good players are playing each other when you see a lot of 8 marks, because that means that they're only taking 1 dart at each number because they expect to hit it. If they don't, so they move back to where they were hitting before. A lot of 8 marks we've seen today, at least 5 or 6 of them at the minimum here. But Shane in prime position here to take this leg and bring it to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing phenomenally in this leg. He's made 0 mistakes. Mike's not throwing badly at all. It's just he's been given 0 opportunities.
So earlier when I said you need to average a 5.5 to win, I was wrong. You just need to be perfect. You need to be a pro. And these guys do qualify as such. Good shot there from Shane Johnson, not giving any breathing room for Mike Carter, making sure he has no darts in hand to be able to take this game. Being up 4 numbers, have 1 bull away. It does not matter too much of what Mike does there because Shane is here to shut that door and bring it to the last one.
Well, here is Shane. See if he gets rid of the bull. He tried to get rid of the bull before anything else.
Honestly, there's no problem with throwing at it until he hits it because he is up 4 numbers. He still has 4 numbers regardless of the point lead.
Mike Carter has alligator blood. Keeps hanging around. Hanging around.
Well, that's not the first time we've seen Shane Johnson struggle on the bulls today. That has actually been his kryptonite. Earlier, we watched him miss basically 5 darts for 1 bull. But yeah, these triples are coming so easy. So I wonder if that's going to be his his plague, his curse, his monkey on the back he has to deal with.
A lot of people call those Achilles heels.
That's another option.
Well, he takes out that one. 5.85. Hey, let's go to an LDD.
Last leg decider.
LLD. That's what I meant to say.
It's okay. You should teach language arts sometimes.
I should. Shane just tried to throw a second dart.
Oh, man.
Well, Mike's going to get the start here on this one.
Not surprising. Again, Shane Johnson hitting those triples but not hitting the bulls, does not win the diddle, and that might be pivotal here. Getting the start is just so important when you're playing against people throwing 5s and 6s and 7s. I didn't even know the score counted that high.
Definitely pivotal. Pivotal.
I like Pipple. Right there. Exactly what we expect to see out of Mike. First dart triple, 5 mark, open, nothing to scoff at, but Shane to say otherwise.
Yeah, 9 mark from Shane would have changed the playing field early on. Gets a 5 mark of his own. Anything you can do, I can do the same.
Yeah, it's fair. You see right now, Mike Carter opting to go for the oh no!
That's an open round.
That is as much of a bogey as it could be. Those 2 singles are gonna do nothing, and Shane is gonna capitalize. There's no way he doesn't make that hurt. He's gonna make it hurt.
Wow. Talk about punishing. 3 in the bed on the 19s. And my.
It's one thing to throw well. It's another thing to punish bad play. So someone in chat here asking for an update on the Ram game here. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket here and see what's going on. He's been fighting along. I believe he is in the last chance side. So he's playing the bar darter Chris Watson. Winner will play Joey Mann.
Yeah, and that last chance, right?
Last chance. So it's just one game. Whoever wins that game moves on.
Wow. Shane is on a different level. Throwing a 7.0 in this last leg decider.
There's 2 reasons why we're seeing what we're seeing. 1, because he missed a single. Mike Carter did.
Wow.
Oof.
My goodness. You usually do not see very many fist bumps amongst the top-level players during a match. They're doing it here because of the respect they have for each other.
Good close there. Needs to find the 15, and he does. Textbook play. But there's two reasons why we're seeing what happened here. Mike Carter missed a pivotal single to close the 19s. But two, he shot 3 darts at the 19 to close instead of getting the point lead first anyways. And I think that was a strategical error that ended up causing a change in momentum here. And that's why Shane Johnson is playing like a monster here. Just a 7-0 average and doing anything he can to keep moving forward here. Mike Carter tried to mount a defense.
It looks like Ram and Chris are just getting started. And Sugar Shane
just getting finished.
Wow. 6.88 average. What about that Achilles heel? He goes double bull, double bull. Good call.
Oh boy. Austin Braswell in chat saying, let's go Mike Carter, partner for tomorrow. I love to see these CSC players play together. Looks like we got a special match right here, Sean. Rick Hensey, Johnny Lackey. This is going to be the winners side race to 4 format to see who plays Jules for the king seats.
Yeah, this is Johnny Lackey right here. Throwing a 5.4 first leg of this top 4 matchup. You're going to see a couple different things. First, Rick Hensey throws with a nonchalance that is enviable, to say the least. But you can say the same thing about Johnny Lackey's darts as well. He throws, again, solid. But Rick just makes it look so easy. Robotic, almost.
Well, that's because he's a robot. Makes sense. You have to be, right? Like, how could you get this good at darts? I've tried for years. Constant practicing, constant playing with players like Kenny Doyle, Nick Celepic, and others. And I still have not come anywhere near to these players. That makes it inhuman almost. And Johnny Lackey, let's just give a moment to recognize how much he has grown since I first met him in 2018. He started as one of those players that was in the mid to high 4s and respectable. Now all of a sudden you expect him to be in the 5s. You expect him to do deep runs, and one of those other people gunning for the best Texas player.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and this is the new level of his game right here. The fact that he can hold off some big play like Rick Hensey. From Rick Hensey, averaging a 5.25, and Johnny's okay with that. He can stay with that. He can beat that.
It's about keeping composure, too. I mean, this is a race to 4 that we're looking at. It's not like his last leg where you have to go crazy, you have to take big risks. They're going to play nice, smart darts there. As we see Johnny Lackey hit a 5.67 to Rick Hensey's 5.25. Getting a little crazy here.
I'm worried for Johnny Lackey. He's up 1-0.
Well, Johnny...
But here's why I'm worried about Johnny Lackey.
Why?
Rick Hensey just did a little subtle nod and almost said to himself, you could see, like, okay, let's play some darts then.
Well, he's going to kick it into gear. I mean, Hensey doesn't not go fast. But, I mean, Johnny go is what we're going to have to see out of him to kind of hold a situation against the machine that is Rick Hensey. Johnny not getting the start he wanted here. Even a triple is not enough because Hensey is just going to run around this dartboard. Starting at those 19s there, after he gets to close, he can go wherever he wants.
Kind of blocks himself.
He's going to stay there and confirm it.
Never mind.
Well, he's kicking the field goal. He set the goalpost and everything.
He's just going to drive it right on through.
Unlike my kicker in my fantasy league, he got it right through the goalpost. Johnny Lackey there. Beautiful shot of those 18s. Gets deflected out on the last one, but he's in a scary spot. Rick being up 2 numbers and having the point lead is not something you ever want to be facing.
No, because you're seeing it right there. Just textbook darts from Rick Hensey. He's going to get him closed.
I mean, Not only does he read the textbook, but he has the textbook tattooed on him. Do you see that giant dartboard tattoo on his arm there?
Who?
Hensey. What? See that right there on his arm? It's going to be on his left arm there.
His throwing arm?
Yeah. Look at that.
I do see it.
That's a dartboard right there on it. And I believe it says Dead Man Darts on it.
That's the company that he owns. As we get a boom goes the dynamite there from Rick Hensey. Another 9 mark. And you're seeing him, after nodding and saying, all right, let's play some darts, throwing a 6.75 in this leg.
Dr. Handsome only hitting a 5 mark there. Does Rick Hensey have a dart nickname yet? Or are we going to, does he have an official one?
Should be the Big Easy.
The Juggernaut? Is that what we're saying? The Juggernaut is what I'm getting from my sideline reporters here.
No, it needs to be the Big Easy.
I don't know. Dr. Handsome needs to go for some consulting in his office after that. Another 5 mark there. Solid round, but not quite enough. Hensey to make this 1-all.
Well, hits the trip 15, gets a bowl. Yep, he sure does, doesn't he? Johnny Lackey, Dr. Handsome, throws in 5 bowls.
Rick not really breaking a sweat, though, in this one. Having 3 numbers there gives him plenty of options of how he wants to get those points. And, a little bit of a mess up, but no darts in the hands of Johnny to take it from here.
Oh, yeah. He needs 3. I thought it was 2 wedges he had. Gets the point lead. And he's just going to add to it.
That's what you have to do there. You either take 2 at the bowl and then try to get it closed, but in either case, if you think you can get the point lead and hold it from going in the bowls, you're going to stay there.
And Rick needed that last dart, or else Johnny Lackey would have had winning darts in his hand.
Johnny needs to load up those bowls once again. Yep. If he hits double-double, he might go for a close there.
I think you just stay there the whole way, no matter what.
The problem is you want to remove a dart.
How about that?
The odds of Hensey hitting less than 100 points is low, so you need to take away one of those numbers to give himself a better chance for the outs.
Well, there it is. I agree with what you're saying.
Hensey had a look of disgust in himself from how many darts it took him to hit that. And that's funny because he's still averaging a 4.8 after missing several rounds of the bowl. He was averaging in the mid-5s to almost a 6 that entire leg. Dr. Handsome, what are you going to do here? Time for a checkup. Well, he checked up on those 20s there. 6 marks right at it. Hensey to start downstairs at the 19.
And Rick only a 2 mark.
What is going on over here? Did someone spike his drink? Good last there from Johnny as they're going to try to go hold all the way through here. We've seen that hold from both players now. Who's going to be the first to break is going to be the question, because Jules is going to be your prize for winning. I don't know if you'd call that a prize even. Looks like Jeremiah Millar did beat out Kenny Doyle. Notable because Kenny Doyle actually called out Jeremiah Millar in his CSC interview.
Yeah.
And I know Millar is gunning for an opportunity to play him after that. Steve Dyker taking on Bob Anderson on board 1A will be Millar's opponent, depending on who wins that match. Of course, Shane Johnson taking on Leonard Gates right now as well.
Alex Hansen asking how many of these players play without alcohol. My best answer that I have for you is some.
That is statistically correct.
Some of them.
Well, I mean, and the players, okay, so Nick Celepic's one of those players.
Mm-hmm.
I know that for a fact. He very rarely ever drinks. And then when he does, it's in very small quantities. I've never seen him drunk.
How about a controversial statement? If you don't think the PTC guys are out behind the stage, having a few before they get on the stage, you're mistaken, guys, just so you know.
Well, the difference is if you can tell, then you're not going to be on that stage for very long.
That's true.
And then the other factor, too, I mean, players that can learn to play sober without having to relax the nerves or relax the tension without alcohol will typically be better off. It's the one less thing they need to worry about to make their practice with more or less variables. And also, they don't have to worry about finding and writing that line of what's the right amount to drink. A lot of players actually will typically try to avoid drinking too much, if at all, in tournaments. Peds, that's a good comment from Ricky Bobby. Peds, performance-enhancing drinks are allowed? You want to jump on the headset for a minute here? Oh, hi. You want to jump on the headset here?
What do I need? Do you need the mic?
Yeah. You have us muted right now? All right, sorry about that brief interruption. Hashtag Sean got fired. And now replaced by none other than the better Dominic Dichiria Jr. How you doing, Dad?
I'm just excited to see pretty boy Johnny Lackey play darts right now.
You know, a lot of the women have been saying the same thing, including his loving wife.
I'm more excited about it than she is, probably.
And that makes me question how I came around into the picture. Rick Hensey stepping up to the board here in position to take away those 20s. Looks like he's going to get a shot, too.
Oh, wow. Johnny's let him back in this game, too, for sure.
Now, when you're looking at players like Rick Hensey, I mean, you expect him to hit the single. Why do you see big shots miss easy darts, so that someone say?
That looked like a momentum thing, like he didn't take his time. He just expected to hit a single when he knew if he slowed down just a little bit for sure, he would have hit it. He made him pay for it, though.
Well, I mean, that's what you expect. I mean, we had a beautiful 9 mark from Dr. Handsome there, and we saw earlier with the last leg, Sugar Shane Johnson, when he had the opportunity to 9 mark a number that should have been closed. All about the aiming fluid, says Joe Hartwig in the chat here.
Ooh, big miss there. Need a triple. Here it comes.
I see Hensey capitalizing fully on this. He does not miss much, and very rarely subsequently.
Ouch.
You can see Johnny's big breath there. He needs to hold. You have to hold your throw here.
Cobra combo. Here it comes. There's one.
That's going to be a tough flight to get around.
Oh, that flight's always a hanger. It's a tough shot.
Well, you never want to hit the 10 or the 8 when going at the side numbers there. It's the hardest ones to get around. And Hensey, this is his last chance to really save this leg here. Any amount of points does close that gap going into the Bulls, as they're going to be doing a little bit of a bull race here.
Still think he's got to close that 15 first now.
And he agrees with you on that.
Need 6.
55-point difference.
He's got a shot. I'm good at math out of the both of us.
That is true. You actually used to teach my math in 3rd grade there, and I still failed out of it. All right.
There's a lot of pressure on this shot.
There is, but there's an expectation that if you plan on winning today, you have to hit these high-pressure moments.
Got to hit that first one.
That's a great marker because he's going to ride right on top of it or a little bit to the side.
Nice
Beautiful.
shot, Johnny.
Well, go, Johnny, go. 2-1 right now. Race to 4. And let's just remind everyone in chat that might just be tuning in that hasn't been in the stream the whole time. $10,000 for first place of this tournament. That is a lot of money. What would you spend $10,000 on? Because it wasn't my college fund, Dad.
Well, you got to go to college to get a college fund. That's all I got to say.
Hensey starts off with the best worst opener, 5 marks there. Johnny, if he goes trip on the 19, do you think he's going to look up at that 20?
I do not.
Why not?
I think he's got to go for all of it.
We're about to get the answer right now. He's staying.
Huh. That's why I'm a better dart player than you are.
That is true. You're the one playing. I haven't won any matches this week, but I haven't lost any either.
Oh, this could hurt.
Rick.
It did. Well, you might have been right, hindsight.
Well, that was excellent there from the Juggernaut.
Juggernaut's a good nickname for him.
Just don't tell Joey Lana.
Oh, come on, Johnny.
Hensey starts at the close here. He has enough of a point difference where he can comfortably say, listen, I'm going to take my time, get that close. Johnny's goal here, closing that distance. That's all it is. He's looking to kind of pound right in to those 18s. Oh, that's not a good position for him. He needs one more of those.
He might take his first start at the 20 here. Nope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And that's something you don't typically see from Hensey. That's a more of a clerical error, if you would say so. Johnny here needs to make something happen because he got let back in. Here's the thing, though. 55-point difference again. That gap is a lot closer than it was, and it makes it so Hensey, in a game where he was completely dominant in, now make it a little bit more even keel.
Not anymore.
We have Alex Hansen in chat saying, Dad's a legit smack talker. Well, where do you think I learned about it from?
Just to be clear to everybody, I'm getting tired of being known out here in the hall as Nick's dad. He is my son, so it's a little bit different.
Well, I didn't tell you this yet, but Jim Turntine, when we were at dinner talking about darts, PPD program, the live stream, Jim Turntine says, oh, yeah, you know, I know your dad. He's a really nice guy, Nick Celepic. And I'm like, wait, you think Nick Celepic's my dad?
Well, that's funny, because I went up and said, good morning, Jim, the other morning, and he looked at me like he didn't even know me. So
well,
maybe I'm not your father.
It's all right. I got called Will by Jim a few times there, and that's an honor because Will is a goat of live streaming. All right. Hensey here just needs to close those 16s. Anything else is bonus. Cashing in his bonus check. It looks like with the YouTube stream there, if you're having some issues, it might be some bad air, some funky juju, just hit refresh on your stream. It should be good to go there, as we are streaming on 4 different platforms across the Partners Promoting Darts pages and the USA Darts pages. Johnny does not look likely to take this leg here, so it's going to be 2-all. How do you stay focused in a race to 4 format or those longer formats? I mean, you played in qualifiers, you played in countless tournaments, you played with Paul Lim even.
I did play. Just got to stay steady. You can't get too up or too down. You just got to keep stroking. And Hensey looks like that guy. Johnny doesn't look like he's stressed, but Hensey looks super cool.
Ice in the veins, that's the secret.
I thought Juggernaut was a lot more excitable, though, but...
You know, it's funny because, like, you see, like, Hensey out there, and, like, some of these players are high energy, low energy, conversational. Hensey's just like, let's just sit down and have a chat kind of guy. You know, he's just hanging out, having no worries in the world, even at the dartboard. I mean, he might get some frustration in himself, but that's because he holds himself to the high standard he should be held at. All right, Hensey going to start downstairs. If he gets those 19s, he might take a look up top. He does. He's going to go up there.
Johnny's either talking to himself or singing to himself. I can't figure it out.
I believe he's listening to Baby Got Back, is what he told me earlier.
Hit that again. Oh, right there.
He definitely wanted to. And you notice when it's a tight series like this, they're going to keep it close. They're not going to go for anything aggressive unless they feel like they have to. Hensey's looking up again. Here's one of those things I want to point out, though, is when players will take those last start chances at the close, he's still only hitting the wire, and he's still hitting a single at that, so it's usable darts. Next time he shoots at that 20, it's guaranteed to close. And Johnny Lackey trying to close it real quick because he knows his number's going away.
It is.
Do you like that shot?
Well, you definitely got to take it away. Definitely got to. Now he's got a lot of work to do. 9 mark doesn't put him ahead.
Johnny, if he loses this leg, would be the first time someone gets broken. And as I said from the beginning in the last match as well, whoever gets broken first is in the biggest amount of danger here. We see Hensey finding the 18s, going downstairs, and then he gets the 17s. That's what you need to do, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt that that third dart was a trip 17.
Oh, rushing touchdown by Austin Eckler for my fantasy football league, for anybody curious.
Yeah. What team does Austin Eckler play for, son?
One of the NFL ones.
Yeah. Anybody know the score of the Colts game?
Not.
We don't want to talk about
Why
it.
do you think Sean Green had
We
to
don't
leave the
wanna
room?
talk about it.
Hey, the Vikings won today, son.
Oh, that's perfect. They're from Minnesota, right?
Minnesota.
Just like
Isn't
Rick
that where
Hensey.
Yeah, there you go.
It's meant to be. I don't know. Johnny's trying to do anything he can to stop it, though.
Nice. Tap that in. You can
yeah.
have that.
Yeah, they're
Give
like,
it
all
to him,
right.
Rick, come on.
All right, let's reset. Got a bunch of people giving score updates in chat. A couple of people saying different stuff right now.
Are the
Oh.
Jaguars beating the Eagles? I don't know.
Yeah, you know, if only we had a way to find out. All
This is
right.
the first time I've really seen Rick Hensey play. He's smooth.
Well, that shows how much you support my broadcast at the CSE.
Hey, I've supported you for 23 years. That's all I gotta say.
That's good to know because I'm 24. So,
I missed a year somewhere. My bad.
all right.
Eventually, you'll move out of the house.
Rick Hensey here does find the 16s, looking over to the 15s,
Oh, yeah.
seals the deal,
He is
and
smooth.
is in a prime spot here. Is he going to break Johnny Lackey for the first break in this match?
Even if Johnny goes down this leg, he holds his throw the next leg, go to the tiebreaker. Isn't that right?
You would imagine, but it's going to be hard to do.
That guy's tough.
If you're either one of these players, the goal of hitting that third win just guarantees that you're going to get a chance at the diddle and guarantee a chance to go first.
You know, now Johnny's just thinking, just hold throw here, get to that tiebreaker. That's all he cares about.
Well, we'll see what he does. It's all about starting big, and right now, one of the few things that we have been noticing in this match in particular, it's not a lot of very strong starts. It's a little bit of a slow burn until the second half. Around round 8, 9, 10 is when they're really picking up. Johnny, you need to go.
Johnny does care about how he looks because he's a pretty boy.
Again, Johnny Lackey not starting like how he needs. Hensey here, not really punishing as much as you would think.
Ooh, that makes things interesting right there.
I think we're not going to see very much 20s in this game. Kevin Moore saying the fact that people still haven't seen Rick is crazy. It is definitely becoming a
Look at that.
infrequent occurrence as people are knowing his name and it's becoming a household staple. Right now, this is both players
Oh, Johnny,
feeling
what do you
feeling the
shoot, son?
pressure.
What do you shoot? You taking that 18s away, trying to score too?
Personally, I'm going to be a big believer. Having more numbers is just as good as getting points in a scenario where you're already ahead. While getting a triple 19 is great, denying those 18s is even more important.
Ooh, he went for the 17 too. I would have scored.
Here's the issue with the way he shot that is the issue with the way he shot that is a single 18 is all he needs to get that close, right? So if he does hit a couple trips on the 17 here, it's still going to be the same level of one playground to one other. But Rick Hensey, what is going on?
I felt like I shot a 2-3-3 today. I could have played in this.
Kevin Luke, it was an honor to be your Uber driver last time I had a chat with you. And he's saying, "What's up, guys? How are you doing, good sir?"
Johnny just cruising along now.
Yeah, well, you called it. Johnny needs to hold, and that he is doing. Very rare to see this late in the winner's side of this bracket, a 3-5 in the lead, but it's one of those things where it's a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves, and a lot of one-hole outs. I mean,
that was not a trip too. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Wind the tape back.
Yeah,
Will. Wind it back,
yeah.
buddy.
Well, you got to give him a little bit more of a heads up. It's
Oh,
not
my bad.
not that
I don't know how
quite.
this works.
It's okay.
Nice
We're
shot,
still
Johnny.
learning
Come on.
here.
Nice shot, Johnny. Come on. Ooh, Cobra combo. That's a Florida thing.
Well, Hensey needs a miracle to win this leg, and more than likely, we are seeing this go all the way.
That's double? Double?
Johnny, one dart from it all.
Now it's one.
One more dart from it all. One more dart.
Oh! Come on!
All right, Hensey, this is about the best
Even
chance you're
Hensey
going to
said,
get to
"Come
try to
on."
save it. 3 in the black is what he needs here. You can't even look at those closes yet.
1, 2.
Oh,
Is that it?
No,
Oh,
not
I wanted
quite.
to say boom goes the dynamite so bad.
Oh boy, oh boy. With over
Okay,
829 people tuning in for this match, make sure to comment where you were watching from and who you think is going to win the tiebreaker between Rick Hensey and Johnny Lackey here for the CSI in Kansas City, Missouri at the Tournament of Champions.
Where's this at in the bracket?
This is going to be to see who gets into the King C match against Jules Van Dongen.
Nice. Well, it looks like he's having fun anyways. There you go.
Johnny here, more than likely, sending it to Game 7. It's about who wins the diddle.
There he goes. Who's the home team for the diddle?
The home team for the diddle, so it's going to be whoever's on top of the bracket, so Rick Hensey to show.
And he misses the bull.
That's a slack dart a little bit, I think.
Wow. Big miss there. I actually was going to say Johnny's mistake was not that he lost that leg. It was that he gave Rick so many darts to practice the diddle. And then Rick goes off like that. All right, Dom, who do you got?
You know, I'm going for Johnny Lackey. I just think that he's ready to go. I think Rick missed too many darts that last match.
Well, don't tell Dr. Handsome I said this, but I'm going to take Hensey here. Simply because the odds of him shooting like that in multiple legs in a row is so unbelievably rare with how well he's been playing lately. I think he is going to take this one here, or at least do everything in his power to try to do so.
Yeah, if Johnny's going to win this leg, you can say it if you want.
9 beats 7 all day.
Oh, never mind. You missed your own chance to say boom goes dynamite, but that's fine. I will say this. Johnny has to throw one of his best games to beat Rick Hensey in this leg. He will have to earn it.
He just blocked and just slid right over there.
Hensey looking to move to upstairs. There's no way he's throwing at the 18. He did! That was such a terribly risky move.
That's dirty.
Dirty, dirty darts, indeed.
Back to back. Big rounds. I told you. Rick's going to make Johnny earn it if Johnny wants to win this last leg.
All right.
Well,
hang in there, buddy.
That's what he needed to do to hold on,
He
but
hasn't missed a dart yet, has he?
He's
8-0.
missed one, I think.
No, I don't think so. Oh, must have. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, I'm the one.
If he wasn't missing darts, it'd be a 9.0. That's how
So-
math is done,
Hey,
Dom.
Listen, I am better at math than my son, just so you know.
well, that's not saying much. All right, Johnny trying to make his own statement here. Might take the 19th.
Yeah!
He does.
Oh, Johnny.
A little back and forth heavyweight bout we got here. Last leg
Now,
decider.
this is a tiebreaker that we expect to see out of these gentlemen. And Hensey's going to dish it right back over. Oh, no. Doesn't find it. Johnny, what you going to do? What you going to do when Hensey comes for you?
1. What's he doing?
Where's he go?
That's all right. That's probably what Sean would have done.
They just keep-
I believe Sean would have hit a 1 mark.
What would it hit? Triple.
well, there goes the 17s, and I'm surprised he did not go 15.
That he has to go back to 16 there. 15 is, if you miss it, it's so easily punished.
Mark to get ahead.
Mike Maloney nailing on the head after a relatively not great match. They are both coming out firing, and it was bound to happen. Like I said, these guys don't miss that many legs in a row. An off leg happens, but this is an on leg right now, and Hensey just doing the work. He's trying to get a little extra points to expand that lead. Right now, it's a little tight.
Not enough darts for him, though.
5 bulls does get Johnny the lead.
He's got to get rid of the
Gotta
16.
He's going to
Gotta
close the
close it.
16 here.
Yep.
Gotta close it.
Good call, gentlemen, here. If
3-2.
Rick should never miss 3 bowls. Now's the time where he needs to make that true.
Uno.
How about 2 darts? 6.15 in that last leg decider from Rick Hensey. Johnny would have had to have earned it to get that done. Hey, Dom, don't feel bad. We all make mistakes. We all say the wrong thing. Just because you picked Johnny Lackey in the last leg decider, I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not even going to repeat it for those that are waiting at home.
Kenny Doyle right there. That is a well-tuned machine. He's playing Bob Anderson right now?
He is.
Oh, boy.
And
Well,
Bob
Bob
just took
Anderson
out
might be
Scuba
one of-
Steve.
Bob Anderson might be one of the nicest guys in darts.
He's very, very respectful human being.
Well, that
that's
was
for
a
sure.
great match that we just got to see there. We're going to take a brief moment to get set up. It looks like we're looking at board number 1 there. Tony Stevenson throwing a white horse against Skylar Lepine. This should be at the last chance single game
is.
area of the bracket. Winner gets the honor of playing Ken Rip here. It's one and done style, and Tony seems to be on track to do so.
Yeah, Tony's going to take that honor. And there it is. Tony Stevenson Sr. 6.20.
Can't even count
We
that high.
thought Rick Hensey's round was good. Tony's showing us something better. And that is why anyone can still win this beautiful, beautiful tournament.
Well-
Guys, Sean Green, Nick Dichiria, Dominic Dichiria, a little father-son duo we got there in the last
It
one.
was definitely crazy
was
and an
wonderful.
honor to call games with my own flesh and blood father, according to my DNA test I had to take. But that being said, we are excited to bring you more darting action soon. Let's take a moment to hear from our sponsors.
Now there are 5 total options in the Hemo range, 3 steel tip labeled 01 through 03, and 2 soft tip variants labeled 10 and 11, with multiple barrel weights for each option. Now, common themes that they all share are bold red and black accents along a silver barrel. They all have striking radial grooves in certain sections that are offset by small axial cuts. And all steel tip barrel versions are fitted with smooth silver Swiss points. You can purchase these barrels on our website, a2zdarts.com. Just look for the link in the description, and I hope you enjoyed this review as well as the rest of the 2021 launch. We've reviewed it all, so be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future range reviews, as well as our review of the new Target dartboard. Thanks for watching. and we're featuring Target darts all October long, starting with our Dart of the Month, which is going to be the HEMA darts range. Purchase any Target HEMA barrel and you're going to receive a free gift consisting of select assortment of 3 Target flights. We're also offering select Target accessories for a discounted price, including our huge variety of Swiss points, as well as an assortment of shafts that are all red in color. So we've got the Pro Grip Evo shafts, the standard Pro Grip shafts, and also the Pro Grip Ink. So the idea is you can complement your new HEMA barrels and have everything match. We also are offering the black pixel tips, and finally select Tacoma cases. For example, the red ink case, one of my favorites. So match up with your HEMAs. And finally, A to Z Darts is offering a Think Pink promotion. So you can select printed L-Style flights. If you buy 2 sets, you're going to receive a free L-Style goodie bag consisting of flights, Laro shafts, and tips. So that's like a $18 value. So it's a pretty sweet free gift for what you're putting in for the sale. Think Pink, y'all. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoy the month of October. Have a great Halloween. Love you. Bye.
Well, welcome back to TOC 2022 live in Kansas City, Missouri. Sean Green joined by young Dirachi, Nick Dichiria, Will Stuart behind the scenes. And you're seeing a little overhead shot. Kenny Doyle about to beat Bob Anderson. Last chance bracket, only one leg. Looks like it's going Kenny.
Yeah, he's handing out lumps of coal to his opponents. Kenny there
it is.
Gets it 4-2-6 to a 3-0, as that was the last chance game, as Sean stated here. So we're getting pretty late into this bracket. Kenny Doyle will now take on the bar darter Chris Watson in the 11th, 12th place match. And then the winner of that will play the winner of Tony Stevenson and Ken Rip. Who's that guy?
Is that your dad?
Legally speaking.
You're going to claim him? Look at how wonderful he looks.
Oh, wow. That's what the people have come to see. Oh, no.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
first Will doesn't pick him up with the Uber, and now he's given the super zoom to my father.
Wow.
Oh, my. Shiloh Evans saying, delicious, Nickalicious, best in the biz. Thank you. I appreciate it.
My, oh, my.
Scott Hanish saying, food is on the way. Titans up currently and darts on stream. Let's go.
Hate you, Scott Hanish.
Who won, Sugar or Leonard? That's actually a great question, and it looks like Leonard Gates, according to Mr. Sean Green there.
Leonard did take that one down. Johnny Lackey is waiting on the winner of Jeremiah Millar, Scuba Steve. So there you go. Who's it going to be? I'm going to... No, I don't know.
You really can't place bets on this bracket.
Nope.
There's, I was talking with somebody earlier. I was like, why don't we do like a seeding and do like maybe like some type of like bracket betting and stuff like that? And while we would love to, on the other end, like, oh my, upsets galore. It'd be worse than March Madness in that sense.
Well, here you are looking at Scuba and Jeremiah. Little overhead shot. It's going to autofocus on the player more so than the board. Nothing we can do about that.
I mean, that's what people have come to see. The back of Jeremiah Millar's next gen dart jersey, which is his company, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Scuba Steve
Gets rid of the 18s.
We normally see him play out of the black saddle in Plover, Wisconsin, right? I made up the town. I had no idea.
I don't think it's in Plover.
I just took a wild guess.
Black
there.
Saddle is in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
That was my second guess. Jeremiah Millar, only a 3 mark there, not what he had in mind. We're just going to be showing off this stuff a little bit while we are waiting for our King Seat match to get ready to rumble.
Yeah, that's going to be Jules Van Dongen taking on Rick Hensey. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great one, even. Jeremiah Millar, one of those people in the bracket that you kind of expect to do a lot of damage. I know he does not play as much as he would like. He has not practiced as much as he would like. The fact that I can say that and then watch him still go and throw some mean darts.
Yeah, look at how beautiful those darts look from that angle.
It's a testament to talent.
He's good. I mean, one of the best players in the country. Scuba trying to take advantage of the lack of practice from Jeremiah. And you see him get a nice 6 mark. Game 1 of 3. So this is the first leg.
Well, Millar said it. He has not touched darts since his last CSC match until he got out to this tournament. Oh, there we go. Plover, Wisconsin has Doug's Sports Pub and Opie's for their well-known dart bars. Those are actually a lot of players from those bars, and I've seen a lot of those jerseys. So that's definitely where I was pulling that from. Thank you, Nick Marth.
All right, well, we are going to head on over to our King Seat match. Race to 5. Best of 9. Rick Hensey, Jules Van Dongen. And
who?
Rick got it by a hole.
Jules who? Rick who? What is this?
Yeah, buckle up, guys. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Hit that like button. Hit that share button.
Let's be brutally honest. If Hensey played like he did in his last match, he isn't going to win this. And I mean this with the most love and respect to Hensey's talent. But he needs to be not just awake, but alive and well.
Yeah, he needs to be on top of his game. Jules is going to be on top of his. Who wins this?
It's really hard to pick someone here. I think if there is someone to beat Jules, Hensey is one of the few I would put on that list.
I would agree with that. Rick is one of the few people that can beat Jules. Now, will he is a different story.
Well, if you ask him right now, he'd say that's his intention.
Well, of course. Scott saying Jules 5-3 here. It is a race to 5. What do you guys think? Who do you have in this? Jules Van Dongen, Rick Hensey. Hit that like button, hit that share button. Leave that comment in the chat where you're tuning in from. Who do you have in this match?
Well, Rick, beautiful start. Can he keep going?
He sure can.
Oh, man. Can we just take a brief moment before we get too enveloped in this match? As soon as Jules moves here and Rick gets up to the Aki, look at who's sitting in the chair over there. Just best dressed outfit, Jordan Meyer. Oh, no, can't quite see him, but he has the beautiful outfit. I just want to give a chance to shout it out because we didn't get a chance to feature him for the men's CSI.
There it is. In all of its orange glory.
Well,
He doesn't look too upset.
I was wondering if you were going to have a slight issue eventually with maybe a head popping through. There's a subtle one, but it actually is not a bad angle. You can see the whole dart fly through the air.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool look.
Yeah.
Rick in control. Ooh, he needs to focus and throw those darts well, though. This is one of those legs where the 18s were supposed to go away and his point lead was supposed to expand. But really, neither truly happened.
Yeah, that's the mistake that Jules can take advantage of right here. He's going to take advantage of. Stay on the 18s? Nope. Oh, he went for the close.
Little hop and skip there.
He did a little hop skip. All he didn't do is jump. Dad's in the chat saying, come on, Jules. And Rick Hensey, the old trip for sing on dart number 3, 7 mark, closes it down. So Jules is going to go down to the 17s.
And not happy with that attempt at it.
Here we go, race to 5, best of 9, king seat match.
Now this is what I wanted to come see. Like having some great matches all day, that was inevitable. But having a king seat like this is what I've been looking for. Jules, what can you do? I guess that is not going to be in the cards, as those 16s not going to be able to do it. Rick Hensey's looking like he is going to be up in this first leg here. Let us know in chat. We are hearing a lot of people saying Jules, a couple people saying Rick. We want to know. We're excited to hear.
Well, look at Rick Hensey getting himself a 6 mark right there. 5.0 average to a 5.0 average, bud.
Well, that makes sense. They're both just good. Plain old good. And this is the first leg. They're kind of getting warmed up. They're getting nice and loose. Even Jules, he was aiming for a nice big single there. Or, sorry, excuse me. He was aiming right at that double 20. Has to kind of recompose and say, listen, I'm not hitting as well as I want to. That's crazy to say when you're averaging a 5.29.
Well, he's down 126 points. That's why.
Yeah. Rick here does need to close, or else he's in risk of losing the point lead. Good switch. Switching back.
Oh, boy.
Jules here knows this turn is incredibly important. First one finds in. That's a great way to stack up from there. That's a good mark.
One more of those will do.
He has to squeeze it, though. It's a little bit of a tight fit.
Go double 16,
No shot. No shot. He's going
He
double
could've.
there.
He
No
could've.
way. No doubles in cricket, Sean. Mike Maloney, come on in here. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm just saying that one definitely made sense.
Scott Anderson, please don't get Jordan started. He just got settled down.
He's now standing in the background.
All right. Jules at the Bulls. That double's blocked. He's going to move to the side there. He can kind of still sneak underneath it if he throws it real hard.
Yeah, I needed 5 of them, so I needed to sneak 2 of them in there. Rick, chance to take a 1-0 lead.
Mike Maloney, you're wrong, smiley face. I know. Double would have been the play. I mean, a lot of people are saying that. Triples win games, doubles win championships. That's one of those situations where, the double actually did make a lot of sense there. I will retract my statement. I was just being argumentative.
Well, Rick takes a 1-0 lead on Jules.
Jules to start off strong, it seems.
I actually really like this camera angle where you can see his hand and follow the dart all the way to the board. Do you agree with that? This is accidental for sure, but do you like it?
No, I mean, it's nice to know like the full angle, and you can also see how the dart flies in the air. It's a little different than how you would typically expect. And you'll notice most players, especially at this skill level, and both these players are pinnacle to this, they don't have a huge arch. They have a nice arch that's bound to happen when you're throwing an arrow, but it's not overly dramatic, and that's because they're pushing right through to their target.
Yeah, Pennywise the Clown would really like the way that top-level players throw darts because they float through the air.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a beaver, and sting like that 9 mark just did.
I was going to say Boom Goes Dynamite, but we were a little bit too weird on that one to keep it going.
Oh, boy. This is
Jules
dicey.
goes 7 mark to follow the 9 from Rick Hensey.
That's
Tie
smart.
ball game.
That's a smart open because you can't go for that white horse without playing from behind on the 15s. That means you have to go to 15s and get as much as you possible and hope that the Jules is a rare misstep.
Yeah, Jules just dictated what his opponent had to do there, which is all you really want to do in darts.
How many times have we heard someone say it's all about who's in control, who's leading, and who's following the other person here? And right now, Rick is following, Jules is leading.
Well, when your opponent starts the leg and is throwing a 7.0, I don't care if you're throwing a 6.67 or a 5.5, you're going to be following.
Well said. Jules here looking to make this 1-all. One more of those will do it.
1-1.
Just a 6.2 and a 5.5. Nothing crazy. At this point, we're spoiled.
Hey, King Seat match, 6.0 plus. We're gonna witness that a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those things where these players have to play at the best of their game. Not just play their average, not just play a good game. They're playing the best of their darts, because being in a triple elimination bracket, if you get to that king seat spot and you win the king seat, you have to lose 3 times to a team. 3 times. And not just 3 games. That's 2 best of 3s and a single last chance deciding game.
Yeah, you might still have to beat a team twice, but they had to beat you 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Well said, Sean. And Rick going at those 19s and not able to find them there. Taking a risky shot there, going so early on that close, because now Jules kind of has the options to do whatever he pleases. Staying for 2?
He sure did. Looking
Staying for 3.
for all 3. Fills it up. Boom goes the dynamite. Jules Van Dongen.
And that's why that shot with Rick, it's not that the shot at the 19 was bad, but if you're going to throw out the points, you might as well throw your first 2 there, because you're doing all those adjustments in your arm, you're re-aiming, you're re-looking, and you already marked your distance by throwing at it.
Now in complete control of the leg is Jules. There goes the 18s. 17s. After the 19s. Oh. Still closing a 7 mark. Throwing a 7.67. Jules is heating up.
Well, Rick there starting down and finding a bed to sleep in. But is it going to be enough, as Jules is really starting to heat up here?
Yeah, that's the second 9 mark of this leg to tell you where these guys are at right now.
Oh, we might be getting another soon enough. Oh, is get a beautiful 6 mark there from Jules. Mike Maloney saying he's chasing Jules' way of play. Not a good move at this point. I'm going to have to agree with Mike on that one. I don't think Rick is very comfortable right now, and even against Johnny Lackey, he didn't seem like he was his normal self. Of course, I say that as he's averaging a 5.6, but there's just something about the demeanor right now that's saying I'm not sure I'm the dominant force, when he needs to believe that he is, because he can be.
Well, speaking of dominant forces right now, Jules Van Dongen. 6.60 average. But Rick is going nowhere.
I mean, he's putting up a formidable defense. 5.83 to a 6.6. I mean, neither of these players are playing bad. They're playing exceptional. But a 6.6 just is more than a 5.83. There's no real way to sugarcoat that. There's no way to make it sound anything other than exactly what it is. It's just down to numbers, math, and averages.
Well, he's raised it to a 6.67. And he still has a 100-point lead. But the Big Easy, Rick Hensey, only able to close out the bowls. Joel's going right at it.
Gonna climb it up from there.
Oh.
Climbed a little too high on that ladder, though.
And trips the 19 for fun.
Well, it's not even for fun. I mean, even,
you have to do
even if he's going to have a 99% chance to win this, like, a 99.9% chance is still more, you know? Does not hurt to do it, and there's no shame in doing so. No player will take offense to that dart here.
Well, especially not Rick Hensey, who just nonchalantly throws 4 more bowls.
Exactly. Jules, 1 bowl away from making it 2-1.
It is a 2-1 scoreline for Jules Van Dongen. Nathan Colson saying Jules is aggressive more than he should be at times, and some folks tend to play into that suit by accident.
Well, I mean, Jules, in my interview with him before the tournament kicked off, said it himself. He doesn't really identify as a soft-tip player, and when I asked what it takes to beat him, as he is one of the favorites for the CSI, he said it takes someone to simply know the game a little bit better than him to take advantage of those strategies and the fact that he doesn't always play soft-tip.
There you go.
Jules there.
I think it takes a little bit more than that, though.
Jules there doing what he can. Doing what he can. Rick Hensey starting to wake up a little bit. Sleeping giant can't slumber for too long. Finding the 18. Another one of those gets him a look. I think he's taking a look at the 20.
Yeah, he is. Oh, just on the top part of the wire. Still just hovering around high 6s as his average.
And again, we say that Hensey doesn't seem like he's on all cylinders, yet he is still averaging in the 5.8 to 6 range himself. It's just Jules really sets that bar so high it seems almost unattainable for the common man.
Yeah, Jules has found a different gear. Looking up. It hits the double. Gives a fist bump. 8 mark. Jules Van Dongen takes a 1-point lead. A 7.33 in this leg is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, grab the tissues, because there's going to be some sneezing and sniffling after some of these great shots here. Cries of joy, tears of sorrow. Nathaniel Colston also says, I do commend him for pointing more this tournament than I've seen in the past. That is true. Jules is starting to, it's not that he didn't have a grasp, but just he didn't have quite the level of experience that you would typically see from players at his average in soft-tip cricket, and it shows that he's been working on it.
Well, look at that 9 mark from Rick Hensey. Takes control of the leg, gets a fist bump from Jules. These players also know when they're throwing well and piling on pressure on their opponent, they're going to respect when their opponent isn't put off by that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Look at that. Everyone in the chat caught that mistake of that. We actually missed in the moment during our conversation. Jules pointed on a closed number there. Rick Hensey capitalizing 2-all. A very rare error from very talented player. Look at this.
It's going to happen from time to time. I think he noticed it after he did it. It took a couple moments for him to realize it.
Well, that's why we have the chat in the backseat here to notice that, because sometimes we get a little caught up in the conversation. It gets so surreal looking at this level. And Jules isn't fazed by it at all. He's going to go back to doing what he does, starting off with perfection.
Yeah, that is about as perfect as you can get. A 10 mark would have been better, but you would have needed another dart.
I'm going to call Arachnid, see if they can update the point values or something then, because I don't see him doing any better than that. That's beautiful. Hensey's 6 mark, while great, is just going to not be enough as Jules is going to go running around. Can he do it again? Yes. Oh my goodness, Sean Green. What are we looking at right now? Is this darts or is this just a dream come true?
What? This is just Jules. The impressive part here, bud, is not the 9 marks. It's the fact that it's following the mistake that he made. Some players will take that and crumble. Some players take that as motivation that they're not going to miss anymore. Jules is taking it as not missing anymore.
Well, Rick needs to mount a defense here. Gets deflected there. Kind of just says, all right, well, that one wasn't going to go. And it's not even because it was poorly thrown. It's just the segment was a little clogged up. Jules going to keep running through, averaging a 7.33 going into this turn here. Good marker for that 17. Going to have to stay there all 3, though.
They'll close it.
Rick now looking there at the 16s. Can you get one more of those? It might help.
Yeah, it's not enough. Jules doing a great job going first and making his opponent shoot perfect to beat him in this leg. And it's just hard to do that. This game is not this easy. These guys make it look a lot easier than it is. That is for sure.
Without a doubt, my friend, Rick Hensey here, holding on to the last chance of hope to hold this leg, needs to find all of them.
And all of them does not even give him the point lead.
It's about minimizing. At this point, I think
it does.
At this point, even if it didn't give him the point lead, he's more so residing to minimizing the amount of bowls that he will have to go through in a subsequent turn, as it's very rare that the 15 beats the 20 in this race.
Well, there goes the 15s. 5.83 to a 5.6. But Jules was hovering in the 7s for 4 or 5 rounds to start off with. It's just tough to beat someone when they're doing that.
Well, it is a race to 5, unlike the race to 4 that we saw earlier, so this is not guarantee match points, as Jules will hold here, and Rick needs to do the same in the subsequent leg.
Oh, one more bowl will do it. There it is.
Why not 2 more?
Hey, 3-2 lead for Jules Van Dongen. Race to 5 here in this King Seat match.
The difference here is, you know, there's a lot of people that know Jules. There's a lot of people that even know Hensey now. But I think people are underestimating what Hensey is capable of and the gear that he really does have in his back pocket to tap into.
I love Rick. Jules is on a whole different level right now.
He's looking awfully human to me. He needs to find that 19.
He does.
Expertly placed.
Yeah,
that's a hard shot to do.
A little knee bend.
A little squat shot. Rick playing hyper aggressive there, and it looks like it might pay off.
It does. Boom goes the dynamite Rick Hensey with a 9. 122-point lead.
Jules looking to get his own boom to the shakalaka. There he goes. 9 mark there for Jules, closing that gap a little bit. Rick here deciding to go to the 20s first this time. Gonna take a look. Oh my gosh, is he gonna answer with another? Oh, that was right on the money.
Yeah, almost had back to back to back. You are seeing 2 heavyweights trading haymakers left and right.
Leonard Gates is still waiting on the winner of Steve Dyker, Johnny Lackey. So it'll be Leonard Gates against one of those 2 gentlemen. Then the winner of that match will play the loser of this.
Rick stayed there, only gets a 4 mark. Again, just makes the game look so easy. But from this angle, we're going to watch the darts fly right into the trebles for Jules.
Looking so good right now.
Boom goes the dynamite. Jules Van Dongen breathing fire is the Dutch Dragon.
Well, the Juggernaut better check his armor and make sure it's not pierced, as he is still fighting along, answering right back with his own. How many 9 marks so far? Too many to count.
To follow for Rick Hensey. I love how you like try to know things. Like you said the Juggernaut, and then you had to like mention his armor about it, which is not really part of the Juggernaut thing.
So Rick Hensey stepping up to the line here. A very interesting decision from Jules in that last turn. He opted to start shooting 16s. His 17s were open. And I don't personally think that was the right thing to do for him, and it's coming back to haunt him.
So remember that agreement we had earlier about not calling out mistakes? Time to show what hair Sean really had back in the day, huh? What do you say?
Oh, right this second? Really? With 1,000 people watching?
Please, let's make it even, Sean. After what you just said to me, I would love to see a little Throwback Thursday here.
Well, you mentioned that it was not really the smart decision in this leg for Jules to shoot at the 16s. I don't think it was a smart decision during this leg to have your phone not on silent.
My phone? My phone was on silent. My computer was not. Oh.
Well, let's just continue to passive-aggressively fight behind the scenes. As Jules hits a hat trick, Rick 1 bowl away from making this a 3-3 scoreline.
Needs to find it. That he does.
Let's play a race to 2.
5-8-7, 5-8-6. Does he get closer than that?
How many of our matches today have gone the distance? It seems like most of them have.
Well, and that's one of the benefits of those loser start formats is it literally is designed to make it so everyone has a fair chance of staying in the league and making interesting content for everybody tuning in here.
Like the Philly sensation Colin Rath. As Jules starts off perfect.
Once again, Hensey to try to do the same. Going to be almost impossible to beat either of these guys 3 times. That is right. That's going to be one of the hard parts about the triple elimination bracket. Is simply it is so hard to get that advantage on these players because they are talented enough to at least win a series here or there. That's why it's so important to stay on the first or middle bracket. If you get to that last chance bracket, it's very hard to take it all the way home. Hensey taking those 18s home with him, though.
Yeah, 7 of them, and David asking, is this the king seat? It is. Definitely the king seat. Race to 5. This will be the last time we see this high of a race in this CSI for the men. No matter what, it goes back to race to 3 on the winner side. On the 1-loss side is race to 2, and on the 2-loss side, it is last chance, 1 leg takes all. But this is essentially turned into a best 2 out of 3.
And, I mean, we're going to be honest here. Whoever wins this match, I would say has a 75% chance or greater to win the finals, no matter who they play because of the format. So, therefore, they're kind of playing for $10,000 right now almost.
Yeah, I agree. This is, I mean, this is a $1,000 match at least to guarantee yourself that. Mike Maloney's saying he thinks that it should stay the longer format in the finals. I tend to agree with him on that. I see the benefits of both sides.
Well, we even talked about it with Jim Turrentine directly. He prefers longer format, and the fact that the CSC is one of the only places where you really see long format cricket, at least in soft tip, is one of the main areas where it's a race to 9 format. So I would expect to say, while I don't know what changes are in the future, changes will be coming for the next TOC, and I'm excited to see what things look like now that we're back in person. Next year, we're going to be better than ever, as I'm already thinking ahead.
Hey, have you ever shot a 6.20 and lost the leg and been down 152 points in the leg?
All the time, but it's because I'm playing 0-1.
That's about the only time that would happen.
I got about a slight chuckle out of you. That's all I
expected.
Good. I like how everyone in chat, where is Maloney, as Maloney's actively commenting. Leonard Gates in chat giving us an LOL there.
Well, look at that from Jules. He takes a 4-3 lead over Rick Hensey. Rick's have to win the last 2 legs on the spin if he wants to be the king seat.
Well, Hensey does need a big open. 5 is solid, but is it enough? Jules has the ability to take that 20 away and get the point lead.
Guys, we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you tuning in with us. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart, USA Darts Productions, live, TOC 2022 in Kansas City, Missouri. This is our king seat match, race to 5. Rick Hensey, Jules Van Dongen. Jules up 4-3. The winner of the CSI, which is not this match, but the whole entire tournament, $10,000.
That's a lot of money. All right, Jules decides to go up a little early. I don't know about that decision here. You know, he can take a risk. He already guaranteed match point. But that being said, I'm not sure about that one. Hensey has so much ability to make it hurt. And he does.
He absolutely makes it hurt. Okay.
Well, Jules does shoot fairly well there on the 17s, but I still think that last turn's kind of haunting him a little bit, at least strategically speaking. Maybe he's not thinking about it, but his darts are... Rick, though, not hitting the 18s as well as he would like. It's going to be a little dicey. A little dicey here, little dicey. Rick needs... This is a must-win leg. If Jules wins this, he gets the king seats. Oh. The max weight darts you can throw, I believe on the G3 boards, the barrel weight itself can be now more than 20.5 grams, if I'm not mistaken. But that is, I'm not a rules expert, so you can't quote me on that.
Most of your boards these days are going to be able to take a 25.
Take more, but I'm saying as far as official rules for the board, I'm not sure the exact number that they put in place.
Yeah, they've definitely changed some things around.
It used to be 20 for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, Jules throws a 6 mark, ties up the score line again, closing a little bit sooner than most would. Jesse Johnson saying Jules thinks he's hitting a 9 every round when he needs it. And I would agree with that. Seth Stefano saying you have to triple dip instead of double dip. Oh, yeah. TOC, baby.
This is a very bad time for Rick to only hit a single on his last start here. Jules is going to show him exactly why I'm saying that.
Big 9. Boom goes the dynamite. Jules Van Dongen.
All right. Rick Hensey cannot get the point lead and close. It's one or the other.
He closes.
Jules needs to get those 15s and hit 3 bulls. To Rick Hensey needing 5 bulls here.
Oh, there goes the 15s. Double bull will do it.
Rick,
5 bulls saves the match.
Rick
Hensey
left it for himself. This is how he set it up. This is exactly what he expected to come back to. Can he capitalize?
There's a great first start. Double bull
he
does
needs to
it.
sneak it in. He got it. No.
Did he not get it?
No.
Oh.
It caught the wrong side. Oh, my goodness. It looked good. It looked like it was money, but the check didn't cash.
And there it is. Jules is your king seat. You can see what it means to him.
And look at that smile on Rick. I mean, he gave his best effort. He should be proud, and he is not out. That was only his first loss in a triple elimination. Oh, my. Oh, my.
I mean, what? That was one hole out from going to a last leg decider. Jules gets it done. 5-3 victory. He is your king seat. The worst he will do today is $1,000.
And 1,000 people were watching those excellent darts there. Thank you guys so much for your love and support. The players appreciate it as they were doing everything they can to put on a show for you guys. All right, so we're going to have a little chat with Jules here on the stream. So give us just a brief moment as we're going to cut right over to that. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stuart from USA Darts, live at the Tournament of Champions 2022, brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. Hi, my name is Nick Dichiria with USA Darts, and today I'm joined by Jules Van Dongen here at TOC 2022. Jules, how was your drive in? I know you had to go a long way to get here.
Yeah, it was fairly short. It's nice for once to not have to fly somewhere and just take a 10-minute drive and be here, so that's really nice.
Well, you're a world traveler at this point. I mean, between flying around for all the PDC events and everything else you do, does that ever get exhausting? Is that one of the harder parts of the job?
Yeah, in the beginning I thought it was all cool flying all over, but it gets old pretty quick. The time differences, all that stuff. And I'm also not really a fan of England, all the rain. So yeah, I'm glad to be back here, and it's nice and sunny outside, so I'm going to have a good week, hopefully.
Well, good week for you means a lot of great darts. I mean, the expectations are high as you're one of the best dart players in North America, if not the best dart player in North America. Do you ever feel like that adds a lot of pressure on your shoulders with those expectations that are given to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you set the bar high for yourself, so whenever you don't win or you don't, take second or third, then you're disappointed. But the way I look at it is I'm not a soft tipper myself. I don't really practice it a whole lot. So anything I take in the soft tip world is a bonus for me. But obviously being here is you want to win. You want to go for first, obviously.
Well, now looking at other dart players' careers at your level, most of them are across 15, 30 years. Your career is a little bit shorter as far as you're newer to the game. Do you think that's going to be an impactful factor as far as when it comes to soft tip strategy and cricket strategy?
Yeah, I think especially when I just started playing soft tip about 2 years ago, I learned the hard way. Play very aggressive, closing numbers, and I'm learning. I'm pointing a little bit more. Yeah, and like I said, I learned that the hard way, playing guys like Gates and Millar and any of the good ones. if you don't have that 3-dart advantage, then they can close it real easy with a 9 mark, and you get in trouble. So yeah, you'll see me point a little bit more this week.
Well, with the CSI, there is 30 participants that are of top notch in average ability and prowess. What do they have to do to beat you on the board?
Yeah, I'm not gonna give that away. Obviously, just throw well. I think the key, especially in cricket, is that first turn. Like the first 3 darts, you have to be a 7 mark a minimum. If you hit a 5 mark, then they can come behind you and close you out already. So the first 3 darts are really important to me in cricket. So.
Well, many people that are going to be watching the TOC stream across the next couple of days here might be watching for the first time darts, might even decide to pick up darts for the first time. For someone that's brand new to darts, what advice would you give them to get started off?
I think especially for if you're a beginner is have fun, learn, but yeah, mostly have fun. Don't set expectations. Don't look to the better players and think that's where I need to be in the next 6 months. Baby steps, be patient, and eventually, if you have the talent and the right technique, it'll come, it'll happen.
Well, 5 years from now, your career keeps going in darts. Where are you going to be in that career? What's 5 years from now for Jules look like?
Hopefully establish in the PDC, and hopefully it'll come to a point where I have to move to Europe, and because I'm out there all the time. That's the goal eventually. But yeah, I'm looking at myself and having a 5-year plan actually, and just trying to get experience right now and get better and hope for the best.
Well, we're excited to see what comes next for you. Now, this last question for you, it's going to be a little personal. Right now, looking at this dart room, you might be in the best shape compared to any of the other dart players. Do you think that helps with the fact that you might be the best looking dart player on the hockey?
I don't think the looks are going to help, but no, I think being healthy, being in shape will help, and obviously, especially if they're long days, and we're going to be here for 5 days, I think. So yeah, stay hydrated, eat food. That's the most important. Stay healthy.
Well, we're excited. There's $2.3 million on the line. Jules is here to try to grab his stake in the matter. We wish you nothing but the best of luck here.
Now there are 5 total options in the Hemo range, 3 steel tip labeled 01 through 03, and 2 soft tip variants labeled 10 and 11, with multiple barrel weights for each option. Now, common themes that they all share are bold, red and black accents along a silver barrel. They all have striking radial grooves in certain sections that are offset by small axial cuts. And all steel tip barrel versions are fitted with smooth silver Swiss points. You can purchase these barrels on our website, a2zdarts.com. Just look for the link in the description. And I hope you enjoyed this review as well as the rest of the 2021 launch. We've reviewed it all, so be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future range reviews, as well as our review of the new Target dartboard. Thanks for watching. and we're featuring target darts all October long, starting with our dart of the month, which is going to be the HEMA darts range. Purchase any target HEMA barrel and you're going to receive a free gift consisting of select assortment of 3 target flights. We're also offering select target accessories for a discounted price, including our huge variety of Swiss points, as well as an assortment of shafts that are all red in color. So we've got the Pro Grip Evo shafts, the standard Pro Grip shafts, and also the Pro Grip Ink. So the idea is you can complement your new HEMA barrels and have everything match. We also are offering the black pixel tips, and finally select Tacoma cases. For example, the red ink case, one of my favorites. So match up with your HEMAs. And finally, A to Z Darts is offering a Think Pink promotion. So you can select printed L-Style flights. If you buy 2 sets, you're going to receive a free L-Style goodie bag consisting of flights, Laro shafts, and tips. So that's like a $18 value. So it's a pretty sweet free gift for what you're putting in for the sale. Think Pink, y'all. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoy the month of October. Have a great Halloween. Love you. Bye.
We are back and ready for some more action. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Sean Green.
Who?
The Sean Green, friends with Boom Guy Will Stuart. We are here at the Tournament of Champions 2022, live in Kansas City, Missouri. We were watching Kenny Doyle, Super Darts Elite player, warming up there, getting ready for his match against Mike Carter, another Super Darts player as well.
Yeah, another Super Darts Elite player.
Look at the shimmy from Gates. Oh my.
Yeah, he's having himself a good time back there. He's making Ken laugh.
Right now we have Gates playing Steve Dyker on the other part of the bracket here. Winner of that match will then go on to play Rick Hensey for the middle bracket finale. And then on the losing side, currently playing, or about to play if they haven't already, Johnny Lackey and Shane Sugar Johnson. And then, of course, we have in the king seat waiting for all the action to unfold, Jules Van Dongen. So we're looking at whatever match is going to start off first here. Mike Carter, Kenny Doyle, single leg action. Probably going to jump over because it'll be a quick leg there, one way or the other. And then Steve Dyker, Leonard Gates, we're about to get the action going after these last few warm-ups. It's very interesting to see. I mean, Scuba Steve is one of those players that is so humble, so modest. Do you see him doing an upset and taking down a big name as Gates here? Because he wants to.
He absolutely can. He has the game to jump out early, just throw a couple 6-5s and be done with it. And he's, if you know who Scuba is, he won't sneak up on you. But if you don't know who Scuba is, he can come and get you really quickly. That being said, Soldier's chatting up with Scuba. They seem to be having a good time. I'm going to guess Soldier knows how well he has to throw in order to beat him and is willing to do that. Scuba's almost wearing an all-white outfit today. It's kind of nice.
Let's give a brief shout-out to the players that have gotten eliminated. We've already mentioned some of the names, so I'm just going to mention some of the new eliminations here. We have Ram Guevara from Star City, Brian Dennis from C&M taking 17th, 18th, 15th, 16th place, Joey Mann and Skylar Lepine. And then in 13th, 14th, Bob Anderson, Jordan Meyer. And 11th, 12th, Anthony Stevenson Sr. and Chris Watson here, which is really interesting to see some of these lower on the list players placing as high as they did in a very tough bracket. So congratulations to all.
Yeah, they probably really love the fact that you keep announcing them losing.
Well, I'm excited to see some winners here, as we only talk about winners in this stream room, apparently.
My favorite...
Loser! You're a loser. If you ain't first, you're last.
My favorite thing ever is when Nick does not respond right away to what you say. You know you said something good. because it stops you in your tracks. Most things you can say a random, ridiculous statement back to, but if you can't, it means that it actually cut deep a little bit.
Well, actually, I put a mental filter on, so that way my response that I was going to say unfortunately got blocked, and that's why nothing comes out.
Well, speaking of blocked, let's go to Mike Carter and Kenny Doyle, Super Darts Elite sponsored players. Kenny 1 hole out of the bull, and Mike's going to be a couple more out than that. Kenny is matching his shoes to his shirt. I have to give him credit for that.
You know, he wanted to give us a big show today. Got a chance to chat with him, Brian Dennis, Nick Celepic at breakfast. You were there as well. And, of course, none other than the second best Dominic. So Jules saying, does my bogey 9 mark count? Oh, no. This chat's getting spicy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Is what the fans will be saying after Kenny gets us started here. Kenny looking up, does start off with a 7 mark. Remember, this is a single game of cricket. This is called the last chance bracket for a reason. This is your last chance to stay alive and keep going in this tournament. Kenny, after losing to Millar, has been making a tear through this bracket.
He's going to have to keep tearing. This is only for 8th place, 7th place. Is that correct?
This is for not enough place for how good these guys are, is what it is.
Well, that's for sure.
So looking at where they're at in the bracket, this is actually going to be an 8th place match. Winner will go to 6th place from there, as Johnny Lackey and Shane Johnson are playing on the 7th place match specifically.
Hey, good news for both these players, though. They have made the jump in payout from $100 to $500. So the worst that they can make is $500. And unless you finish 2nd or 1st, the max that you're going to win is $500.
Mike Carter looking up top. Threw it a little quick there. You can even see he's like, come on, I wanted that one. Kenny's the type that usually punishes something like that. After getting a triple here, he's guaranteed to close those 19s. And now back up top.
Gets a good 5 mark. Mike does always opt for the 17s versus the 18s.
Very aggressive close there. I love it because eventually you're going to have to shoot those 20s. And that was a nice pressure shot and a risk you kind of want to take if you're starting to get behind in a singular game and you need to do anything to win it. Of course, Kenny can really make that hurt, but if he misses, Mike is all of a sudden back in. So we'll see what Kenny does in the last start.
Hits another trip 18. 7 mark for Kenny Doyle. 5.5 to Mike Carter 6.0. Mike has been one of the more consistent players that we've seen in the last day and a half.
Well, I mean, you go into a tournament, while you might have a high average, there's some weeks, there's some days you're just not feeling it. But right now, these players are feeling good. Mike Carter feeling good. Kenny Doyle looking good. As my father said earlier, that is what an athlete looks like, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, he making it look good right now. Big boom goes the dynamite for Kenny Doyle.
Both players in the 6s showing us why they made it this far in. And to get top 8 in a tournament like this and knowing that one of these players is not going to be in this tournament any longer, this event specifically, shows how hard they had to work to stay in.
That 2 mark there for Mike Carter is going to be the difference in this match.
That's all it takes, one turn. But, of course, Kenny still has to capitalize. I do expect him to do so. But you always give yourself an opportunity. Kenny just took his.
Yep. 7 mark right there in complete control now.
Well, this one is just about a wrap unless something crazy happens here. Even Mike Carter throwing that little 18 there on the side just to get it out of the way. But Kenny looking likely to come out on top and play the winner of Johnny Lackey or Sugar Shane Johnson.
One more bowl needed. There it is. Kenny Doyle, 6.15.
And we're going to quickly snap right on over to Scuba Steve against Soldier Gates going on right now. This is going to be in the middle bracket to see who plays Rick Hensey. Game 1, best of 3. Leonard Gates finds the 20 on the first, has options.
Gets rid of all of it.
Think about it like this. We didn't see what led up to that moment, but Scuba Steve had 2 numbers that Gates is 1, and at some point Gates had to have come back and kind of mounted that on his own, as now all of a sudden Leonard Gates a clear favorite to win this first leg.
Yep, another trip for Singh there on the last dart, but gets it accomplished. This is a race to 2, best of 3. This is the one-loss side. So no matter who wins or who loses this one, still in the tournament. Both guys in the $500 jump automatically. Like to get at least 1,000 though.
I mean, who wouldn't? $1,000 is $1,000.
Right now, sitting on the king seat is Jules Van Dongen.
200-point difference is reached there. So cricket 200 means that no further points for Leonard Gates outside of that 200-point difference. Steve Dyker going to close the gap as much as possible here.
Well, that's about as much as possible. Gets a 135 for Scuba Steve. Boom goes a Wisconsinite.
Gates to shut down the 15s. Oh, unlucky flight. He's going back up now. All of a sudden, there's an outside chance. While he can't get the point lead and close, he can definitely make a big difference here. Make this leg potentially winnable. Although with that one bull in Gates' back pocket, there's no version of him that goes up to the 20 while he's still down in points, simply because Gates is not going to miss 2 bulls.
No, he most likely will not miss 2 bulls. There goes the 15s.
And there goes the 2 bulls.
There goes the 2 bulls. Did it in 1 dart. 5.14. Leg number 1 goes to Leonard Gates. Scuba's got to win the last 2.
Well, put on your snorkel, Scuba. It's time to go diving. The key is starting strong. Looking right at those 20s, needs to find the heart of it.
You hear that?
Not happy with that. Leonard Gates here. Can he punish? Well, that's a good start to the punishment. And now it is really starting to hurt. 7 mark there for Leonard Gates. Actually does get away, though. If he tripped that 20, I would be not too happy if I was Steve here. But now Steve can do the same back. Follow right up there. And honestly, there's an argument for both, but he decides to stay on top. Leonard Gates going down and staying there this time. Kind of playing a little bit more conservative. Knows that he doesn't need to do anything crazy to win this best of 3 if he plays smart and hits what he's aiming at. You know, it sounds silly when people say hits what they're aiming at, right? Because, like, obviously that's what they're intending to do. But it really is as simple as if you're hitting, and you said it before, there's no dumb shot if you're hitting.
Never a dumb move if you hit it.
Unless you're Jules closing or shooting at a close number. Don't tell him I said that.
Oh, no.
Leonard Gates here looking upstairs now. Ooh, whoa, hold it. Even Steve giving a little laugh there as he was an autopilot about to keep pointing, and I think he realized that he can go upstairs.
Well,
settle down. He's running that one off. Isn't
Leonard
it a shock?
Gates would like this respect. Semi-professional baseball player. He had himself a balk right there. And it's even best because Nick has no idea what that is.
Ricky Bobby in chat saying, isn't it a shock when Gates hits a single?
Those of you keeping a scoreboard at home, just chalk another one up for Sean there.
Perfect. Just look at my profile picture and tell me the score's still the same. Leonard
don't
Gates
like
going back down, does regain the point lead, and gets rid of those 20s he's been gunning for. Leonard Gates playing strategic masterfulness. I ran out of words. That just crumbled on me.
Be like Dory, man. Just keep swimming.
Well, might run into the scuba diver himself, Scuba Steve Dyker. How are you going to make a fish comment and not expect me to mention the guy named Scuba? Come on. Let's keep it realistic here, gentlemen. It's a professional broadcast.
Well, just like scuba diving, Scuba's going to need some air here if he's going to get back into this leg. Who do I sound like?
Soldier here gunning for another opportunity at the board. If we're just going to keep making puns, I can do this all day, buddy. All day. Leonard Gates finding the 19s easy. He has the G code turned on.
Let's get some. Might throw mine. Scuba needs 3 more to get the point lead.
Oh, no.
Not going to do so. Soldier. See what he does on Dart 1 points. He's now going to go at the close. He likes the last start at the close.
And, you know, he likes to jump around the board a lot. He wants to show that he's very comfortable hitting any segment. I think it's not just to prove anything to anybody else, but also just the fact that that's how he practices. It gives him comfort and knows that he can switch at any time. And it works out well more often than it doesn't for him.
Oh, there's a nice triple on the last start from Scuba. Not probably going to be enough. Soldier's going to go and open up a whole new wedge before going to close.
That's
Gets
smart
rid of him.
darts. That's nice. Calculated darts. 2 numbers up. Point advantage in hand. Going into the 15s. That means Gates is likely to get the bulls as Scuba Steve will take the 15s here. This is a good situation for Gates and a scary one for the diver, Scuba Steve Dyker.
Well, Soldier in control. Bullseye's first. Oh, does not get rid of the 15.
And that's one of those almost overzealous moments that we have seen from him in the past, where a more correct shot, if that's even how most people would put it, would be to go for that close in the 15 first, kind of guarantee it, but that pull in the back pocket does add a lot more than most people realize at this level.
Can there be a more correct to correct?
Well, let's see what more correct is for Scuba Steve as he hits a triple 15 there. Leonard Gates, single 15 to close and 2 bulls. 3 if he's trying to close on him. Goes down to the 19 there.
Surprised he didn't go for the double bull.
I honestly think he should have, if I'm going to be 100% honest here, because it would eliminate any chance for Steve 2 points and kind of give him a better chance and already good odds for him, though. So not really anything lost, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, as Scuba does close the bulls, that's it. Gates 1 bullseye away from winning this match. And there it is. 5.81, turns around, gets a hug there. They laugh about it. Good time indeed.
Looks like
we're going to show you the bracket, actually.
Perfect, because we are getting some updates down there.
If you want to look on over, you can. And the big one should be sticking out to you. Sugar Shane Johnson defeating Kenny Doyle. So Kenny Doyle is out.
The partners, they were supposed to play triples together yesterday if it wasn't for the Hurricane Ian delaying Kenny's flight.
Well, Hurricane Shane knocks out Kenny Doyle. Now, sitting in that 5th place spot, he awaits the winner. Well, no, he'll play now.
He's going to play Hensey.
Scuba. Scuba Steve. Scuba Steve just lost.
You are correct. You are correct. I misspoke. Hensey is going to be playing Gates.
Yeah, how about this, guys? We're going to get ourselves a little king seat rematch from the CSC Challenger Series.
That is correct. And the first time we ever seen someone make it Leonard Gates sweat on one of our streams that we've done for Partners Promoting Darts was the fact that Hensey mounted quite an impressive performance against Soldier. And we're excited to see what happens. We're just waiting for these boards to get assigned for these players here. Looks like 1F will have, or sorry, excuse me, they do not have, that was for the previous match. And they're assigning some boards right now, getting these players ready. And we're excited to bring the action to you live from Kansas City, Missouri here. We're going to take a few moments, look around our hall for a moment as we are going to jump into a little break while we get the boards assigned. I'm Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Noah Stuart. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere, guys.
Alrighty, everybody, just to let you know, it looks like there was a little mishap on the challenge app. It looks like Kenny and Sugar Shane Johnson have not played yet, so they'll be playing their match here in a second on this board here. We'll let them warm up. We'll get it going here in just a moment's time. Thanks for joining us, folks. We definitely appreciate it for our coverage of the Tournament of Champions Men's CSI Invitational. I guess I just doubled down on Invitational, but that's all right. We'll be raring to go here in just a moment's time.
ASAP as possible. Well, welcome back. Sugar Shane Johnson getting the sweetness started with a 9 mark to open up against Kenny Doyle. They already had Sugar Shane moving along in this bracket. Is that a curse for Sugar? Or is it a curse for Kenny?
Kenny's like, I walked out there because thought we were waiting on a match, and he's like, well, you guys just have no faith. And I said, why is that? And he's like, well, you guys already scored like I lost. And I said, we didn't do that. So realized there was a bracket error, and now Shane has to earn it himself.
Well, let's see if he can do it. And thanks for not answering any part of my question either.
I'm going to be honest, I heard every other word, and all I heard was great darts and something else, and maybe like a compliment towards me.
There was definitely not a compliment towards you. Good try, though. I asked, do you think that if you were superstitious, would it be more of a curse for Sugar or for Kenny if you got moved along the bracket?
I think it would be almost like a foretelling bad omen for the player that got marked as eliminated preemptively.
Okay.
But also, there's no superstition when you're this good. That's just simply the case. It is not if their socks are pointing in the right direction, laces in and out, it doesn't matter. They're here to...
Sure?
Okay, laces out or in does actually make a difference when kicking, but that's besides the point. These guys here are serious, professionals, and a low bracket miss scorer is not going to change their mentality here. Both of them want to keep going. They're fighting, and they both have the darts to win it if they really wanted to. I just want to give a shout out to some guy I've seen a few times, once or twice, the one, the only Dennis Sandin in chat joining us here, a PPD participant for multiple years, a finale winner, and a class act gentleman, if I do say so myself.
Well, boom goes the dynamite Kenny Doyle. Boom goes the dynamite Dennis Sandin in their chat. Love to see it.
Well, Sugar Shane started off hot, and they're both averaging great, but Kenny is just playing near perfect, and this is why he's won the CSC. This is why he's made a run every single time, and this is why he gets as much money as he does. At Bullseye Fireworks, the Bullseye Darts, they just hit it all.
Yep.
Anyways. Has the point lead there.
And there goes the 17s for Sugar Shane Johnson.
Now, Kenny here is an interesting situation where the 4 mark on the 16s only ties the score, does not get him the point lead. And I don't think he's going to take that close from behind, especially not after that dart, unfortunately for him.
Gets the point lead back with a 6 mark on the 16s.
Yep, but Shane is driving the boat right now, and I think this is going to be a very scary situation if you're Kenny. He knows he is chasing, but Sugar Shane, that's not what any of us expected. He does close from behind there, but now the 7 mark sounds really tempting, and I would be surprised if Kenny misses the 7 here. It's trip 15, single 15, trip 18 at the bare minimum.
Well, he's asking him his question. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's devastating to your case.
Because I knew he had the triples there. He only missed the easy one. He didn't know because he was aiming at the triple the whole time. But I predicted the future, Kenny. Must have been the wrong timeline. Sugar Shane going back upstairs.
Sweet. Got it. big boom goes the Wisconsinite. Sugar Shane Johnson at the right time hits the 9.
Sugar. Oh my goodness. 6-4-3 for Kenny Doyle, losing as he's going into the Bulls right now to Sugar Shane Johnson throwing a 6-0 and putting on an impressive performance. Kenny doesn't even get the 18s close like he intended there. It is looking not so good for Santa this Christmas.
Jeez. All right. 1 bowl and a sweet, sweet victory for Sugar Shane Johnson. Now Kenny Doyle is out.
And that was a great attempt, though. I mean, he played phenomenal. Imagine throwing a 6-0 for the entire leg and losing. Look at that instant replay there. Shane Johnson, good work, and hats off to you, Sugar Shane.
Yep, and everyone let Kenny know that that is definitely Nick Dichiria's fault. Sugar Shane moves on to our 5th place match. He'll take on Scuba Steve Dyker.
Steve Dyker, Sugar Shane, gonna duke it out, as we also are gonna see on board 1B Leonard Gates, Rick Hensey, as they're gonna start getting set up here shortly. We appreciate every one of you for tuning in, whether it be a fan, a viewer, a player, or anybody else. All your love and support does make the difference, and we appreciate every single one of you. All right, so we're going to take a brief moment away here to chat with one of our players. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stuart. This is live in Kansas City, Missouri for the Tournament Champions, and we will see you soon, and even you, Scott Hanish, even you.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Nick Dichiria from USA Darts, and now I am joined by Jordan Meyer, the Laughing Assassin here at TOC 2022.
Hi,
Jordan, how was your drive in here? How was everything?
drive was good. Got here, I guess, good time on Friday, so hey, I'm ready to go.
Well, we're ready to see some action. You are one of our CSI participants here in a very, very tough bracket, which, I mean, we've seen you in the CSC. We've seen you time and time again. You've been in the PPD program for a while now. But do you ever get used to looking at those brackets and seeing all those big names, including your own, and, you know, getting the right headspace for it? How's that feel?
Oh, it feels good. I'm, you know, trying to still put my name up with the other guys, and it's like, do I belong or not? But guess what? Every time I seem to compete and advance farther than I think I should, so I think I do belong in this, and I think I'm going to do well.
Well, I mean, you're the Laughing Assassin. If we're putting your name out there, can you tell us why you're the Laughing Assassin?
Well, Eric Gregory gave me that name at Blueberry Hill, I would say about 10 years ago. I beat him in doubles, and then I beat him in singles, and he's like, all you do is get me laughing and talking, and then you slit my throat. You knock me out of the tournament. So that's how I got my name from him. He's like, you're the Laughing Assassin. I get talking and I lose.
Well, you know, it's funny that you say that. TOC 2019, I had the pleasure of having the room next to yours, and I can tell you, every moment when we hung out, it was absolutely a blast. I could not help but have a good time hanging out with you. What do you do to stay in such high spirits when you're at events? Do you just try to take your mind off and have fun, or like, what's your approach?
I'm not at work right now, so guess what? It's fun. This is a blast. Coming out, playing darts. This is my pressure reliever. People are like, oh, I get so tense playing. No, this is my pressure reliever. I have fun, and there's no reason not to have fun.
Well, I mean, if people were to watch you at the line, they would know that you're probably having more fun than anybody else in the room.
That's the goal.
And I assume it helps with your match mentality, too, just being relaxed and not really, like, it helps you avoid pressure, I would assume.
Yeah, you still feel a little bit of pressure, but it definitely avoids a lot more. It keeps me a little calmer, a little more sane than when I'm trying to hit a 9 mark time and time again. You know, it doesn't happen, so just keeps me from getting frustrated.
Well, you're in a bracket with the top 32 shots in the PPD with some of the highest averages and some big names in there, including your own. For the people that are going to be watching that event and that might not play darts or just now picking up darts, what advice would you give them as a new player?
You got to learn to have fun before you take it too serious. That's what I would say first. If you don't have fun right now, you're going to get burned out and you're not going to go very far. You got to have a strong mentality, have fun, and then take it serious later on if you get better.
Well, better you have gotten. I mean, you maintain a nice high average. Do you have like a practice routine that you follow along with?
I wish I practiced more, but just league a couple nights a week and then a tournament on the weekend. That's what I do right now.
And then for all your fans that are going to be watching you, the countless fans even, watching along on the stream and everything this weekend, what do you want to say to them watching along?
Thank you all for your support. Thank you for you know, following along the Laughing Assassin story, you know, it's kind of crazy, but hey, we're having fun here today.
You don't know how to have anything except for fun. We're excited to see you toe the line against some great shots and doing some great darts on your own accord. I'm Nick Dichiria. This is Jordan Meyer, live from TOC 2022.
Awesome.
Back in the saddle and ready for more. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stuart at the Tournament of Champions, Kansas City, Missouri. This is going to be a doozy right here. Leonard, the Soldier Gates, facing Rick, the Juggernaut Hensey. Going at it in the middle bracket here. They each have lost once. It is a best of 3, all cricket. No time to joke around, only serious starts. Isn't that right, Sean?
That is correct. It's now or never. Rick and Soldier have some history in PPD with them having a clash the last couple times in the CSE Challenger Series for the king seat that we just saw, where Soldier bested Rick 9-8, but Hensey would have won a best 2 out of 3 in that format. So that's something to be said. Rick, the Big Easy, has been throwing nice and steady all day long. Soldier, though, has an extra gear. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say that there's going to be an extra gear from both these players, though, not just Gates. Here's another thing we need to figure out here: is there people going to realize how important this is? Not just because they're playing a best of 3 right here, but because whoever loses this goes on to the last chance bracket and has a good chance to do some damage. Although I don't want to play just one game against Steve Dyker. I don't want to play just one game against Sugar Shane because it's going to be tough. But here's the other factor. If one of these players makes it back to the final, whoever has, if they only lose once, they don't get dipped in the 3rd place match. That means that they have a backup loss. And when they're doing their triple dip, they can lose one of those best of 3s.
Yep.
And that is going to be something that's very important to know. Can they hold all the way through? Whoever wins here has the best chance of doing a triple dip if they can hold through.
That's absolutely correct. Is it tie or is that it?
Ryan Westover.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Westover. Who did Nick's hair? Hope he left a negative Yelp review. Well, Ryan, it's okay. How was Division 12 today? Jeez. This is also the same guy that asked me if I had the Slurpees world record, if you guys recall.
Yeah, because his brother,
Brandon Westover, is way nicer and a way better dietitian.
Just wanted to say real quick here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Match against Gates here, and Hensey about to start. Best of 3.
you see David Al's comment?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I was.
My bad. Didn't see they haven't started. I'll stop acting like Scott.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's
Can't be
wonderful.
me, homie, says Scott. Oh,
That's
the boy.
wonderful.
It's time to get going here. Leonard Gates to start us off. Who are you taking, Sean?
Gates.
I'm going to take Hensey. Through and through, I'm taking Hensey here. And you know why? Because he is due for one, and that's simply it. That he is due for that big win. And I think that this match right here could be one of those.
Hey, Scott, how was that last play, buddy? Big 5 mark there for Rick Hensey, and yes, I'm going to be subtly talking trash about football to Scott Hanish as we continue on.
Well, I'm glad to see you're staying focused while at work. These players definitely are.
They really are, though. Boom goes the dynamite. Leonard Gates, the first 9 of this match. How many 9s do we get in this match?
Well, now that the fuse has been lit and goes off, I want to say we're going to get about 4. One right here. Oh, imagine.
Good
Oh,
call
imagine.
again. You are on a roll.
Oh, boy. Leonard Gates in control, has the option to start moving around the board here, which he's going to do.
We can actually hear him through our closed door
Yeah.
there, giving a little pump, saying, come on. He's fired up. John Edwards in the chat predicting 6-9 marks there.
Wow.
John Edwards, no stranger to us, as he was just here playing earlier and did a fantastic performance. Rick Hensey, opportunity abounds.
Daniel Killian says, what machines? You are absolutely right. Look at this. Stays there for all three of them. Boom goes the dynamite. Rick Hensey. There's number 2.
There was 2 options he had there. Bet the 19s, or after the first triple, he could have closed and had a 1-point lead on the 20s and 18s. I think betting the 19s was more than the right decision. Because now he has control. If he trips at 17 the first start, now he has a 75-point lead going into those closes rather than just a 1-point lead.
Well, there's a 75-point lead.
Looking up. He's going to go back down now, though.
Yep, and only a 5 mark. And I'm going to say some crazy stuff like only a 5 mark.
Blasphemy. Oh, that's a good setup there. You
Look
know
at
he's going to hit
this.
another after that. It was so
Boom.
beautiful.
Leonard Gates, another 9. There's number 3.
Oh my gosh, we're starting to say things at the same time. We're about to complete each other's sandwiches.
Well, Rick goes 7 mark.
Leonard Gates averaging a 6.33, and he means it too. He's been hitting that 20 so well. He's just not even looking at anything else.
He's hitting everything so well.
It's just comfortable. That's some great shooting there.
Rick is throwing a 6.67 in this leg, and it's just hanging on.
And that's one thing, when you're going second, it doesn't matter if you're playing perfection, if they're playing perfection right in front of you. Gates here finally doesn't hit a first start triple and then decides, okay, well, I guess I'll just go close then and find it anyways. Dirty darts, 6-5, 6-7, 1. I can't even imagine attaining the level of skill that these players have.
I'm just shaking my head, man.
Was it because of the Colts or because of the darts?
No, what these guys are doing is insanity. He goes, maybe not 6 9s, but 15 7s. This is John Edwards.
Well, we're already at 3, and it's only the first leg. I think it's highly likely.
There go the 15s.
But this is why this is what I was saying though. Right now, Hensey going second is still out shooting Gates at a 6.75, and showing why I said he has one of the biggest potentials and is due for a big tournament win like this.
Well, you see the double bullseye from Rick, but not going to be enough. As Soldier's going to point real quick. Does get it accomplished. 6.2 beats a 6.33. Hey, Nick, you can throw a 6.33, but you're still going to lose a leg. How are you going to feel going into the next leg?
I'm going to feel like, wow, I can't believe I shot a 6.33. That's how I'm going to feel. Rick Hensey needs to keep up that momentum. If he shoots how he did this last leg, the higher average going first will always win versus the highest average going second. So he just needs to do a little bit more of that Hensey magic. Gates there.
Soldier doing a lot of soldier magic.
Now he doesn't hit the 20 after hitting it so consistently. Hensey has a good opportunity in front of him here, and he realizes it. Oh no, doesn't find that 19, threw it a little fast.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Leonard Gates here. 2 trips to get ahead. Has options. Decides to capitalize on the 19 some more.
Boom goes the dynamite Leonard Gates.
I like how at the same time Sean had a negative reaction. I wasn't sure to what to. Scott Haynes was commenting, how about that play, Sean? So I'm going to imagine it's related to the game currently on not USA Darts.
Thank God there's darts on. Let's put it that way. As Soldier, thank God there's great darts on. Look at this. 7.33 to a 6.0 in this leg. And this isn't even the finals. One of these guys will not be in the finals. At least one of these guys will not be in the finals.
At least. They're still going to be alive after this, though. There is another bracket. This is only the middle. Final of the middle bracket here. Loser guarantees fourth. Winner guarantees third. And again, that key difference is going to be the amount of losses going into the finals. And Leonard Gates just doing what Leonard Gates does, and that's play darts damn well.
Wow, you said the D word.
I'd throw in one.
Boom goes the dynamite back to back for these guys, but we have definitely eclipsed 6.
You just said the D word as well. Dynamite.
That's true. That was good.
Leonard Gates there, 5 marks, averaging a 7.2. Hensey still averaging a 6.0. A 6.0 for both legs, and it right now is looking like it might not be enough. He needs to do another one of those back to back. Oh no! He even walked it. He walked it, and he realized what he did. Aaron Howard keeping count. Happy with number 6 right there.
Oh.
Gates staying on it.
Yep, and gets rid of it.
Rick Hensey not out of the running, though. Needs to find one more.
Can you be upset if you throw back-to-back 6+ averages and you lose?
No, there's no reason to be upset. And there's also, you can't, it's too early to get upset. They're not out of the tournament. This is not the last chance leg yet. And right there, fatal error from Leonard Gates. So one of those few windows where you had the chance to go through it.
Oh, there's the point lead. And he threw that real fat on the 19. That was not close to what he was aiming at, whether it was the triple or double.
Leonard Gates is going to come out swinging this turn.
Yeah, he sure did. 7 marks the 19s in rebuttal because he knows they're probably going away this round.
It's what, 129-point difference here. The 19s still need to go, but I don't know if they can here.
No, you got to stay on the 16s.
Mr. Gates has opportunities to close this leg right here, right now. That's one of those things. He went for that 15 because he likes to go for those cross shots. I don't know if that was the right one to be shooting at there because he didn't end up hitting it. But of course, it doesn't matter. He's hitting too many 19s. Hensey's just getting outscored.
Still throwing a 6.0 with the throw, and he's losing the leg still.
Bye-bye 16s.
And bye-bye 15s. Oh, almost.
Not quite. But, I mean, it's just about over in this leg. Hensey needs Soldier to make a mistake and for him to hit right here.
Only a 5 mark. 5.91. Not even touching this leg.
Even if Soldier only closes the 15s, it's still 7 bulls needed for Hensey to get the point lead back.
Yeah,
this leg's just about a wrap. Leonard Gates is probably going to go right to that 3rd place position. Hensey going to be sitting in 4th, looking at the other end of the bracket. Let's see what's going to be going on, as this one has been a tough battle. I mean, Hensey played phenomenal. You literally can't expect any more. Shane Johnson playing against Steve Dyker, winner.
Well, there it is.
To play Rick Hensey.
Just a shake of the head. A 6.18 for Leonard Gates. He won those legs with a 6.4 and a 6.18. Wow.
Dirty, dirty darts.
That's insanity, man. That is insanity.
Well, it is not over yet. We are down. We have our 4th, 3rd, and then our finals left for our main matches, and our 5th place match is currently in progress if it has not already started. We're excited to see how this pans out here. So we're down to the last 5 players in the men's CSI. Looking at the bracket here, you see Shane Johnson playing Steve Dyker. Right there in that 4th place position, Rick Hensey is going to be playing the winner. The winner of that match will play Leonard Gates, and then in the finals, for $10,000 for first, $1,000 for second, Jules Van Dongen awaits the Dutch Dragon.
Well, he is the Dutch Dragon.
He doesn't await the dead dragon.
Oh, whoopsies. That's all right, though. Yeah, he'll be in that king seat, and we're into our top 5, folks. That's kind of crazy to think, but we're moving right along here as we have Steve Dyker and Shane Johnson about to duel on the same board that Gates and Hensey just got off of. So bear with us. We'll get going here in just a moment's time after a few warm-up darts.
Darts.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, 5th place match. A couple of Wisconsinites. Sugar, Shane Johnson, Scuba, Steve Dyker. The alliteration is aplenty, and the darts averages will be aplenty. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, dynamite drop in there from you. Broadcast school is still paying off. You see Scuba in his maritime, just all white outfit. Sugar Shane wearing a couple of different colors, thankfully.
Sugar Shane has been asking to get in the booth once or twice now. I'm very curious how that commentary would turn out in comparison to my dynamite drops today.
Scuba Steve rocking the old Lucky Blown Glass dart ring. You notice that?
I did not.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been wearing it all day, looking fashionable. It's not just about convenience, it's about the looks as well. And that's why he dives with the best of them.
One leg of darts.
That's it.
That's all we get.
That's all they get. It's all that comes down to. I mean, here's the thing. We're looking at so many great shots. There was 30 players out of 32. Unfortunately, a couple players weren't able to make it. Sean Cafflish, Christian Lopez, Brian Bowling, and Ian Hansen were some of the players that were not, and only some alternates were able to jump in.
Yep.
But that being said, right now we're looking at the top 5 of the CSI, which I would debate is one of the hardest for soft tip cricket tournaments. I mean, this talent pool is limitless.
Yeah, it's a special tournament. The CSI is really cool. It's been a really cool day. We've been looking forward to this the entire time. As
Sugar Shane goes up to do work. And work is done. That was a beautiful last dart on the 18s there. Steve Dyker needs a big round of his own. He is not out of this leg, but this is going to get pretty dicey. Good first mark on there. Oh, no. He needs to stay planted and follow through it. Only a 4 mark there to Shane's a 6-0. He might be able to run away. This is a good turn for Sugar Shane to capitalize.
Yeah, if he goes 1, 2, 3 here, Dyker's going to have to go probably 9 on those 16s. And that's not even going to be enough.
Uh-oh.
But there is a chance. He left the door open. Scuba Steve to take advantage.
Not able to send it back over. That's very unfortunate right now. It's the whole board almost comes down with Scuba and Steve pulling it out. Both of them having a laugh about it, but this is very interesting. 17s finally do get close. This is an off couple rounds for these players. I think the intensity, the nerves, and the fact that this bracket's coming to an end here is kind of starting to weigh on the minds. Mike Maloney is exactly right. Playing one leg is so difficult. It's not awful if you're playing back-to-back matches quickly, but it's so hard to keep the fire rolling because you have to go, diddle, play your game, then wait for your next match, get to the board, give players a few minutes, and you're not constantly playing and getting into a groove and a momentum that you find in a series. Now, it's nice to give the players opportunity to play that last chance, but it's definitely why these legs are where you're going to see some faltering, and the big averages are going to be in the series. Steve Dyker not having much luck right now. Sugar looking at those 16s. After he finds 2 of them, he can either opt to get a couple extra points, play it safe, or go for the 15s if he's feeling real good. He's going to look at the 15s for sure. Last chance, Scuba Steve.
Yeah, it's got to go either 15s or just go right to the bulls. But he's going to elect to go the 15s here. Hope for an extra opportunity at him, but Shane only needs that one dart.
He needs to kind of get underneath those 2 if he wants to get it in that triple. Oh, oh my, he did throw it underneath. It caught right in between the barrels and got flung out. That was a really well thrown dart and a very unfortunate set of physics going against him there.
Yeah, Sugar in prime position to just go ahead and advance into the top 4.
Well, Scuba, Steve, the run looks like it might be over here, but that was an excellent showing from you, and it shows another reason why you deserve to be among some of these top shots, because you are one yourself, sir. Sugar Shane Johnson, averaging a 4.08, takes this and now moves on to play none other than some guy we may have seen once or twice, Rick Hensey.
Well, looking forward to that battle up next here on USA Darts. We'll let them, figure some stuff out, and then we'll come back for that one. Bear with us. We'll be right back with that match.
Darts.
I'm Nick Dichiria from USA Darts, joined by Devin Hunter here at TOC 2022. Devin, you just got into Kansas City, Missouri. How are you doing?
Great. Drive was good. Weather's nice, so.
Are you excited to be back out in the Tournament Champions once again?
Yes, I love this place. It's like a vacation, but with darts.
Well, I mean, you've been here a few years now. You said your first TOC was in about 2014, give or take. So you've been familiar with the program for quite a long time now. What's your experience been like so far since you started playing in the Partners Pro Darts?
Great. I mean, it's a great company. They do a lot for us, which is awesome. They throw a lot of tournaments, and they pretty much put together this great show at the end of the year, which is awesome.
Well, now you're a part of the CSI, which is going to be some of the best players in the PPD going against each other for a nice big lump sum of money. What's your mindset going into this tournament, knowing there's a lot of big shots in there? I mean, including yourself. This is a tough bracket.
Yes, it is a very tough bracket. There's a lot of great players, but it's a race to 2 on the winner's side and the loser's side, first loser side. So it's really just about how good you start and how good you present yourself going into it. Anybody's really beatable at any state, especially when it's a race to 2. If it's a longer race, it'd be a little tougher for some of these big guys, but you just have to have the right mindset going into it.
So with this shorter format, you're going to take a little bit more chances, what you're saying, try to catch someone off guard?
No, you're just going to play a little bit more aggressive.
Okay. And then how long have you been playing darts? Like, give us a little background on your dart history for players that might not know you as well.
This is my 21st year of playing darts. I started when I was 7. I was just a little kid. Played with my dad, who played for like 20 years as well, and he pretty much retired. I started playing junior darts about 12 or 13 with Jake Smith in Sioux Falls, and it's just been a battle ever since. I've loved it, and it's pretty much my life goal to just do something with it.
Well, you started 21 years ago at the age of 7, like you just said, right? Yeah. There's going to be a lot of players and people people that might be new to darts, people that just started playing, whatever it may be, watching the CSI events and seeing these great shots throw. What advice would you give to those people that are about to pick up darts for the first time or just recently picked up darts?
You're going to go through some struggles, you're going to fail, but never give up. Just keep trying to push forward, and if you want it, go get it.
And go get it, you will. Let's assume you win the CSI, you win a couple events out here. I mean, there's a 50K supercharger out there amongst everything else. What would you do if you took a decent lump sum of money home with you at the Tournament Champions this year?
I would buy a bunch of baby stuff, because like I said, I'm about to have a baby in the next week, so hopefully it doesn't happen while I'm down here, but I would definitely put a good chunk towards baby stuff.
Well, that's a lot of pressure on the mind there, knowing a kid's coming right around the corner, but some extra diapers is not a bad call for the prize money.
No, not at all.
Now, with everything else being said, we're excited to have you back, and we're excited to be back live in person, right? We haven't had TOC in person for the last 2 years. Are you looking forward to seeing people you haven't seen in a while and those dark connections that people tend to make at these tournaments?
Yeah, I love coming to dart tournaments for that reason. It's like a family reunion. You get to see people you only get to see maybe once or twice a year, and you just go out and have fun with them.
Well, we're excited to see you have some fun at the Aki. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, fans, family, anybody that might watch you on the stream?
I would like to thank Darren from Flashpoint. He's been behind me a lot, and he's helped me out a lot. And then, like, Mom and Dad, if you see this, hi, and then hi, friends and family and fans, I guess.
Well, I know there's a lot of people looking forward to watching you play. I'm one of them. And we're going to see some great darts out of you. I'm Nick Dichiria. This is Devin Hunter, live from TOC 2022.
Back in the action, here we are. I'm Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stuart here at the Tournament Champions. We are now watching Rick Hensey take on Shane Johnson here in the 4th place match. The winner gets the reward of playing Leonard Gates, and the winner of that match gets the reward of playing Jules Van Dongen. There's some great darts abound. We are excited to see what happens. 1 game only, winner take all for this. Sean, how are you?
Terrible mood. Terrible mood. Terrible mood. But I'm excited to watch some darts now. That is for sure.
Well,
gonna get my mind off of the stupid Colts that suck.
Well, Shane's not thinking about the Colts. He's thinking about those 18s. Wonderful 9 mark. Gets himself cemented, and Rick is still throwing in the 6s. When has he not thrown a 6? Until, of course, the moment I talk about it. Shane Johnson, great opportunity here after that 9 mark. If he can repeat success. Now he has the option to take those 20s away.
He gets them.
Oh my, oh my. Mr. Hensey.
I bet this thing turns at least one more time.
You'd think so, but if he doesn't get these 17s here, it's going to go very, very scary. That's not enough. 21 points is the difference between these two players right now. Sure, Shane. What happened there? Now you're right. I think your prediction's coming true. Rick Hensey has a good, even an excellent chance at turning the tides here. That's a tough block to get around.
Yep, and you called it, as he does not get around it right there.
These players right now, as Mike Maloney said earlier, it's hard when you're playing just a single game, keeping that momentum going. Sugar Shane looks like he's going to be doing just fine with it, though.
Yep, gets rid of it. And Ricky Bobby making a great point. You got to beat Hensey, then Gates, then Jules. That's a gauntlet. Yeah. That is not an easy route.
The Infinity Gauntlet has nothing on this right here. This is intense. Shane Johnson doing damage. Finds the 16s over to the 15s. Just shy, but looks like it might be enough to stave off the Juggernaut here.
We'll see. Rick can do some crazy things.
But not crazy enough. I hated that on so many different levels.
Who owes a Coke here?
He can owe me one this time. 4.14 is not what Rick Hensey was looking for. Gonna most likely hit at least 4 bulls. Does get 4 of them. Not gonna be enough. Sugar Shane to get through step 1 of the gauntlet.
The Wisconsinite is in the zone. One more.
Well, boom goes that Wisconsinite. He takes it down, beating Rick Hensey, who just walked away from him. As you see them laughing.
They're joking around laughing. They're having a
Yeah.
good time. They were even laughing a lot before this match here. Lots of love and respect between these gentlemen. But right now, it's time for Sugar to continue to be serious. Leonard Gates, 3rd place match. This is where the bracket starts, I guess for lack of a better term, reset. Because now we're going to go back to a a race to 3.
Oh.
No, hold on. Type on the bracket. It's going to be race to 2.
Yep.
Then after that, it is going to be a single game of cricket if Sugar Shane is able to win that first best of 3. If he wins both those matches, he moves on to the finals. If Leonard Gates wins in the best of 3 or in the single game, he will move on to the finals. Let's see how this story unfolds here. We're going to take a brief moment here as these players get set up. We're going to take a word from our sponsors. But I'm Nick Dichiria, joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. We'll be back shortly.
Don't go anywhere, guys.
Darts.
Now there are 5 total options in the Hemo range, 3 steel tip labeled 01 through 03, and 2 soft tip variants labeled 10 and 11, with multiple barrel weights for each option. Now, common themes that they all share are bold red and black accents along a silver barrel. They all have striking radial grooves in certain sections that are offset by small axial cuts. And all steel tip barrel versions are fitted with smooth silver Swiss points. You can purchase these barrels on our website, a2zdarts.com. Just look for the link in the description, and I hope you enjoyed this review as well as the rest of the 2021 launch. We've reviewed it all, so be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future range reviews, as well as our review of the new Target dartboard. Thanks for watching.
Well, welcome back to TOC 2022 live in Kansas City, Missouri. We are here for the third place match. Leonard Gates, Sugar Shane Johnson. It's going to be quite the battle, bud.
Well, TOC stands for Tournament of Champions, and right now we're seeing what champions are made of. As the diddle goes down, the darts are flying, the bracket is reset. It is now time to see a best of 3 against Leonard Gates and Sugar Shane Johnson. They talk out the diddle here. I have an interesting comment in here from Andy Zamora saying, awesome watching great darts. I am new to organized dart leagues and would love to get in on this. Well, if you would like to get on this, I'll give you a brief rundown of what Sean normally says. If you are interested in joining in a PPD dart league, go to dartstoc.com. You can go to where can I play. It will show you all local vendors and operators that have dartboards in the area. As little as 1 league a week can qualify you for major tournaments such as the All-Star Nationals or All-Star Triples, the Nationals, the CSE, and even the CSI. If you were curious, look up bars near you at dartstoc.com.
I could have done it better myself.
You could have.
I'm just kidding. You did great. That was perfect. 6 mark from Leonard Gates.
Correct.
You look good.
You look better.
Oh,
You smell terrible.
That should never be said to me.
I'm just kidding.
Uh-oh. Sugar Shane does not get the close. You can't do that against Leonard. Ever.
Leonard here showing why he has only had one loss, and it's to the man sitting at the end here.
He's going to find a little bit of reprieve, but he's going to have to take advantage of it.
Here, gonna have to hit some triples here. Yeah, ooh, closing is not a bad choice in this situation, but you have to take your time and hit your singles. These guys should never miss a dart at a single. And unfortunately, that's going to be something that's going to potentially cost them quite a lot. It thankfully wasn't punished, but you have to ask yourself, is that going to be something that can affect the long-term confidence of this match? The answer is no.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, 3rd time's a charm. Shane took advantage of it. You got to give him credit for that, but Soldier let him have 3 opportunities to do so. Sugar wasted all of his misses. Let's put it that way.
If that's how you want to put it.
I don't think he has any more that he can do against Leonard Gates.
Well, now he needs to go from missing to hitting. I don't like that last dart. I'm just going to say point blank, I don't like that last dart. Leonard Gates is not going to hit less than a 4 mark. So why is closing more important than pointing there? The answer is it's not.
Yeah, so it keeps it pretty close.
But 4 mark was the bottom end of what Leonard Gates was going to hit in that round.
I agree.
7 mark to here does flop it back. Gonna go for it.
How about an 8 mark? Sugar Shane Johnson, 44-point lead.
9 mark here, can flip it back around again. Not gonna happen though.
Does get the point lead back.
Sugar Shane looking for a Cobra combo, as my dad put it earlier. 16-15.
That's true. That is a Florida thing, as he put it.
Got a legend in the chat here. Steve Dyker, how was your matches earlier? He says, hey guys, we want to say hello to you.
Who?
Scuba Steve.
Did he play today?
He's right behind us. He says, I played ish. Leonard Gates there only finding a last start triple. And all of a sudden, Shane Johnson might be able to upset him this leg. And I say upset because he's throwing below a 5. Below a 5 typically won't win against Leonard Gates. That's unfortunate, though. You need 2 singles to get ahead. It does not find it. Triple on the last start while being helpful.
This is a scrappy leg right here.
Yeah, this is going to be the scrappiest one we're going to see out of these guys. Any scrappier and someone's going.
Goodbye, scrappiness.
Leonard Gates are close from behind.
Oh,
no.
wow.
Back-to-back 3 marks there.
Hello, scrappiness. It returned.
This is a little crazy. 15s have to go. The 15s have to go.
He got him. He got him. Is this fatigue? Is this just happenstance?
These players do well in events. They don't go out early. They don't get a lot of rest. They don't get to explore the town. That's really just how it is. So seeing them here, yes, there's a little bit of fatigue. Yes, there's a little bit of exhaustion. But also simply just when your opponent's playing one way, you're going to kind of almost match their energy in a sense. Johnny Lackey talked about it briefly with me in the hall there in his match against Rick Hensey, where they played not great until the very last leg decider, and that was because they were matching each other and how they were throwing.
Well, he just asked Shane Johnson a question, and that question is, are you going to miss again? And Shane says no. He says no.
Oh, by the skin of his teeth, that was very, very close.
Hey, listen, you need to win legs like that against Leonard Gates to win matches against Leonard Gates. That's a good omen for Sugar, but he still has to win one more. I don't expect Soldier to let that happen again, so Sugar's going to have to go up there and do it himself.
Just to remind you, Sugar Shane not only needs to win this best of 3, but then win a subsequent last leg decider as well. So that's a monumental task to ask yourself to double dip Leonard Gates, and no player would say otherwise.
There's not too many people, I'm sure you can count them on one hand, who have probably double dipped Leonard Gates before.
Probably him playing against himself.
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe.
Possibly. Shane Johnson, weak attempt at the last board. He needs to do better, and I'm saying that with love and respect towards him, but he has high expectations for himself, and I want to see him meet that beautiful, beautiful recovery after a weak first round.
Yeah, what a great 9 mark. Getting it on the board. And Leonard Gates follows it with a 7 mark.
So Leonard Gates only has the point lead, but you can count each of those numbers that he has ahead as points on the board, unofficial points. That's a great back-to-back though from Sugar Shane Johnson.
That's 6 18s in a row. Tougher to say than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, you got the general points across. Now, the problem here for Sugar Shane, he is behind still. With all those extra marks, I would consider him behind in the situation, even if he has a 70-point advantage. I don't think if you're going to go for it, you definitely don't start on the 20 there. You have to take the easy one, get the 19, because getting the guaranteed close is way more important there. I think that's a strategical error. And personally, I would still opt to go for a 9 mark on the 16s or 15s. Johnson, right now, you need to do something.
All right. There's the point lead. Is he looking out at the 16s? The answer is yes. How about 15s?
The answer is yes.
He looked at it. Didn't tag it. And I'm pretty sure they are pumping the air into this place, as this is. Are we freezing to death slowly but surely?
Well, it's all the ice in their veins from the players here. I mean, this is some cool collected darts from these guys.
The igloo may be coming back to the commentary booth here.
Yeah, why does this always happen?
Shane Johnson here. Looks like this leg is a wrap for him. It's going to be 1-all. Going to go to a diddle, and then a deciding leg. Shane needs to win that, then win another leg after that. Not quite over yet. I'm going to take a... So you're saying there's a chance opportunity here. Needs a double-double. There's half. Not quite. And the Leonard Gates to take it out. Leonard Gates taking this here. We're going to go to the diddle. Let us know in the chat who you have here. Leonard Gates, Sugar Shane Johnson. What are we thinking along? This is an amazing match. We have about 800 plus people tuning in, and I'm excited to bring more darting action to you. To start the diddle here, looks like we are looking at our surprise bonus. Look at that. Beautiful diddle right there, but it's something that can be wrote in, and it looks like Gates might have wrote in on it. Oh, nope. Gave the point to Shane.
Yeah, way to hit that button, Sean. Wow.
Sean,
my bad. I had a cramp. I was just up here wandering around.
A little fist bump from the players. Respect is given. Shane Johnson needs to start big. Needs to start strong. A lot of people in the chat saying Gates. Gates is looking dominant. Gates is getting hot. We're excited to see if that comes true.
We've seen him break throws in last leg deciders before. Gonna have to do it again.
It's not a position you want to be in, trying to break someone's throw, going against the 20s. And really, the one thing Gates needs to do is make sure Shane doesn't get comfortable. See, wiping the sweat off his hand there. Had to slow himself down a little bit. Didn't affect him.
Not at all. Gets a 7 mark. This is going to be one of those legs. No matter if Leonard's going first or second, Gates is going to force Shane Johnson to beat him.
Paul Schwindam in a jet. Finger cramp from wiping away the tears for the Colts losing again?
Well, well, well. Here we are again.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's a not good first start for him, but he does find the 19s there. This is not the round he envisioned. Only getting 2 marks. Leonard Gates going to start right at those 18s. He's been very comfortable with them, and I'd expect to see the same.
There's the point lead. Staying? Staying.
He's going to stay on that time there. If he tripped the second dart, he goes 20 every single time. Shane Johnson, on the other hand here, after first dart triple, anything's possible. He's going to stay.
And
now
there
he
goes. Oh, stays for all 3. Boom goes the Wisconsinite. Sugar Shane Johnson. And now
Soldier shoulders it in there. Beautiful 9-mark answer.
I quit.
Hi, Sean Green.
That was wonderful, Nick. Well done. Thank you for saving me.
I tried to give you an out on it, man. Oh, boy.
Only a 2 mark from Shane, and this is the type of mistake that can cost you an entire leg playing against Soldier.
To get all the work to get that point lead, and then to see Leonard Gates kind of storm away
there
with
it goes. What a turnaround.
There's no version of this timeline where he gets off whatever number he's shooting out here unless it's completely blocked.
Gets 7 of them. Gonna work for it.
Leonard Gates, however, can afford to be a little aggressive if he really wants to. But the thing is, even if he does have that backup last chance match, if he really wants to use it, he wants to go in with minimal losses if he wants to have a good chance to triple dip Mr. Jules Van Dongen.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
My, how the turntables. A 7 mark from Shane Johnson back-to-back gives him now control, but it can be taken away right here.
And Leonard Gates intends to do so. He's going to go for the 16s. Oh,
no,
he
stays.
Very uncharacteristic of him. He almost always goes for that switch. Something we've seen him do time and time again. All of a sudden, he elects not to. Let's see if the decision pans out for him. Looks like it will.
That's a decent last start, but control now in Leonard Gates'
That dart from
hands.
Sugar removes 1 dart from Soldier. Of course, his darts are flying really well right now.
There it goes.
53-point difference. That's a bad number. It means 6 bowls needed to get back ahead for Sugar. If he hits 2, he should consider going for those 15s on the off chance.
He went for it on dart. Oh, closes them.
So he left himself 5 bowls on the off chance Gates misses here.
Gates just needs 3 to win the match. There's 1. Got it.
Trace. Oh my goodness. Leonard, the Soldier Gates, Sugar, Shane Johnson. Amazing stuff from these gentlemen. Great run from Sugar, Shane Johnson once again, taking 3rd place in the CSI at Kansas City, Missouri Tournament of Champions. $500 for the fine gentleman there.
And it sets up this. Can Jules Van Dongen beat Leonard Gates twice before Leonard Gates beats Jules 3 times? That's the question we have now. This could go a long way.
And while we were kind of building up some of these other runs and some of these great players that we highlighted, you almost want to say you kind of saw the Jules versus Leonard final coming in front of you. The top 2 averages facing against each other. Leonard Gates representing Texas, Jules Van Dongen representing Missouri, and this is in Missouri. He's playing for the hometown heroes right now. I am curious how this is going to go. We're going to take a brief moment here, and we're going to get right back to the action to bring you the finals of the CSI Cricket Singles Invitational. I am Nick Dichiria. This is also with Sean Green, Will Stuart, Scuba Steve Dyker in the background here moderating our friendships. We'll be back shortly.
Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back to Kansas City, Missouri, live for the Tournament of Champions 2022, brought to you by the Partners Promoting Darts. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Dichiria in the booth, and our production team is complete with Will Stuart, USA Darts Productions. We are live here for the final CSI for the men's. Leonard Gates coming through the one-loss bracket. We'll be taking on Jules Van Dongen, your king seat. Jules has to lose 3 times. Leonard has to lose twice.
That is correct. Ladies, gentlemen, and darters, this is the finals that we have been shaping up since the beginning at 10:30 in the morning here. This is it. The 2 players that everyone's talked about in the room, the 2 highest averages, playing for the highest individual prize pool of this tournament. The room is filling up, the anticipation's in the air, and while there was some laughing and joking around going in there, it's all serious for the 2 gentlemen towing the line. Right now, it's the question of who is feeling it, who is looking good, and who is throwing better. These guys are about to find out that answer, and so are we, Sean.
They both checked their Facebook comments one last time, so get rid of all those notifications before they get going. Put on their Do Not Disturb as they are about to go to work. Who do you have, bud?
I'm going to go Jules all day here. It's the hometown hero. He's playing for Missouri. He lives in Missouri. He lives 10 minutes from this venue. He's one of the only players that doesn't have a hotel. He has his family here supporting him, and this is really exciting to see. What about you, Sean?
I agree with you. Mom and Dad are here. He got his wife here. He's done so well so far this weekend. Won everything he's played in, and that includes having a disadvantage at times. Now he has the advantage. I don't see how he loses, even with how well Soldier's been playing.
There is Kayla, the immortal that we just saw briefly there, explain the rules right over there. Virginia, that is going to be the better half for Gates, correct?
That's correct. I'll answer that one for you, buddy. Yes, that's correct. I think that's the lovely girlfriend of Leonard.
So my statement still stands true. The better half. Oh, boy. Everyone in chat, please let us know where you are tuning in from for this action. We have over 842 people watching along right now. If your friends are not in this stream, tell them that this is where the action is, as it is now time to diddle. In a moment.
I was about to say, that's a terrible diddle. Outside the triple. A little nervous to get us started.
Not once, but twice these guys have got me now.
Oh, my goodness. Got my indie peeps tuning in with us. OKC, California. Austin Braswell saying, Nick, you are my favorite. Well, last time I said hi to him.
Don't tell Stacy, but you're my favorite Braswell.
Bithlow, Florida for Sean Phelps. Bill Hughes is at the hotel across the street.
Why aren't you in that room? You can see it in person.
Look at how many people are in here watching this final.
Dumpster Darts in the chat, Mary Beth, Jody Ward, Josh Flad, Lenz. There's so many good people here watching along. We appreciate each and every one of you.
South Dakota.
Don't you know?
Yeah, before we get going here, share this out. Let your friends know we're live here for this epic finale. 10 grand on the line.
9 grand on the line. It's either first place where you get $10,000 or second place where you get $1,000. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, what a difference there. I'm excited to see this one. I know you all have been waiting in anticipation. With our coverage today, we're ready for this.
Remember, over 1,500 people. Will Stewart will dye his hair. Gordon Dixon in the chat saying, what platforms is this on? We are live on Facebook and YouTube for Partners Promoting Darts pages and for USA Darts pages. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us. But it's time for the players to show us what we're really here for.
Shaggy, now is not a good time for your negativity. All right, here we go. Matt Haynes from Tennessee saying this is going to be good. I am on the edge of my seat. What about you, bud?
Same. Anyways, all right. A little fist over from the players there. I just want to give Sean a hard time one last time for the AM events. This is it. Leonard won the diddle. Time to start off. It is going to be, again, the format will follow the amount of losses that the player has. The least amount is the format being used. Race to 3 cricket is going to be how we start here.
So, actually, if Leonard wins this first one, they're tied.
Correct. They'll both have 1 loss, and it's just who wins the best of 3 and then who wins the last leg.
There you go. It's good to know.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where the first time you hear about it, you're like, what am I playing in? Who has what? How many losses is here? But after playing some all-star triples and playing out on the floor, they're playing a very similar style format. It's just they're also adding in a little bit of 0-1 while this is a cricket invitational that we're watching here. But otherwise, these players know what they're in for, and they're in for a lot of fireworks, a lot of dynamites, and some TNT as well.
So these guys could technically play 4 matches right now.
Yeah, in theory, that is the maximum number of matches because Jules loses twice, Gates loses once, and then they play a last leg decider. That would be
Come on, let's do it.
I would say that would be break the internet levels of darting action. Leonard Gates being very dominant on his 20s, playing very safe, very consistent. Jules here looking for a 9 mark. 9 mark will get him into a very interesting position where he can either close or go up in points.
He's looking up. And he hits the 9 mark. Boom goes the dynamite. Jules Van Dongen gets us started.
Look at Jules there. That was not a celebration that we've seen from him, and we've seen him celebrate quite a lot. That is pure ice. He knows just because he's in the seat does not mean he has an easy time.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. It's very early in this leg. First leg, race to 3. Best 3 out of 5.
Well, return to sender. 9 mark right there for Leonard Gates. This is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen and darters.
So do you think that Jules was not celebrating because he knows Leonard is capable of doing that right back? Or is it because Jules is now having to expect that he needs to hit 9s?
Because a 9 mark in leg 1 and a series we're going to play at least 2 matches if you're winning. It means not as much as the 9 marks will mean later on. And he knows he can't let that adrenaline start spiking too early. He is on equal footing. I would say these players are even kill in ability, average, and prowess. The difference is Gates has a lot more soft tip experience, and that might be a factor for Jules. He has to keep his nerves calm. He can't go celebrating too early. He has to save it for later when he actually has it fairly locked in or does a big upset when he's not supposed to.
I mean, you're seeing it. Leonard in control of the legs still, even with 3 wedges for Jules. Gonna try and get rid of one of those wedges. Goes back to points. 6.0 to a 5.8. 200-point lead.
Good to start there for Jules, as he does have some work to do to get that point advantage back, but he does have a fair amount of numbers there. You can look in there, family watching along there, Mike Carter watching along there, and a lot of people kind of anxiously saying who's going to get crowned the CSI champion of 2022.
Soldier makes that look real easy, gets a 7 mark. Point lead by far. Making Jules play a little chess. Oh, look at that. Step back.
Here's the thing with that shot there. It's a 105-point difference. Leonard Gates almost will never miss the 6 mark. Opts to go bull, though.
And get rid of the 16s and 15s.
The fact that he shot like that shows how confident he is, though. That is a very, I want to say it, cocky way to shoot that, because he didn't give himself an extra chance. Maybe that added pressure on himself is why he hits so well. But he's also used to jumping around the board every other dart.
Second one registered a 2, and that's in the bowl.
See if they realized. Yep, they realized it.
Yep,
So
Jules
they're going
got
to
it.
adjust that real quick here. Dustin Holt bringing up a great point in chat. Jules has been sitting for a bit, so hope he has a little time to knock off the dust if there is any. I mean, that is a fair point. I mean, it was well over an hour ago.
Yeah, but listen, they're throwing a 6.25 and a 5.63. I think that the rust is not there.
Right, but there is a little bit of like, does Gates feel fatigued from constantly playing? Does Jules feel like he may have lost focus because he hasn't been actively throwing?
I'm not seeing any fatigue.
Taking a look around the room there, you can see everyone's just staring. It is quiet. It is tense. No golf claps for this CSI.
One leg into it. Leonard Gates up 1-0.
The Milkman's in the chat saying bold move. Jules there with a little squat to hit that trip 20. Leonard Gates.
It works.
If he hits this next triple, is he looking up? Yeah, he is.
Nope.
No. His eyes are hard to follow. Looked like it was in, but just barely flighted out. Deceiving darts.
Look at that.
Jules going back up, I would imagine.
Oh, he went over. Interesting. Yeah, the viewing has definitely increased back there. That is for sure.
Leonard Gates doing work on those 19s. Hits a perfect round of 9 at a time where it matters most.
Early in the leg.
Jules to answer right back potentially. Doesn't have the opportunity to. Does find those 18s though. Buying the insurance policy. Devin Hunter over there. You saw his interview earlier.
He's living on the edge of this match as well.
It's nice to see all the compatriots of the people that have played in this event today now sitting back there to see how it concludes. And I think a lot of them are having the same reaction right now. They're looking at each other and they're saying, oh, what would I have done?
My goodness. Big 9 mark there for Jules. As he got some cheers back there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the guy playing in his hometown. It's not very often that a $2 million tournament gets held in your backyard, is it?
Look at this. A 7.25, a 6.25. A 6.3 won the first leg. Buckle up, man. 1,100 people tuned in. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. We got arguably the 2 best in North America in soft tip darts going at it for at least a couple of matches.
And a beautiful 8 mark
20s.
there. You can see Virginia giving a nice little clap there as Leonard hits an 8 mark. That's very critical. Closes that 20 and expands his lead.
There goes the 18s and 17s. Jules climbing back into it, only down. Well, now it's a little bit more. Wow.
Even a little celebration there from Mr. Gates.
7.67. They are throwing haymakers left and right. Look at this.
Well, I mean,
that's an interesting strategy there, bud.
well, and that's one of the factors. You know, people can kind of harp on Gates every now and again for making some interesting strategical decisions, but ooh,
He's getting a little fiery.
ooh, I love to see that.
There's a lot of money on the line, bud.
No, there is, but I mean, Gates is doing what he needs to do. Not just winning, but dominating in this leg against a player that's not playing bad, but playing excellent even. And if you're going to triple dip, you need that momentum, that energy the entire time.
How about a 7.30? 7.30 just won that leg, bud.
Imagine
Jules
throwing
about to
a
hit another gear as
5.75
well.
and not even being close in the second half of that leg.
Going first.
Going first right now. Jules needs to keep doing what he's done before, though. He is not worried. He is maybe a little tense, but in the best possible sense. It's that match pressure that's keeping him motivated. He is calm and cool.
Mal tuning in at the right time from Australia says, good morning. Well, good morning. If you weren't awake before, you probably are now after seeing these darts from these players. Yeah, they're definitely cheering for both.
Yeah,
Jules finds those 19s.
Mal, good to see you here. You actually participated in the New Zealand and Australian World Series events.
Oh, wow.
PDC player. Played in a PDC couple of events there.
Leonard Gates doing what he needs to do, regaining the point lead, making a foothold, although this is Jules' leg to win at this point, being 2 numbers up and only less than a triple behind.
See where he goes on dart 2, closes the 17, and then right back up, does not hit it though.
Well, that might be the difference maker, is that deflection for this leg of darts. Leonard Gates now has a very good opportunity.
Does he go look for it?
Of course he does.
Oh.
He loves the white horse.
Doesn't hit it, but adds 54 points in front now of Jules Van Dongen.
Jules just going upstairs. He's going to be staying up there now.
No, he moved down to the 15s.
Interesting decision to do so. There's nothing wrong with that, but I do think that single 15 isn't going to do anything now, and that single 18 would have added a few more points that Leonard needed to hit.
You're seeing just a gear change that really no one else has in their wheel basket besides maybe 1 or 2 players like Leonard Gates. He's averaged well above a 6. Well above a 6 these last couple legs.
You can hear from Gates. He is in killer instinct mode. He is seeing red and throwing
20s,
triples.
18s. Goodbye. Wow.
You could hear that from here. I'm surprised our mics didn't pick that up. That was a huge celebration from the soldier there.
Yeah, we thought we were loud back here. We can hear the roars from back here that he's throwing out at us.
Now, Gates looking to wrap this leg up in near perfection.
He did a little no-look on the last dart. Did you see that? He's about to tie this thing up with Jules 1-1.
Jules' last leg throwing in the 5-7s. This leg a little less, but he's playing great darts. It's just Gates is doing great. If he wins this, he wins the first set, giving Jules his first loss of this tournament. Match loss, I should say.
Well, 1 ball away.
Jules does not have winning darts in hands. Does close the distance.
Yeah, not going to get the point lead, though. And that was good to point out that he did not have winning darts in his hand. Just in case. But Leonard does take out that. He wins it 3-0.
So now let's look at what we have to do from here. It's 1 loss for each player. So we're going to go with the player with the least amount of losses, meaning they're going to go to a best-of-3 format now.
Yep, so it is a race to 2.
So since that is also Jules' first loss, it's going to be best-of-3 cricket. No matter what happens after that, it's going to be another best-of-3
Yep.
cricket. And then a last leg decider, potentially another one if needed.
So in a weird kind of format, we could actually have this thing where it does not go a race of 1.
That is possible. That is possible. In fact, it's likely, as these players do not want to just bend over and say, I'm done, take a knee. No, they are fighting, they are throwing. It is time for these players to diddle again. They're going to recompose. They're taking a brief look at the bracket to make sure they're setting it up properly. We'll make sure to get a staff member over to oversee, but I think they know and they're ready to go. Diddle first.
That's a pretty good mark.
But it's also a good spot for Leonard to take advantage of.
Yep, anything in the black will do, and there it is.
Resting right on top of it.
So Soldier will start off this match as well. You said Jules all the way, no doubt whatsoever. How about now?
Not going to change my pick halfway through. That is just bad voodoo for everybody involved there. Right now, I truly do believe that Jules has the ability. He just needs to stay calm, and he's not throwing off. I think Gates is motivated, and we just need to see for Jules if Gates is going to falter. If Gates isn't going to falter, I don't think anybody can stop him.
You can see all the people that are wanting to see this in person. This is one of those matches, one of those matchups that, you know, you talk about for months after this. I was there for that Gates Van Dongen match. You see that? Man, I quit darts for a good month and a half after that. There's no way we could do that.
Look at that. It's almost like they're friends. They are,
oh, for sure.
But not when they're playing against each other. This is going to be another best of three now. Men's CSI Finals, $10,000 for first place, $1,000 for second. No matter what happens in this best of three, we're going to have another best of three after, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm glad that Elliot Milk called you out on that earlier. I didn't want to, but... Matt says, only me that doesn't get this format? Question mark. Here's what you need to know right now. Just best of three. This is to set up who's going to be one loss away.
Exactly.
Soldier starting where he left off. A white horse. Boom goes the dynamite. Leonard Gates.
It's hard to deny that the momentum is going any other direction except in Leonard's favor.
Clearly in Soldier's favor right now. Jules isn't even really shooting ideal shots at the moment. He's trying to get anything going.
I think he's a little razzled right now, and as anybody would be. Wait, is Gates human?
No, he just reluctantly shot at the triple 20 instead of closing out the 16s like he wanted to.
Jules trying to string something together right now, but there's a lot of frustration in him. Let's see what Gates is going to do from here. Starts at the bull, falls a little short, but getting some bonus points there.
Yep. Falling out into some points. The last start was at the 16.
But notice,
didn't get it.
Notice this, though. Maybe not for this leg, but the fact that, and you can see even Jules is kind of residing this leg as well. I think he's just throwing around. But this is a very pivotal thing to notice. Leonard Gates, the last two legs, was kind of just not what we've seen the last several. So does this mean there's a turning in the tides? Does this mean that Jules is able to focus up?
I don't know what's going on here in this leg. It seems like Jules is just not really caring about giving himself even a chance to win the leg. It's kind of a weird strategy. He has the point lead now, but with how weird he played it, it's still very difficult for him. Soldier's only throwing a 4-6. I really think Jules gave up on the leg too early.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but at this point, whatever can get him in the right mindset is what he needs to do, whether it's just throwing different numbers, seeing the board light up, whatever it may be. He obviously is not the same Jules that we've been watching earlier.
Well, he closes the bowl, gets 50 points at it, but not going to be enough. One bowl from taking the lead. 1-0 in this one. He's won 4 straight off of Jules Van Dongen. Not too many people have done that.
That's an insane sentence to say out loud. I mean, absolutely ludicrous. People here are really curious to see how this pans out. Jules knows he needs to start waking up, or else he's going to find himself at the disadvantage.
Well, the king seed advantage is completely erased now.
Well, right now they're even keel, but now I guess this is the first time you could say he's been down the entire CSI. He's down a leg in a evened out scenario.
Well, I'm still expecting to see a little fight back. There's no way that it doesn't happen. With Jules in that last leg, like I said, he threw a weird strategy, which is what cost him. His darts were actually good, though.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Jules is just a man of the people. He's trying to add some drama and intensity for the rest of us.
Well, that's darn nice of him. But I don't think you can take away from what Soldier's done to get into this position. He's earned it. The averages have been insane. And they continue.
Would you ever expect him to stop?
No.
Jules here. Does find those 20s. He should be staying there.
Soldier's going to have to stay there the whole time. Gets the point lead back, but my goodness. Let's talk this through. Jules, again, from Parkville, Missouri, about 10 minutes away from here. Only been playing darts really seriously for a little bit over 2 years now. Already a PDC card holder. And has been playing at the top competition level forever. Or at least since he kind of got serious about darts. Soldier, on the other hand, in his 50s.
You couldn't tell by his looks. Let's be
No,
honest.
not at all. But he's been around darts at the top of the game for so long. So many years. It is interesting to see this. You see a let's go from Jordan Meyer, the laughing assassin. Giving it for his friend there.
But, I mean, you're shaping up to be exactly right. The Leonard Gates has been known for at least the last 10 years almost as one of the best, if not the best dart player in North America. I mean, there's other names that you can throw on that list as well. But, I mean, Leonard Gates has always been in that conversation. And Jules, the new guy on the scene, playing with something to prove and showing how fast a player can come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
And I mean that in the best possible sense, but he came out of the woodwork.
Yeah, he's really making unrealistic expectations for everyone else who's just now getting into darts. This game is not this easy to get this good at or to be at this top level. It takes a lot of natural skill for him to get to this point, but also a lot of hard work and dedication to wanting to be the best.
Well, I mean, both of these players, I would say, are front runners for people that have a chance to say that they're the best in their sport. And just a question of when in the career that comes along here. Right now, they're going to see at the tournament champions which one is going to be the cricket singles invitational champion. Which is basically this is the biggest singles event here, other than obviously the women's equivalent, the women's CSI.
Well, here you go. Jules 3 bulls away from really stopping the rout. There it goes. There's
The audience
some loud,
gets nice and
Jordan
rowdy
Meyer
with
in the
it.
background. Yelling out that one. 5.87 for Jules, 1-1. A little last leg decider to see who is going to have the advantage going to the next race to 2.
Would you wager to say that this is probably the most important leg here? Because of the fact that now after this, they just need to either win the next best of 3, or they gives themselves an extra chance. And now that they're tied up, they're looking for an advantage.
Look at that. He did. He got it in the middle hole.
Oh my goodness.
He got it in the middle hole. And Jules is like, you got to be kidding me.
He even lets it off.
Look
You
at
have to.
that. They're laughing at it. It's because it is so ridiculous.
The level of talent, the level of skill, the level of determination, and everything else. It's time to see what happens. Who's going to take the advantage in this long series that we're seeing? Leonard to start off.
And he's going to start off perfect.
You can hear that roar as he is saying, let's go. It's time for some darting action. Jules, what you got for him?
Answers with the 5 mark. Not good enough right this second.
5 is not good enough at all. Leonard Gates going to keep going to work here as he starts jumping around the board. But I really think that this is his wheelhouse, and it's looking really good for him to take this right here and give himself the advantage going into the next match.
Yeah, Jules almost can't miss anymore, and a 4 mark does nothing. Especially when you keep hitting trip 20s, like Soldier's doing. I don't know if I like the skip around. It's almost like, here, let me throw you a little bit of a chance.
But it's okay, because right now Jules is taking the bait. Yes, getting that close is fine, but also he needs to be establishing his own point dominance. That was actually the best case scenario for him there, was hitting a 7 mark in that way. But otherwise, I think that, honestly, Leonard's been laying little traps, little landmines, little bunker busters, and Jules constantly has been stepping on them.
There they go. 173 points is the advantage.
Look at this play from Leonard. It does show that there is an experience difference in soft tip cricket specifically. There's not a difference in ability or skill here. I think they are very much near identical in quality of players. But that's what matters right now, is the experience. Who is going to have the better strategy? Who is going to outplay the other? This is 4D chess.
Yeah, look, Soldier's going back there to do that just to make sure he knows where he's at. A lot of players would just wait until after that last dart, but hits the double bull too to point again. This is throwing a 6.2 in this last leg decider, man. A 5-5 is having no shot at this.
And this shows how important winning the diddle is. But right now, Jules is just getting outclassed. I mean, that is a great 9 mark, but it's not enough because, again, Leonard kind of made Jules go into a corner and have to respond in ways where he had to ask questions and he was getting the wrong answers. Now,
6.53. Last leg decider just beat a 6.2. Buddy.
Let's explain what's going to happen next. Now, in this triple elimination tournament, we have Jules, who has now had 2 losses. Leonard, who has only had 1. Therefore, it follows the format of the person with the least amount of losses. They're going to play another best of 3 here. If Gates wins it, it is over. If Jules win it, it will go down to a sudden death, last chance deciding leg. Kayla there clarifying with the players. That is Kayla, the immortal from the PPD staff. Everyone in chat, please let us know what's going to happen. What do you think is going to happen? Where are you? Where are we? What is? I don't even know what's real. Is this real life? Is this fantasy?
Look, you can see Kayla Spurgeon there, just watching along, making sure everything is the way that it should be, which it is. And you can see there's confusion with the players. I'm happy that you're here, bud, or else I'd be so confused.
As someone that has gotten triple dipped, has done triple dipped, and done some double dipping and lost on the triple, I have been there. Granted, Division 4, 5, not no cap, not singles, nothing like that, but it is a little complicated because triple elimination bracket's very uncommon to see.
Just a statement there. It looks like even the players are making sure they're correct.
And, I mean, with this much money on the line, I would want to have absolute certainty. A $9,000 difference, a $10,000 payday. Diddle to decide who goes first. Ooh, caught it, but I think Jules finally got this diddle.
Yeah, that's Jules.
Jules needs to win this best of 3. And honestly, even if you're cheering for Leonard Gates or Jules, we all kind of want to see a last leg decider because who wants this to be over? So right now, Jules needs to make a stand. Leonard Gates needs to keep charging through. If Leonard Gates wins, it is over. If Jules wins, we go 1 more.
Chris from Belgium said, Belgium watching. Great to see this cricket format. That's awesome.
Happy to hear.
All right, here we go. Leonard Gates wins this race to 2. He is the champion of the CSI. Jules wins. We go to a sudden death, one leg for it all of cricket. I want it.
Well, these guys want it too. They want some great darts. They want some great explosions. And this is going to be a question of, will Jules continue to falter? Will Gates continue to dominate? Will the tables turn? It's hard to know.
It's hard not to. Our job is typically pretty easy. It's hard right now to sit here and talk. I just want to watch this. You know what I'm saying?
Eyes are glued to the screen for me as well, buddy.
There's a 9 mark from Soldier. Gets it started. You can see there's almost like a nervous energy from a lot of the room that's rooting for Jules.
Well, I mean, Jules wants this really bad, and I mean, he's playing so close to where he lives right now, and Leonard Gates on the other end here, just playing so dominating. It's almost scary to watch
Look
darts
at
this determined.
Oh, it's shocking right now to see Leonard miss a dart into a single. That's how perfect he is playing.
What will it take to fire up Jules Van Dongen? The Dutch Dragon is only spewing steam. Steve Hilger nails it right on the head. A great thing about the experience at this level of pressure and competition. Oh,
what a big 8 mark from Soldier. He continues to just impress. Darts is not this. It's not this easy.
Steve Hilger saying a great thing about the experience at this level of pressure and competition that Jules is gaining. True example of you never lose, you either win or learn. And that's exactly what's going to be happening here. It's not just that Gates is dominating, but he is also the bull misregistering again. But it is showing right now that that there's a little bit of a experience difference here that's coming into play. It's still best of 3. It is not over, and Jules needs to remind himself of that. He needs to get that fire back in.
Oh, he's doing everything. He's 7-2 is just hard to beat. I don't care who you are.
Well, Leonard Gates doesn't care what anybody is right now except to him, his darts, and the board. That's all he is thinking about.
Well, he is 1 leg away from the title. Is Leonard Gates a 6.83? So you asked the question earlier, what is it going to take for Jules to pull this out? A 7+ right now is what it's looking like. That might not be the case. He might need less than that, but he's thinking that, which is going to cause him to press a little bit.
Well, let's see. We're so close to the finish line. Jules needs to mount some form of response, or else it will be Leonard Gates doing a triple dip. Who could have saw this coming?
I mean, this is crazy. Goes back up, points again, but again, just a couple of wasted darts that you just cannot do against Soldier. Not right now, because he comes back with this. Only a 5.
I do agree with Lisa here. Jules is just overthinking right now. I mean, the pressure, the intensity, the eyes on him, the family in the background, and the stream going. There's so many people seeing which way this goes. I understand where he's coming from. I don't think it's even that he's making that many strategy errors and intentionally. It's rather just, hey, I can't focus right now. My head's going a million different places, and all I'm trying to do is throw the dart forward.
Well, Soldier trying to just shut the door again. Gets another 7 mark on the board. Jules now going to look down at the 19s. There they go.
Needs to go back up.
And he hits it. There's a nice 8 mark from Jules. It's been a while since we've seen some of those big pours at the right time.
Leonard Gates has been lethal on those 18s as he does switch to them all the time. You can hear roars left and right, left and right. That's a good marker for Jules.
It was a great marker for those 18s. He will go back to the 20s on dart 3. Jules is playing a lead and close strategy. I just don't think it's been one that's lasted against Soldier so far.
I mean, it's hard when not only is the strategy difference apparent, but the averages. I mean, it's not that Jules has really played back. I think only one of these legs has really been what I would consider a not a good leg at this level. The rest have all been equivocal to what I would expect in the CSI. Difference is strategy and the fact that Gates is clearly on a mission.
Well, look at this. Gates, that's the difference. Soldier's doing that and hitting it. Jules has been trying it and not hitting that third dart. And now he feeds right into Gates again.
Well, Leonard Gates, if he takes this here, he is able to say that he is the CSI champion.
Oh, a 7 mark would have tied it.
It's not over yet. Jules needs 3 bulls.
And he can hit a lot of 15s.
15s are gone.
15s. Wow. Let's play another one. Are we playing one more leg or 2 more legs, bud?
Oh, we're about to find out right now. Jules needs to win this. They're going to diddle to see who gets this. If Jules wins this, they are going to go to a sudden death tiebreaker. If Leonard wins this, it is all over. First place, $10,000. Second place, $1,000.
Yeah, there's a $9,000 difference on the line here, too.
And that's how the math checks out.
Let's do this. It looks like it's going to be Jules.
Sean,
Yep.
Sean, we've been watching this bracket all day. We've been seeing all this action unfold right in front of us. We've been talking with the players since 9 a.m. 8:45 even is when we all met up with them.
Yes, it's raised my expectations. And here's why. When you're in this type of scenario, the triple dip, you're in the middle of it, you're living this with the players, this is more exciting than I could have ever imagined. And I was pretty sure that was going to be your question, right?
Yeah, you read my mind.
Good.
It's time to see what happens.
Tyler wanted to know about the diddle, just the closest to the center hole of the bullseye. The player that was closest there got to go first, or gets to go first in the leg. You kind of have to earn it. Here we go.
Starting off at those 20s and starting off well he is. And there we go, a 7 mark from Jules Van Dongen. And now we're really here. We're ready. The room is getting so tense. You can feel it. It's like a chill in the air.
The way that both of these players perform with their backs against the wall, it just speaks volumes to the level of professionalism that we're watching on screen here.
And the fact that these, I mean, anybody in the CSI, I would say that this applies to, but especially these guys, they're professionals.
Oh, yeah.
Almost 1,500 people in here right now. I can't tell you how this unfolds. I don't see the future, and I don't even know if these guys can tell you, because they both see themselves winning this.
Yeah, they do. They both expect to right now.
Low for Jules there. Does go for early close. He needs to go back up if he's taking the gamble.
Hits it.
The bet is cashed.
These are where 2 or 3 darts are going to be the important darts in the entire leg. That was the first. Was Jules look at the 20s there.
Now, if we're talking textbook strategy, he needs to stay on the 20s, hit at least the 4 mark before he can consider anything else.
He's going to go now. Yep. Might stay. No, he goes back. All right, smart darts.
That's exactly what happened. He had to hit a 4 mark. Now, different order.
This is where soldiers hit every time.
Needs to follow it. That he does. Looks at the 18s again.
7 mark. My goodness.
Oh no, it kind of drooped
bit
a
of a
little bit.
hanger.
Yeah. Push out of the way, make room for that last one.
And did hit the last one. Oh, who is going to throw the first big round?
Leonard Gates 3 attempts at the 18. All 3 first dart was low, and then second dart in. He's consistent on those 18s right now, but that's an opportunity for Jules.
Oh yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Jules. There's the point lead.
18s need to go.
Yep, there they go. Back to
Points
the 20s.
need to grow.
Big 8 mark. Big 8 mark. They're both throwing a 6.0, bud.
I'm at a loss.
How?
I'm at a loss right now. This is true sports right here. I don't know what is going on except the fact that these guys are competing.
There go the 17s.
This
Goes
is
back
the
to the
Jules we've been
20s.
talking about. Welcome back.
And there he goes. Only adds 20 points or 40 points to his total, but still gets it accomplished. Back-to-back 9s.
It doesn't even matter how many points that added. That was the confidence. That was the celebration. That was the intensity that we've seen out of him up until this point, and I expected to see out of him again.
The level's been raised.
He needs to finish strong here.
15s. Goodbye. Wow.
Can you
Are
imagine?
you not entertained, everybody?
Can
My
you
goodness.
imagine? This is how this is panning out. Leonard Gates, after winning 4 straight legs against Jules, all of a sudden, we're here. If Jules wins this leg, which it looks like he will, they're going to play one last game of cricket. That's it. We're in sudden death, everybody. Jules Van Dongen, Leonard Gates, the Dragon, the Soldier, the fans, the TOC, the darts. It's all here, everybody.
It's what we wanted, what we needed, what everyone has earned and deserved. A last leg decider for the CSI final. $9,000 on the line in one leg of darts.
They're playing the
maybe
maximum,
one diddle.
The maximum number of darts that you can see in a triple final, other than a couple of more legs. This is crazy. This is intense.
That is not what Jules wanted to see, but it does not get done. Leonard Gates will go first. Last leg of the entire tournament. Right here, right now. Sean Green, Nick Dichiria, Will Stuart, USA Darts, Partners Promoting Darts, live at TOC 2022. Let's finish this thing out. What a final it's been. What a final it's going to be. This is one of those ones that's going to be talked about for a while. But
If we wrote this down in advance and said, this is what's going to happen, no one would believe us. I wouldn't believe us. This is something legendary. This is something that only champions are capable of. Let's see who gets crowned the men's CSI champion, sitting along in the throne with Chrissy Grimmel, the women's CSI champion.
who do you got, guys? Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. Hit that share button. Let everyone know. Here we go.
Time to see what the Soldier has in store.
4 mark open is not good. Not bad, not devastating, but not good.
Jules here needs the answer.
He'll stay there the whole time. Nope, he's looking up, isn't he? He sure did look up.
Wow. What a time to gamble and what a time to cash in on it.
He needs to hit those. I'm telling you, he's making it more difficult on himself with his strategy choices, as Leonard Gates knows how to play this game. Points win the game.
No hesitation in his eyes. He was looking at those 18s and nothing was going to change that stride.
Now Jules cannot leave the 19s.
That is not what he needed there. Leonard Gates has an amazing opportunity. A door has been left wide open. The security is turned off. But he's not choosing to capitalize. I would say that's an error right back.
Yeah.
That's an error right back.
That's a mistake matched with a mistake.
Regaining focus. There's Jules.
Making him pay for the mistake.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a way to hand it back. A beautiful 9 mark. And just once for the last game here, I just want to say, boom goes the dynamite.
I mean, what is going on, bud? It's killing me. This whole thing is killing me.
You're killing me, Smalls. Jules here. Good position. Again, that's a little tough block. He needs to get through it.
Not going to.
Now, the opportunity's back for Gates. That's a smart switch. That one I like a lot. All right. Gates needs to take away some numbers, needs to get some points of his own. Let's see how he decides to handle this. The pressure is mounting.
Sorry, guys. Yep, that's a blocker there on Soldier, and he only gets a 1 mark. It's now, and Jules knows it's now. Did you see him?
Yes, he knows. I mean, you're not going to get another chance like that. This is it. There's no more darts left. This is the final leg. There's no more left.
Another 17 is a pretty good advantage, and it goes to Jules Van Dongen.
It's not quite over,
Gates
but
needs a
it's
9.
looking scary for Mr. Gates.
9 mark and 9 mark alone. Not going to get it. Not going to get it.
Now Jules needs to finish the job here. You know, it sounds simple just hitting 315s, but it matters more than ever to stay focused.
Oh, my gosh.
It matters more than ever.
Oh, he missed it. What a dart. You called it, bud. It's easier said than done. And
we can see a white horse. We can see a white horse
$9,000
right now.
Speaks to you.
Oh, my goodness.
He let out such a grunt there that we could hear it back here.
I feel like I'm going to be sick watching this.
Taking his time, but he's only got 20 seconds.
Oh, my. I don't know who's more nervous, me or the players right now watching this. Not sure what's going to happen
Wow.
next. Is Leonard Gates going to have only a 1 mark in response? That's so uncharacteristic. What's happening?
What's happening is $10,000 versus $1,000, bud.
That's the pressure mounting here. Jules needs to get that single, get it out of there. He's played with it too long.
Point.
22-point difference. Does not add a bull here.
See what a Soldier can do. He keeps throwing blockers to himself. That was an awesome dart. I don't know how it got through to hit a bull. It did. But Jules Van Dongen, 3 bulls away if he wants to choose to go that route. He is going that route.
He needs to hit it.
One more.
Hit it.
There's your championship. Jules Van Dongen. And Soldier, utmost respect for him as he just stands there, lets him know, hey, great darts. Wow.
Well, that's the CSI. Let's go out there, have a chat with the players real quick.
We're going to try and talk to Jules about that one. Nick Dichiria is going to go out there and see what we can do. Wow, bud. Will, talk to me, man. You got to sit back there and do that, and I'm just saying, what are we doing? Yeah. All right. Nick's going to head out there. While we're waiting, let's look at the room as it's clearing out. See if we can talk to Jules, see if he is going to be able to talk. There's a lot of relief. $10,000. Man. You think about that, buddy. 10 minutes ago, did you think it was possible for Jules to come back?
It really highly looked unlikely as Gates was just in form, but Gates just unfortunately Jules just came out and in those last couple legs turned it on and did what he needed to do to win that. And that takes guts, man, because to come into the king seat and then lose and then possibly be in that, out position.
Oh, it's a tough feeling.
Yeah, it is. It very much is. So kudos to Jules. Kudos to Leonard as well.
Yeah.
What a overall fantastic event this has been.
I mean, you saw that last leg decider. Dustin says it. Average low 4s when they were shooting 5s and 6s and 7s before that. You could tell how much it meant. You can see how much it still means. It takes a lot out of you. That is for sure. But congratulations to Jules and Leonard. They gave us a show, that is for sure. Well, guys, hang with us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get an interview here with Jules in just a minute. I'm Sean Green. Thanks for watching along today. Stay with us as we get Jules for an interview.
All right, well, it looks like we are back here. My name's Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than the CSI champion, Jules Van Dongen. Congratulations on your win. How does it feel? Did you want to add all that suspense? What was going through your mind?
Leonard, in the beginning, he was unplayable. I felt flat. I started just not hitting, and he was just hitting everything. In the back of my mind, I'm like, just keep going at it. We go 1-1, I think, in the loser's side. I'm battling at this point, and then the last leg shootout, the cork is on the left, and I know it's like a perfect lay for him. He hits a cork, then he opens with a 4 mark, and I'm like, all right, here we go. And that last leg was just a roller coaster. It's, I don't know, it's probably the nerviest dart I've ever had. There's a lot of money on the line. There's pride on the line. There's a trophy on the line. There's a lot on the line. It was difficult.
Well, speaking of the trophy, I think it's time the champion holds his trophy here. Give a wave to the fans. We had 1,500 people watching you get crowned worth $10,000. Jules Van Dongen, everybody. Now, I just wanted to ask you as well, at the start of the series there, we saw a very calm version of you that very quickly turned into Leonard Gates dominating, as you mentioned. He came in with everything he had for you. But do you think the fact that you're kind of like the hometown hero here, you're 10 minutes from your house, that was one of your driving factors in today's win?
It's hard to say. I noticed I had a lot of support back there, but I put earplugs in, so I don't hear a whole lot, but I noticed the support in the back, and obviously I feel like it's always Leonard and I in the final, and I respect him a lot for his talent. He's a phenomenal shot. It's like every time there's Leonard, never takes a day off. So it's it's very impressive what he does. But I'm glad that today it was me, and especially in my hometown. Amazing feeling, good confidence. It's a confidence booster going back into the PDC. It's it's been a great event so far. I'm 3-on-3, so tonight me and Mike are going to take 4-on-4. So
I like to hear it, and many people saw this as the finals coming up. No one could have saw how it unfolded, though. The drama, the intensity. But the main question Chad had for you: what was the main song you were listening to on the headphones? Can you give us a little sample of your playlist here?
It's a little bit of Frenchcore, hardcore. It's going to hurt a lot of eardrums, I think. I don't think the United States people are ready for that kind of music. It's very, very European.
Well, then, finally, $10,000 in your pocket amongst the other events still ahead. What are you going to use that prize money for, Jules?
Go buy a new car. No, I'm not buying a new car. No, that's a joke. Towards travel, it's pretty tough. Being on my own for going out on the PDC, it's quite expensive and quite a venture. So, we'll put that towards travel money, 100%.
Well, you did a monumental run. Thousands of people watching along. I'm Nick Dichiria. We're happy to announce you as the CSI champion, Jules.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, come on, hug it out. Hug it out.
Oh, there you have it, folks. Your champion, Jules Van Dongen. What a phenomenal match that was. Thanks for joining us for our coverage of that one. We are actually going to close the stream and come on back here in a few. 6 p.m. Central Time is when we'll be live once again for a little coverage of this evening's events from 6 to 9. I'm not sure if we're going to be having men's triples or women's doubles or triples yet, but we'll let you know and keep you informed in the meantime. Appreciate you guys joining us for that fantastic final, as well as just the whole men's CSI in general. It's been a great run. We'll see you next time on USA Darts and Partners Promoting Darts coverage of the Tournament of Champions. Thanks for watching.